welcome in.
What's good, YouTube? It's the last arc here with you all. So happy to have you all with us today. It's your boy vexyz, the Lurking Legend, head cook of the last arc. Here to do a little intro with some of the goats that we have today. And first off, I've gotta say what's good to our shipwright. We've got Fritz the Ditz, holding it down for us. Our shipwright.
How are we doing? We are doing good. I want to thank you
What's
guys for
good?
having me here. It's been a great year. I'm starting off a new year. I think we're gonna have a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Then we've got our captain of the last arc, Den Kushi, who put together the stream of liberation that we'll be doing all day today. How you doing today, brother?
Yeah, we're all good. Lots to talk about, loads of stuff to go through, loads of people to pass through. So yeah, pretty cool.
Excellent. Then we've got our musician of the crew. We've got Joshua Victor, who was
Yo,
vibing with us on Chadmirals last night. How you doing, brother?
yeah, I'm good. I'm ready to talk One Piece.
Hey, let's go. We also have our helmsman, Straw Hat Lucas, who will be popping in whenever he is available, but he's got work today. So if you can, say what's up, but we'll be hearing more from you later throughout the day. We've also got the historian of the last arc. We've got Kube of the Red Sea. Say what's up, brother. How you doing?
What up, what up? I'm just excited to start this new year with I think it's the best stream to start a new year with TLA, so I'm really excited for today's stream. But yeah, let's get it.
Hype. Let's go. We love to hear it. And then we've got some of our first guests popping in. We have an absolute unit of the community, somebody who has been putting out a lot of content with the live action and the TCG. A very close friend, goes way back with TLA. We have Desnas the Dwarf with us today. How you doing today, brother? I see you're muted. Yeah, what's up?
Hello, fellow pirates. Happy to be here. A TLA stream, a big one. And yeah, I'm the live action dwarf. And yeah, we will talk about One Piece today. Excited.
So excited. And then I love what Tree just put in the chat. We have a friend of the channel who's been on Chadmirals a few times, very close friend to our special grade sorcerer, SSJ8 Cody, who could not be here with us today, but is in the chat vibing. I see you, brother. We have Tree the Wolf, who is apparently the stowaway of the last arc. But how you doing today, man? You are muted, by the way.
I
don't
wasn't
think you
sure.
know it.
Hey, I'm the stowaway.
Glad to have you, brother.
Thank you.
But yeah, we've got plenty of topics and a lot of guests that'll be popping in throughout the day. We're gonna be here for a good time and a long time, you guys. So strap in. Tell us how you're feeling in the chat. We love you all so much. Make sure you like the stream. And for starters, I'm gonna pass it off to. Oh wow, look at that! We got the emergency food supply himself, Dr. Vega Smokes, Tony, or Smoky Chopper. We've got
Get it right.
Grand Line Bound Baby, Captain Smoky. What's good?
I'm good, you guys. I'm good. I know you guys are good. Let's go.
Let's go. Massive W that we have you on for more than 5 seconds. No, I'm kidding. We love you. We love you.
This camera doing some wild stuff. I'm kind of digging it. He looks
Oh,
like
yeah.
he looks like
Yeah.
he's like glitching from Edge Runners. He's like cyberpunked out.
Gonzo.
I see Ghost Train in the chat saying he'll join us in a bit. I cannot wait. We've also got Kuso Land joining us shortly as well. You got plenty of guests.
Who's Orlando? Is that
Yeah, we'll introduce.
Fernando!
Oh yeah. Massive shout outs. We'll introduce a whole bunch of them as they trickle in and whatnot. I also wanted to real quick give a huge shout out to the Lonely Mage. Huge supporter of the last arc. I looked through the Discord earlier. I think it was like within the first 10 people to join the actual server. Literally as close as you can get to day one without being on the crew itself.
Holy
And,
moly.
it is Reese Lucas's
Holy
birthday
moly.
today, so everybody make sure you head into the Discord link in the description or put it in the chat right now. Happy birthday to the Lonely Mage, Reese Lucas. But yeah, that's enough from me. Let's send it over to Den Kushi for some of our first topics.
Okay, cool. So
Got
we're
that
gonna go
Tushy
like
Cushy.
directly. We're gonna go directly into it. Sorry if Smokey's camera is making anyone sick or anything.
No,
like,
I'm digging it.
uh,
Yeah,
so
let's
basically,
go. Let's go.
we'll start by just passing the basics around. Kuma's flashback out of 10. What are we giving it?
Oh,
And
man.
it's open, so anyone can,
13.
Yeah.
13.
40 out of
I
10.
agree.
40 out of
Yeah,
10, hands down.
I would give it
Counting
10
here at
broken
TLA.
hearts out of 10, I guess.
I think it's extra
Cool.
special for
13.
me because like being able to like catching up, but only starting so long ago and then catching up so soon, it really brings more things together without having to have a big speculation time of like what really was going on. So I give it a 10 solid. It's up there, man.
For
Hell
me,
yeah.
it's a 10, and I'm adding an extra 37 for every year of Kuma's age.
Oh
So
my
for me, it's a 47 out of 10.
Yeah.
He
I
deserves
suppose
it.
it's
I mean,
probably best to ask, does anybody not give it a 10 out of 10?
Yeah, that's a good one.
I give it a 10, but it's because specifically, in my opinion, I gave the Odin flashback a 10, and then this redefined what a 10 means
Yeah.
to me.
Yeah.
And I think that like now I have to just
Yeah.
just based off of the way that things played out, I give Odin flashback like a solid like 9 or an 8.5. This redefined what a 10 means.
Well, this is
Yeah,
that's
I
the
think
way
it
it
will be.
goes. That's the way it goes, though.
Yeah, the bar has been raised.
That's Oda,
Significant-
baby. That's Oda.
it's something he's
Oda
been doing.
would
If you
raise
think
that
about
bar,
his dress,
bro.
since Dressrosa, the flashbacks have been going more and more. It's a different level of flashbacks ever since Dressrosa. So yeah, it's I agree with what Vex just said.
Out of
Really
curiosity,
well
do you think it's more so that this raised the standard, or that this is an exception to the standard, and it's an outlier? On
I think it legitimately raised it. Like
So-
Oda is on a whole nother level.
Yeah, I
you
did
know?
too. There's only going to be a few exceptions in like when it comes to backstories that we might get. Maybe Blackbeard, maybe another extension of the Straw Hats like backstory. But this is it, baby. This is the bar. I feel like this is the end saga.
It is a little bit of an
Like,
outlier.
that's
though.
just my
Like, it's got some weird, strange vibes to it. Like
It is.
obviously there's some deep lore.
The way that I see it is that like if he's giving us this right now, and we know we can still expect huge backstories from individuals like potentially Dragon and Akainu, maybe Mihawk if you're feeling
Right.
frisky, but like and Blackbeard like you said. And if he were to give us this right now, and then the other future perspective flashbacks are gonna like fall a little bit short of this, I feel like Oda's. I don't think he's gonna do that. I think he's only gonna keep this like quality of content and maybe even higher. Like honestly, because of what we got from Kuma, I'm expecting astronomical levels of storytelling and probably tear jerking. From like at least the Dragon flashback, in my opinion. But Desnis, what were you gonna say? I'm sorry.
Hello.
Oh, sorry,
That's what he's
wasn't
gotta say.
prepared that.
Oh,
that
Emu got him.
Keep asking
Yeah,
me,
he got
sorry.
silent.
I think
Got Emu.
in Kuma we saw that when Oda prepares characters and then puts out their flashbacks, we can expect much more from them that we even thought that the character would be about. So I think with Dragon, with Shanks, with these Celestial Dragons and stuff, we will get more and more of this 10 out of 10 stuff.
Yeah.
Completely agree.
I like also to agree because I agree with everyone said, and I do feel like it's very important. Same thing as the Odin flashback. This is the Odin flashback and Kuma's flashback is one of the only flashback where the Straw Hats or the implications of Straw Hats is so distant. So the fact that after just the arc after Wano Egghead for Kuma, the next big flashback we get even more like a raising of the stakes of the quality of what is a 10 out of 10 flashback is. I think he did indeed show a new way of he's going to go into the story. The fact that it's so,
I
it's so
agree.
compelling.
I think that's a deep pull, by the way. Like I couldn't find the words earlier, but that is exactly what I think. Like this is a new type of not a new type of One Piece, but we're going back to like how pre-time skip was with Alabaster and stuff like that. We're getting back into that source,
Yeah.
like Vivi and the prince going inside a whale, stuff like
Well,
that.
that's what I was
And
saying.
then
Like,
it's-
That's what I was saying. Like, what other backstory could top this other than maybe like one of the main one, like a Blackbeard backstory or a Straw Hat backstory? This is like peak right here, in my opinion. Like, very few little characters back probably top this now. We've gotten like lore, like Nika lore. I think other than like the ancient weapons, this backstory has it all. Honestly, when it comes to like the lore, Skypia's dropped. I mean, Thriller Bark's dropped. Like, it's crazy. It's a crazy backstory. It's pretty dope.
Do you guys feel that this or going forward with more flashbacks, we will get more like if we visit a Blackbeard flashback, we'll kind of see where he was throughout the story, kind of like they did with Oda did with Kuma.
Oh, like an East Blue, like his East Blue saga, like
Yeah.
seeing how he like came across his crewmate. I was talking to
That
that
would
with like
be-
with Straw Hat Lucas and all of, because I'm doing the Alabasta arc
That would be
review,
very
and
interesting.
I forgot that he was, yeah, he was at Alabasta, he was at Drum Island, like he was like a lot of different places.
I think it would be interesting to see not only where Blackbeard started, but what exactly happened in his childhood to make him the way he is. Figuring out why he doesn't sleep and stuff like that. I think it could be a very monumental turning point for the series and figuring out exactly what's going on with Blackbeard and his anatomy.
And the thing is, why I think I would love it to be that way, and I think we're going to that if you think about it. Dressrosa, we got flashback from certain years ago in the North Blue, and now in Egghead we got flashbacks of events of South Blue and the East Blue around the same time, 25 to 12 years ago to 5 years ago to now. You know what I mean? So I feel like Oda is doing something very smart. He's not telling us it's the same timeline. He's just giving dates in different areas. So maybe like, let's say when we get to the real last arc where the war is at this point of the flashback, if you think about it, we know everything. He doesn't tell us to our face, oh, the Kuma flashback handles this aspect. He's just very discreet with it. You know, devil's in the details.
Yeah,
Real quick.
So
I completely agree.
Real quick,
Completely
I want
agree.
to
I think
say
there's-
shout out to the last arc. We love those guys. And then we had two super chats I wanted to touch on from Mr. Bushido. He said with €2, Wild Theory Kid will replace Shanks as Yonko. That's crazy, bro. And I'll get in the theories section of the TLA Discord, and I will dispute that for days. He also had another €2 that said Kinemon had 2 fake out deaths in the series. Rule of 3. Interesting, and I do think Kinemon will come back. I also had to shout out to my guy Marshall D. Preach in the chat. What's good, brother?
Yo, Bushido, I'm not gonna lie.
There's some
I
gold.
think you're on that. Like, I think you're on it. You know, I think it's a hot take, but I think Kid will replace Shanks, and then people are probably gonna think I'm blasphemy.
Listen,
Wild.
my hot take is right now, Beppo has more of a leanings to a Yonkos in Law and Kid. Just saying. Beppo has more of a leaning towards
Just saying.
That's
Beppo for Yonko.
Beppo for Yonko. I also missed a huge shout out, chat. Forgive me for my transgressions, but we have to absolutely shout out to the #1 GOAT that we will all be seeing today. We've got 3-Day Trip, the Navigator of the last arc in the chat, holding it down. We love you, 3-Day.
Yeah, how dare you? How dare you? 3-Day.
But you were about to say
Listen, you
something.
guys, hold
Hyde.
on,
I'm
hold
so
on.
sorry I
Okay.
cut you off.
No, I was saying 3-day goat. I don't know. I don't know what I was saying. I'm distracted by the goat.
We were talking about the flashbacks, you know, about the new narrative, you know.
Oh,
with,
dude, like you're like, it's hard to explain because it's like simply, but the way you're saying it, I'm not sure if everyone would understand. But if you understand, then you understand. Like Kuma's flashback isn't your average flashback because it's parallel with this like arc, which is Egghead, where we're getting major reveals for the first time in like decades. These are real reveals about ancient technology, stuff like that. So then, because of that, even more of the details of the flashback, like the Sapphire Scale, Saturn's actual appearance, they were quite subtle. We didn't see Saturn with Ginny or anything like that. We only saw him at God Valley, and we only saw like one conversation between him and Kuma. So it was all very subtle, but it was all heavily implied. And I believe like what you're saying is completely true in the sense that that is where we are going. The rest of the next few years is just going to be deep, spicy piece, in my opinion. So yeah, I like it.
like there's a point you made me
it's made
think
it
that is so perfect with this flashback is At one point, we see Crocodile, and with Nico Robin, Miss All Sunday, talking about the person that saw his dancing powder. Then you think about Vivi at one point got to some information proving that Crocodile is really close to illicit. So, like, even now you're seeing that Otis bringing breadcrumbs where we're going to get to that, later on.
Yeah, I agree.
So, yeah. That's why you made me think when you were talking. So, yeah.
Oh,
Vivi is the
maybe
10th Straw Hat.
Mr. Bushido.
Well, wait, we'll get there, Desmond. Don't worry, we'll get there.
Shout out to the guy Randy Troy who's been on that agenda for like over a decade.
Yeah.
Also, Race Lucas just hopped in.
That dude's an old.
What's up, Race? What's up, Lucas?
Yeah, Lucas, happy birthday. I'm not sure if you want to say
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to
Birthday
you.
to you.
Very
you
poor
got a bit of a song. You got a bit of a harmony going there.
We don't want to get like
Okay,
copyright
like
strike.
happy birthday to you.
Voice of an angel.
Massive shout outs definitely for you all
Are we
day.
getting serenaded?
But yeah, thank you for joining us. I know you said you were having some technical difficulties, but we're so glad to have you. Also got a shout out to Terrible TJ, member for 8 months. What's good, y'all? Like, do you stream?
Yo, TJ.
What's up, man?
Hopefully TJ,
Hey,
We'll be seeing you later.
is gonna hop in after his on his lunch break or after his work shift. But yeah. So glad you can be in the chat with us, brother. I know he's listening to us.
Oh,
all
I
day
got that
We
fixed
should-
yesterday.
Glad to hear it.
sorry.
Glad to hear it. Yeah, how's your birthday been so far?
Not as fixed as we thought. Birthday presents.
Oh my goodness. I know you have a session with Group 3 of TLA OP D&D, the Blotto Pirates. I put a link for that in the description over on Dire Regulus.
Group 2 solos.
Okay, that's great. Yes, that's true. That is in fact
Well,
true. But Dire Regulus should be hopping on in a little bit as well before that session starts. But I put the link in the description. Lots of wonderful links for all of these goats in the description. So you can find the Lonely Mages channel on there as well. So make sure to check all that out. But we're super glad you could join us, brother. What are you thinking
thanks.
about the Kuma flashback? Where would you rate it, like on a scale of 1 to 10?
Oh, where do I begin with that? Yeah, it's definitely a 10 out of 10. Like, especially like the timing of the end of Kuma's flashback was very personal to me because the day I reacted to the chapter was the same day that I attended my grandfather's funeral. So
Sorry for
Heavy.
that.
Yeah, sorry for your loss, but that's
that
heavy.
it was
See how
Yeah.
One Piece does that? It's crazy.
like
One Piece does that for
that I
all of us
experienced the
listening.
loss of my grandfather, probably the closest grandparent I have, and then coupled that with Kuma, that was a really rough day.
Yeah, it's a very interesting. This might sound a bit cold, but it's a very interesting perspective to have when reading such a deep level, and to have that really visceral reaction. I could only imagine that's strong.
Oh yeah, like you can see that reaction on my channel. It's on there right now. You can see it.
Yeah, One Piece is just such a long piece of literature. That it's crazy how much that things line up like that. Like I was going through some serious hard times. My tragic backstory arc when I was reading through the post-war, and when Jinbei was shouting on the beach to Luffy, what is it you still have, and stuff like that, and oh man, was that not the perfect timing, the absolute perfect timing to get me through a little bit of what I was going through, you know what I mean? So I absolutely resonate with you when you say that, and we all have our own experiences as well like that, so that's crazy cool that you mentioned that. Super glad
just in that vein, I did want to say I do want to dedicate my side or our side of this to Shin, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
And everything that he gave to us, and we don't have to go into it now, but I think it's a very good point. One Piece is so long. We've all experienced Vex mentioned tragic backstories and stuff like that, and One Piece is older than some of us, and yeah, it's been emotional, and at least we've all sort of been in touch with each other at one point about it. So that's a blessing in some ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The rope that binds us all, right? Like the Hitotsunagi.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. For real. Dude,
I
it's
feel
me
like-
is when somebody like passes away and then like they will never finish One Piece. They will not find out what
Yeah,
the One Piece is. That always gets me every single
that's the
time. I'm like,
You gotta,
oh,
you
I
gotta
just-
I'm
think.
gonna start crying.
You gotta think of it like this.
yeah, it
They
gets
probably
me every time.
get to find out what the One Piece is for anybody else. You know, you gotta think happy thoughts, my guy.
That's
Yeah,
Fritz,
true.
that is the
There-
best take
that-
I've ever
good.
heard in my life.
Great,
Like,
man. That's great,
Yeah,
man. Great stuff, Fritz.
Real quick, guys, I
Oh,
gotta
you guys.
shout out to Tori Mori in the chat, and post-war helped him back from the edge too. We love that. And Tori Mori, hop in whenever you can. You are more than welcome. You should be able to jump right in the VC. We'd love to cook with you. It's a close friend of the channel. We got Kuso Land in the chat as well, saying he's up. So hopefully he'll be joining us very shortly.
Surrender!
I actually just got a
Wait.
DM. Actually, just got a
What?
DM
Wait.
from Dax Sake himself. He should be joining us shortly as well. And
Nice.
we gotta introduce the legend who just hopped in as well. We've got Polypede Works,
Oh,
close
my.
friend of the channel. What's good,
That's
bro?
the dude right there.
Ollie.
I'm a legend now. Wow, thanks. Hello, everyone.
Always have
Yeah.
been, brother. Always.
Yeah,
Thank you, sir. You are legends as well.
Fully arc.
oh well.
Best overlay game in the whole game.
Yeah,
Overlays are
it's true. It's
like,
true.
Yeah.
out of
The
That's-
overlay
yeah.
piece. Yeah.
If you want to know a secret, that's because I'm
Overlay pieces.
definitely scared of copyright.
Hey, we don't say that. That's
Right.
the name, the word that shall not be spoken. You know. No, I'm kidding. But,
Voldemort.
You just face. Take that.
but
For TLA, the
Polypede.
copyright claims sits on the empty throne for us. how we
oh
keep
my
it going.
goodness. But
It's true.
Polypede, we've
Um,
been talking about the Kuma flashback and rating it out of 10. What are your thoughts, real quick?
Especially out of any warlord we've seen so far, he's number one.
Absolutely.
Number
I
one
completely-
top. It could, because he means so much, because he's the guy that put the Straw Hats on their journey. He forced them to become stronger. He's the reason for the time skip. So of course he's got to be number one, no doubt.
And explains the decisions he made as well in the flashback. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
You
I
know,
think
we
it-
all rated it a 10 and called it peak. I don't want to spread negativity, but I'm curious if anyone has like issues with it, even though we consider it peak. Like, can we go around saying one bad thing about it?
The
Is that
one low diff
possible?
take.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Let's get some
I mean,
lukewarm
I
takes
could try, but I
everybody.
honestly don't have anything.
I just like, this is gonna be crazy, and like honestly, the biggest beef that I have with it is that there weren't like at least 3 or 4 more chapters explaining a little bit of the timelining.
It
No, it's
wasn't long
just-
enough.
Just because of
Crazy.
the timelining, like, it was crazy. In one
Massive.
chapter, in some chapter, it was like, this was 17 years ago, this was 12 years ago, this was
Mhm.
8 years
Mhm.
ago, this was 5 years ago, and I'm like, we
Mhm.
could have gotten a little bit more. That felt slightly rushed, but that's my only beef. If I had to say one thing,
I agree. It's like I've been blueballed by the God Valiant, and I know that I'm only being teased, but I do want more, even though I know I'm not going to get more. So I know what you mean. It's it's a bit confusing.
but that's
The
like
thing-
that's like a half of a gripe. It's not even a full gripe. Sorry, go ahead.
The thing I
100%.
learned from this Kuma flashback is that is like we often complain when Oda constantly delays giving us what we want, like more backstory with like a dragon and Blackbeard and the like. But the thing is, like, when he does, this Kuma flashback is what happens when he actually does deliver what he's
agree.
been setting up and planning for so long. And I feel like
Hard
like
truth.
a lot of us just have to have patience. Like, Oda will tell us these stories when he's ready to tell us.
Exactly.
I agree. Like, it's like with the Kaido flashback that we got. It was like a half of a flashback. Like, we
Mhm.
will get more when we have the context for rocks, but it's not the time
Yeah.
for us to get all of that yet. I want to shout out again to Bushido with a €5 super chat. You're a goat, man. You were making it rain in the chat Merles last night as well. He said won't give up on the carrot agenda, but if not here, then Minx will be on Elbath. In Big Mom Flashback and manga, we saw a shadow moving in the background. That is super interesting, and I promise you, at some point after the stream today, we'll be cooking in the theory section in the TLA Discord with you about some of this because this is spicy. But
Shout out
yeah,
to go on. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, you're good. You're good.
Shout out to Mr. Bushido as well. I am also a part of the carrot agenda. I I think it's weird that she was on the volume, the cover of volume 105, because I look back, the volume that volume is referencing, I think it's volume 80 or 88. I keep forgetting the number, where you have Luffy teach the goat that Sengoku has, and then I forgot, and Buggy. But it's not really a reference to that cover because the minor guy that Buggy meets is also in the background. However, there's no equivalent to that character in the volume 105 cover. So I think it's kind of like a half reference, but it's also its own independent thing. What I'm getting at is, care for Straw Hat. Why is she on the cover? She's got to be important. Okay, I'm done.
I believe that cover is definitely sus. There's something about that.
It's saying something.
Mm-hmm.
I got a shout out to my guy
Bushido's
Majin
picking up
Crow.
whatever it's putting down.
Got a shout out to Majin Crow, OPU fam in the chat. He said L stream not enough Green Bull hype. Hop in, bro.
Bro, I'm here.
Yeah, hop in, bro. Come defend your mans. We're here for it. You should be able to hop in, brother, if you got time.
We'd
love to have
already covered everything there is to know about. Yeah, we covered everything there is to know about Green Ball already in the first 2 minutes, so it's fine.
Oh my goodness.
What I missed about the Kuma flashback and didn't saw it was some little bit things of his book. I really wanted to reference him referencing his book or telling something from his book or something like that from his Bible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is huge.
Yeah,
That is something I didn't think about right away, but you are totally right.
It's very strange. It's very, very strange. Sorbet seems to connect to the South Blue. South Blue seems to connect to Skypiea, and there was kind of like there's a Bible at Skypiea, and there's a few other books around there, so it's weird.
I also like the fact. What's up, Kuzo?
Hey, how's it going, everyone?
Orlando.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Orlando.
Welcome,
Yeah.
welcome.
Good morning from the land of the future.
Exactly. The land of the
6
future.
a.m. on a Sunday, bro.
2025 over there.
Oh, yeah. No, 2026, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, my bad.
The One
I was
Piece
gonna
is still
say-
going strong.
Oh, man, it's already 2-piece over here.
Oh, wow.
So, Des, what you're saying is, I agree because I find it very interesting. When he sent Perona, before that, he opened his Bible. And we've seen this flashback. It seems a lot of the destination that the Star Wars sent is islands where Kuma has been. So I'm very curious about, we call it the Bible. I think we can also call it a logbook, but I'm very curious on the content inside it as well.
Yeah, maybe it's just his diary and he just wrote it in a Bible so nobody would care about it or something like
Maybe,
that.
or maybe it's the book that he considers to be his Bible. Maybe it's his Bible, in a sense.
That's what the New Testament is, yeah.
We know that at least Skypiea is mentioned in there because Bonnie picks up the Bible during Kuma's flashback.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
We know also that Mihawk's Island, because before he sent Perona, it did seem that he had opened his Bible up when he asked her questions about where she wants to be sent. So yeah.
Yeah, when he
clear
after he
location.
beat her, right, or something like that, he like took notes or something like that.
Yeah. He said where you want to go. She explained
He
like
wrote in
gloomy,
there.
dark. And while she was speaking, and then when he looked at her, you see him closing the book. So it's very discreet. So yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
and it's weird because in Skypiea, the executioner that, well, not the executioner, but the man who passes the sentence on Noland holds a Bible with a different face on it. The face looks more like Sengoku's Daibatsu form. I think that's, how do you say it? Like,
yes.
Yeah. It leads me to our next question anyway. We have absolutely tons. We've got like topics on topics, but we've also got questions among the topics. And the next one on Egghead is, have we got any thoughts about Sapphire Scale or anything that stands out to us particularly about it? Kuso, you may start us off if you want, and then we'll go from there.
Sure. I think there's a direct parallel or an opposition, I guess, to the devil fruits. Obviously, when you eat a devil fruit, you get a weakness to the ocean, and then we have a disease where if you get affected by it, you are affected by the sun, and so it's kind of like an opposite to that. So I wonder if you get the scales by maybe perhaps injecting something into you, or being maybe ingesting something even. And then I think about Oda's notes in one of the volume covers where he goes, I wonder what dragons taste like. So I'm like, maybe you get it by ingesting dragon or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it is suspicious that Vegapunk was making a Azure Dragon fruit. In my opinion, it does seem relevant, even if distant. So yeah, scales, obviously dragons, blue,
Exactly.
sapphire.
But I
So,
think the
yeah.
main question is also, why was Saturn experimenting on something, and why did the experiment cause it to have an effect that will make you be harmed by the sun, right? So maybe he was creating, because he's the science defense minister, whatever his name is, like maybe he is creating a cure, maybe for someone who can't actually go into the sun, maybe Emu, I don't know.
Interesting. A lot of people are discussing the panel of Emu in that room. Emu and having the sapphire scale, but there's obviously the panels where we see her in the garden room, and we do see sunlight coming down. Would you say that's natural light, or would you say maybe that suggests she doesn't have sapphire scale? Or
Yeah, I mean, it probably is sunlight, but maybe she's wearing something, or maybe she's cloaking herself in a devil fruit ability. I don't know. I mean, there's so much we don't know yet that it's all just speculations at the moment, I guess.
Interesting.
You think
Anyone
sunscreen
want to
could have
cook on some?
prevented? Sunscreen could have prevented
Yeah,
sapphire
so
scale.
yeah, I think so. Every morning she wakes up, bathes in sunscreen, and so does you.
Crazy. SPF 800, like for every year since the mid-century.
This is a stretch, but seeing as how this reminds me kind of, I guess in an allegorical way, about how, in Thriller Bark, when you lose your shadow, you get burnt up by the sun, right? Maybe in sort of a weird thematical way, seeing as how Kuma meets Moria, and then in the flashback, Moria talks about Kuma again when he's in the paper. Perhaps the sapphire scale, when performed correctly or when executed correctly, is to turn people into actual zombies, like not like in the undead sort of way, kind of like in the old Dracula movies, where they're just when they're just goons on the island who do menial tasks without question. Maybe that's what the idea is.
Maybe.
Yeah,
High
was
level of
thinking
enslavement.
exactly the same. From the start, I think from Thriller Bark on, I really wanted to see a zombie Roger or something like that. Very old people coming back as zombies or something like that. So I thought of that as well, Polypede. Really great thing to combine it with the Thriller Bark idea. Yeah.
Yeah, for me, because I do like that, and I've always said this. I don't believe Impel Down and Enies Lobby were created for the usage they use. You know what I mean? Like, if you look us in a cage in the judge rooms in those two places, it looks like it was done as it was more like castles. And I'm pretty sure that Amber or no Sapphire scale is an old thing, and I think that's why Impel Down was done the way it is. Because I find it very interesting that when they described Impel Down the first time, they explained how no sunlight or moonlight enters Impel Down, which I find very interesting. It's the only place in the world, a place where you can live with Sapphire scale.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm sorry, go on.
No, I was just gonna say that's very interesting, man. Like,
Also, when you know that Saturn has a whole team of people working on something like that, that means we have more interesting scientist people in there as well. Maybe some fathers from Straw Hat members or something like that.
we do see Cypherpole, like this whole nepotism thing with Cypherpole. There's like a lot of relatives in Cypherpole that seem to appear in Cypherpole flashbacks. Either they're named with like title cards, or they just look like identical to them. Who's Who is one of the ones that's unnamed, for example. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if Frankie's lineage, for example, maybe someone like that. Maybe there's a different Mads. I know, like Kube, for example, speculates there might have been a pre-Mads, a neo-Mads, and different versions of Mads.
I like that.
Yeah, basically, like it's a secret. It's not a group. It's more like a secret society. People have always, but like the White Lotus in Avatar, the Last Airbender, people have kept, keeping the information until one day. It's the way they describe it, the Iron Giant. 200 years ago, scientists have come together trying to discover the mystery of that Iron Giant. So I felt like this could have been like maybe the start of Mads, and until they got to the point it is, but before they were just sharing the information, keeping the knowledge pure, unfiltered, uncensored.
On the oh, sorry, go on.
Real quick, I just wanted to shout out to Prototype Virgo in the chat. What's good? He said he's busy right now, but he's gonna be hopping in at some point in the day. Looking forward to it, brother. Have a good shift if you're at work.
Going back to the impale down point, what if the Sapphire Scale Disease, the ultimate goal is to turn people into blue gories?
Oh yeah, from impale down, like crazy. I haven't thought of that in so long.
The Isonies are very blue.
True.
They look kind of like.
They are so blue. They have it in their name, essentially.
Yeah. That is really interesting. And I don't know, like we haven't seen any other like individuals like the Yeti Cool brothers. Maybe they were like, because they're bounty hunters, right? Maybe they were like freelancers that the world government. I don't know. That's just like a crackpot theory, but we haven't seen any other guys like that as well. But yeah, that's sick.
Wow.
I've been thinking that they might be giant and mink hybrids.
That's what I think.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Yes, we just haven't seen anything like that. But the blue gories is like such a crazy pull. I haven't thought of them in so long. Actually, that's crazy.
We can shift on. Like these topics, these next couple of questions, I'm actually fascinated in because, like, we've mentioned the flashback earlier with Kuma, and it just went so quick. There's some topics that kind of got left behind, and one of them I would say is Ginny. Do we think that Ginny has any particular special lineage or anything like that? Because she had such an affinity for the Dens, communications, at a young age, and then obviously she ended up with the Celestial Dragons later on. So it might be that she is royalty, maybe. Or any thoughts?
I have a small theory that I've been working on for about a year. It was a collaborative effort with another creator who's not on here, Eli DZ or Elids. I don't know if you all heard of him.
Elids, yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
We have spoken about this a while ago, and it's kind of transformed. I've kind of workshopped it a little further because of the events that have happened in the manga. I think there's a pink hair tribe. And I've been thinking about this for a while. There'll be a big video about it on my channel, but I think there is something special about pink-haired people in One Piece because they all seem to be kind of apex humans in one way or another. Like, even if you go, there are like exceptions, like say, what's her name, Otoko? She's a baby, so maybe she doesn't count. But like you say, Kobe, for example, weak human, but then he starts to train and then he surpasses all of his peers. Then you have people like Big Mom, who is the creme de la creme when it comes to humans, as far as I'm concerned, because she's just indomitable in how she's being presented. And then you have characters like Hina and Ashura Doji. Rebecca, yeah.
One motif I would look into also is the Sakura flowers. Like, I think that would probably tie into it quite well. We get it with Hinterbook as well. And then even in the cover stories where we see the people of like Vivi and stuff, we see sort of like Sakura blossoms that go from one panel to the next kind of thing.
That's true.
So
yeah.
Hear me out. What if, and this is like kind of tying back to like one of Par's older theories, but like the whole like Zoro's a plant and stuff like that. Like, what if there are actually tree folk and like the pink-haired individuals are like partly Sakura tree, like cherry blossom
Blood
trees.
of the First Men, like Game of Thrones, maybe. Interesting.
even like you're like this, then even like Who's Who is still a prodigy, and he's a pink-haired person.
Yeah, I've got a question about that. What you said an exception would be a Toku or a Toku.
Yes.
Why? Why do you think she's an exception?
Oh, because we just don't know anything about her. She's a baby.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Because I'm definitely aware of what you're talking about, because you have Bonnie, who has all she's hundreds of ties to Big Mum in terms of appearance and stuff like that, and then they look like Chiffon and Lola, and they all seem to be weirdly big and strong and Buccaneer vibes and all sorts of weird stuff. So yeah,
and then
like I'm down.
I might, I'm happy you brought this up because I've actually had the same thought when I was working on Miss Golden Week's color traps with explaining every colors, and I saw this pattern with the people with pink hair. You can even bring up Commodore, the CP9 agents, and that's why I have another word for it. I called it pink for passion. If you think of it, all of them connect some sort of passion. They cannot stand still. They have to reveal who's who. Big Mom, Bonnie, Rebecca, Kobe.
Yeah.
It's all the different things, but the thing in common is they're passionate people who cannot stand still. They need to,
and
to show their values.
we see that sort of vibe a lot used by Oda with food and stuff. And then when you think about all these characters, particularly the female ones, they all seem to be tied to food. All these people with pink hair. So that's weird, passion and
with like food or flowers. Yeah, absolutely. I think that my only like pushback, like Otoku being the exception would be, I guess, more like make more sense to me, because if she was fed a smile, if she was like anything too fancy, wouldn't it have like actually given her like a power, or like that's so yeah, her is the exception I can see, but I don't really think that even if we go back to Wano that we're gonna find out she's anything too special, except for her ties to Yasui.
Something. So in my theory video, I kind of talk about how Joy Boy probably had red hair, and Lily may have had white hair, and it would be interesting, even with Uta, how I don't know, she doesn't have pink hair, but she has red and white hair, right? So I think that could be kind of interesting. Maybe pink was a derivative of a lineage of people that had red hair and white hair, potentially. It does tie into my Christmas theory, that One Piece is a Christmas story, yada, yada, yada. But I think it would be interesting if we do find out that, okay, there's actually a whole lot of descendants of Joy Boy out there in the world.
Yeah, I think that'd be crazy.
Also,
completely unhinged.
Oh no, go on.
No, I'm done.
Yeah, I love your theory, by the way. Link in the description to Kusoland's channel. Make sure y'all go check that out, because that is one of the most fire like debut theories I've ever seen.
Thank you so much.
That's for sure. That's for sure.
I like it.
Is it a hot take to think that Saturn is just kind of the scum of the earth and went, if I do this, it'll hurt Kuma, and that's why he chose Ginny?
I think it might have been like there was something like unresolved or something, I guess, like, and he wanted to like get, but maybe even like the spite towards Ginny herself because of the everything that went down at God Valley, but it could involve Kuma. But Ginny herself is also somebody who he would probably remember based off of her actions at God Valley.
100% agree.
So
here's
for me,
sorry.
I want to just bring up something, and it's give a shout out to Straw Hat Lucas, because I never thought of that. I don't believe in that, but I've keeping my mind open for that. I find interesting that Ginny was the only one who said that she has been a slave since she's 4 years old, and so she was brought when they came to God Valley. And Lucas asked if Jewelry Bonnie, the name Jewelry, comes maybe from Ginny's original last name, because we know she doesn't have Kuma's last name. And for some reason, the champion of God Valley is Garling, and I always felt like, what if Garling's prize was always to have a slave as a wife, and it was so Ginny was always promised to Garling at one point. So I've always came to that. I recently opened mind, like she's a prize, because she did specify how long she was a slave under them, since she's 4 years old, so already a couple of years. But we know they just arrived at God Valley, so they brought Ginny with them. Which is interesting.
Did she not choose that last name right before she went out as a pirate? I thought that was like her choice.
We could assume
in remembrance to her condition.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think but it's not confirmed.
Yeah, it's not confirmed. Yeah,
it's not confirmed.
I like comes to Saturn, like I like to put it this way: as in God Valley, when all the other celestial dragons were hunting rabbits, Saturn chose to hunt a gentle bear, and he continued to hunt him down, baited that bear to come to him and then serve under him, and then performed terrible experiments to try to strip that bear of its identity. But now, finally, for the first time, the bear strikes back when its cub is being threatened.
I have a little bit of a counter to that. So like the last thing we saw was Kuma sort of face to face with Saturn.
Yeah.
Right. I've been thinking, it's strange, isn't it, that at Egghead they can't move because Saturn's there, but at Marijois, Sabo can run away, right?
Yeah.
And they can't stop him, right?
Mhm.
And then when you look at the panels, there's for some reason Oda draws Cobra and Sabo separately, just shows their eyes pointing downwards. So I think maybe they can't affect people unless it's eye contact, right? Which is what 3-Day pointed out to me, that like Saturn says, remember, like nobody look me in the eyes or else your head will pop off. So it might be to do with the eye contact. And the last thing we saw was Kuma face to face, eyes wide open, right like in the foreground of the panel. So
I hope Kuma doesn't freeze next
like,
chapter. Oh,
I think literally in Saturn's face he'll just freeze. But
I hope not.
To just on your point, that's what Imu did. If you think about it, Imu was moving his shadows with his eyes. His eyes was moving. Every time the shadow did a pivot, you could see his eyes was changing view.
Why do people think Kuma's gonna hit Saturn in the face?
Second.
Why do people think that Kuma's gonna hit Saturn in the face? It looks like he's going for his leg.
Imagine that. He stubs his toe like.
I think from the height, I think he's gonna try to punch Saturn in the gut.
Yeah, do something like do some sort of Uber punch, but
I would be voting for an uppercut, of course.
Also, shout out to Tainted Moth as well, who pointed out that Saturn is kind of like a spider, and maybe they're kind of all trapped in this web kind of thing.
Yeah. We can't see the web.
Yeah.
I do feel like it might be the gut, because I got vibes of Ace protecting Luffy against Akainu with Saturn. And Kuma.
Yeah.
Him turning himself his back to it, so like
If Kuma's attack fails, and even if it doesn't, like when Kuma gets out of commission and Luffy has to finish the fight and all that, like Oda was setting up the whole thing with like I know back in the flashback when Kuma saw Luffy do the Gum Gum axe, and he said he was going to save it for a strong opponent.
Oh.
What if he actually uses that again? Only it's like a Dawn axe or something. He stomps the spider with his giant foot.
Nice. Yes, sir.
Bet.
I love that because he specifically said, "I'm gonna save this for if somebody's trying to take my friends away." And like, like especially with him like being chill with Bonnie now, and like we have no idea what conversation that Luffy and Bonnie might have had in the time that we kind of missed, because that all happened like the night before current events.
Yeah.
So that's crazy.
It'll be the ultimate art imitating life and squishing spiders, bro.
Yeah, and then we can finally be quiet of the people saying like, "Oh, Luffy just finishes them off at the same way every time, like with a punch." Like,
yeah.
But now, but Oda was saving the good stuff for these guys.
I mean, I agree, because if I'm not mistaken, that attack that he was showing with the tiger is the final attack blow to Arlong. So if you think of those stakes with Arlong, so Saturn also makes sense.
And Arlong, they keep slaves.
It's just a damsel in distress enemy again, yeah.
Yeah.
And here we are again with like another, like, I guess, race themed arc, because that's what Arlong Park was. And now we have Buccaneer. So yeah.
And the whole if you think of how Arlong bullied Nami ever since he killed his he killed her mother. In a sense, it's very similar to Kuma and Saturn.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's been bullied by Saturn ever since his mom was killed as a slave, and for 47 years, it's just more. So there's a lot of similarities with those two villains.
Plus, like Luffy, like he doesn't know about Kuma or Bonnie's past or anything, but he sees Bonnie. But right now, like as he's eating and trying to get up strength, he probably sees Bonnie crying and Kuma basically enraged against Saturn, and I think that's enough for Luffy to know like this person has done terrible things to these two, and I need to stop him.
Yeah.
Do you think Luffy is
Honestly.
gonna have like PTSD? Do you think he saw Kuma take that same pose that Ace took over him? Or do you
I
think he
don't
was
know.
like too
I
enraptured
don't know.
with eating?
Maybe he's too busy eating. You know, I just thought of. You know, what would be the most beautiful symbolism that will reconnect to Solar Bark is if during that moment where Kuma's having a difficulty, we never know, the person who helps out Kuma is Zoro. Because you think of nothing happened.
Yeah.
I find it very interesting that because Zoro is in another room fighting with Rob Lucci, so he's like one of the few that we know who's not there. So it'd be the biggest surprise of Zoro just pulling up at one point, helping out Kuma. Just thought of it.
Cut the
interesting.
legs off the spider.
Oh yes.
Be back here in a minute.
But yeah, it's like, and yeah, I'm just gonna remind everyone not to like Saturn. I'm sorry, but Saturn is oof.
That's a villain.
Sorry. Oh yeah, that's a villain. That's for sure. That's a villain.
Yeah. He's probably one of the coolest, right? So far, if not the coolest.
I think it's
Like
like,
Also-
instant boss battle, but
my issue with him is gonna be similar to like, and I understand it, but like similar to why I wasn't super big with Hody Jones is like we don't have like a full on motivation except for just like pure hatred
Yeah.
with no
Mm.
real reason. We don't know anything about his backstory or why he is so cruel and so evil the way that he is, and I don't know if we need one. It's just it feels a little bit lacking comparatively to other One Piece villains, but I still think he's a great villain, and he is by far one of the most evil, if not the most evil we've seen. It's just like, is he gonna be like that Hody Jones figure where it's evil without like a real reason or justification? It's just pure evil, which I could, like I said, I could get behind it, but what do y'all think?
I think you
yeah,
have.
me-
Oh, go on.
no, Karen.
I think this is kind of, I'm not to sound big headed, but like as a writer, I think you kind of have one card to use that evil for evil's sake sort of thing, and Oda has used that up with Hody, just because how long these guys are speculated to have been on the planet. It would make sense if they have like this long backstory because they have to have an origin point, they have to have like a history, and they have to have a reason for why they do things. Like why is he like the science guy? You know, why is he the deity of science? Why is I think Workery? Why is he the what is his position again?
I think he's like battle, like
Yeah,
or no, he's no, he's not finance.
Justice. I think.
Yeah,
I think
finance
it's
is not
justice.
Zero. Agriculture is Jupiter, I think. Like I don't remember his, but I think Cube's got it. Yeah.
It's justice. If it's top man Workery, I think it's justice. The small
Okay.
one is justice.
But like
What
how,
is
The small one.
Yeah, dude. Dude.
but the point is like how did they get to these positions? What drove them to come together as this collaborative team
Yeah.
and cover these particular areas? But with that being said, continue, Din. Din Kushi, you can continue.
You just caught me right in the middle of biting a burger.
Oh, sorry.
You know what?
Gotti.
Well, then it's just.
Chewing
This is a
food
small thing.
ASMR.
Then
Yes.
it's a small thing. I do feel we need that because I will say this: the way that when they first saw Emu and they kneeled towards him, the Gorosei, it is almost to a T. They're just missing one. They were missing one person. To the four guys, Virgo and all of them, pledging allegiance to Doflamingo when he's a kid. It is almost the same scene, except there are four people pledging to Doflamingo, while the Gorosei are five pledging to Emu. So I do feel like we might like. I actually do hope what you're saying, Polypede, is true. Is that we're gonna get some explanation on why they built that world, why they have to oppress people at that level. You know, why did he say to Kuma, this is the reason why we had to erase you guys, which sounds very first-hand experience. You know,
Yeah.
it's like there must be a reason. I do hope. I do hope we'll get some sort of like. It doesn't need to be a deep flashback like Doflamingo or Oden or Kuma, but just I do hope the Gorosei will have a more fleshed out flashbacks than other people. But
I hope it's
just an
done
explanation.
individually as well, because like
Yeah.
Vex says, we don't have anything right now to tie us there, and similar to the flashback in like Gold Valley, we don't have the whole story, and it'd be nice if they each had their own rather than just this is the Gorosei and there you go. Like I want as much Gorosei as possible. You know what I mean?
I agree entirely.
too.
I want to shout out real quick to the over 30 people we've got watching right now. We love you all, chat. Make sure you like the stream. We've got we are
preferring
one
your ages.
Got him.
we are one we are 1 hour in now to a all day 7-hour plus stream. So I hope you guys are ready for
Oh god.
much more juiciness.
Don't scare me like
This
that.
It's been so much fun already, and I want to thank all of our guests here as well as all of the people in chat. But this is crazy. We've got like over 40 likes, over 30 watching right now. This is great. We love you guys.
Yeah, big love, and we're cooking. That's the main thing as well. We're already cooking. Like, so I can whip out the next question, right?
Yeah, whip it out.
So, let's whip
Pause.
it out.
Pause.
Is just to finish off the Ginny topic, is Ginny hello Lucas. Is Ginny related to any of like the satellites? Is she tied to any of the satellites, or is any of like do we think basically a lot of the satellites kind of look like Kuma's mum and Ginny and just other characters? Do we have any idea where the satellites come from, or do we think they're tied to Kuma, Ginny, or anything like that?
I think. Oh, go on.
Go ahead, Polly Pete, and then I'll cook after you. I've been talking a lot.
I think if there was any person that he sort of like scooped some genes from, I could see that being Bonnie in order to create York. Because the weird thing about the satellites is that they exist in this weird time, like I guess during the time skip, because we don't see them at the end of the flashback, and there's no mention of them before, and we know that Stussy is the first clone. So it's very possible that they were created during the 2-year time skip. And that means that Vegapunk, well, I don't think he's a black character in terms of morality. He's very gray still. I think
super gray.
Killing Kuma has done things to him personally. And like I've mentioned on my videos before, I think he kind of abused York in a way, because he's like, well, even though you're me, your job is to eat and poop. You don't really get to consort on
you.
Hey, bro.
Wow.
I'd be fine with it. I'd be fine with it though. Like, but no, I don't know. My thing is like I agree with. I know. I agree a little bit with what you're saying. Is that we do know that they're a recent development based off of the flashbacks and what we've saw of Vegapunk, but we also saw that Kuma put out a memory bubble before everything went down, and specifically Vegapunk had plans to study that memory bubble and the contents of it and whatnot. So it's actually true that without any there's absolutely the chance that genes were scooped from Bonnie when he did the stem cell stuff and whatnot, especially knowing in real life what stem cell research implies and things like that. But we can't apply all science directly from our real world into the One Piece world. But specifically knowing that he would have studied Kuma's memories and seen Guinea like front row seat and knowing her, because when we first see Guinea, she looks exactly like a little child Atlas. And she's also exhibiting, because she's tinkering with, tampering with mixing signals and stuff, and, has crazy knowledge of devil fruits, and that screams, Edison and Pythagoras, and even we get some, Lilith, where she's, being a little bit conniving, and we see her beating the crap out of people, and that could be, a little bit more like the Wrath, the Atlas. And, the only one that we don't really see per se, I would say, is Lilith and Shaka, but we could argue that everybody has a little bit of good and evil in them, and but there is a little bit of a Lilith resemblance as well. So I just think that it's I think that it would be maybe something that is based off of Kuma's memories / Bonnie's genes.
I agree.
I think I just want to really quickly point out something. I haven't thought about this before, but you mentioned Shaka, and Shaka does seem like the odd one out. And I've been on some Shaka's a weird dude agenda for a long, long time. It might be that he is the only one that isn't of the, because Vegapunk took Buccaneer, like he asked Kuma, like, do you mind if I scoop some cells from you? You know, and Kuma was like, yeah, that's cool. So that might have been what made Satellite. But sorry, Lucas, you jump in.
In my
no, I
opinion,
was gonna
Shaka
say-
is modeled. Sorry, Lucas. Yeah.
You go ahead, Dets.
In my opinion, Shaka is built like Dragon, because all of these satellites are from his memories, or people from his memories.
See, I think it ties in with not only Kuma's memories, but Vegapunk's as well, because there's a little bit of Sora, Sanji's mother, in Lilith. I think they're really, if they don't have the DNA, they're definitely effigies of these people who have passed away. And that could be why Shaka wears the mask that he does. It could be because he resembles Dragon. We don't know completely, but I really, really like the idea of Vegapunk basing them off of people who have passed away a lot. That kind of they're living on in spirit.
It, like, there's a touch of necromancy to that as well, which is a bit weird.
my goodness.
Like, and that's very Vegapunk.
So
Hey,
I
and
like
that is the gray morality.
So for me, I love what you just said, Lucas, because for me, it's totally that, especially if you remember the beginning of Egghead. Bonnie knew exactly how Vegapunk looked like, so she had her memories from when she first came. But she said, I've never seen those ones. Those are not Vegapunk. And was so confused about the satellites. So we do know that it was after the Kuma thing. But I personally started to believe that maybe, and that's why I like what Lucas just said, what if it took a bit from Kuma's memories, but what if the Vegapunk used his own mind as well? He found a way to use his own memories. That would explain the Vegapunk stuff. Like him viewing the genie in his thing, like it could be that he viewed the genie flashback to Kuma's storyline, so Kuma's memories, and when he did the satellites, whatever he was thinking, desiring, was just made into the satellites. So it's like it started with Vegapunk, but he got from all his different knowledge. That would explain it, the dragon, the genie, if he analyzed Kuma's memories. It all comes from Vegapunk.
If this is true, what we're saying, or down the right lines, then it would kind of give more of a significance to punk records as well. Like, I know everyone knows it's important, but that would be like one giant satellite if it was kind of like, if the satellites are based off memories or the dead or something like that, or his knowledge, then that all comes from Punk Hazard.
One thing
not Punk Hazard, not Punk Hazard. Sorry, Punk.
I think too that it's pretty evident that Vegapunk studying Kuma's memories the way he did is what gave him the ability to create the technology to split his own mind into the 7 satellites.
Exactly.
Yeah, Kusoland, you were about to spit.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, it's all good. One thing I think we should also point out is that Oda decided to specifically use the kanji for cat to symbolize the word for satellite. And so whenever he's referring to the satellites, he uses the word for cat. And it also goes back to when Vegapunk said something along the lines of, I'm so busy right now, I wouldn't even mind the help of cats. I think Viz or something translated to like something about beavers or something, but like the original Japanese is something about like, I wouldn't mind the help of even cat's paws or cat's hands. Which makes you go, well, a cat has 9 lives, but there's only 6 satellites and Vegapunk himself. Will he have more lives than that?
Yeah, there's also the trend on cat that Edison is with.
Second.
Yeah, I think. Go ahead.
Yeah, Edison just has a cat that helps him.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That is crazy. I think
Oh,
to go
yeah.
into that and to go into that whole 9 lives thing, there's like I think there's 5 satellites and the Stella making 6, and I think that Punk Records itself is like something that's completely autonomous as well.
Well, I mean, if Vegapunk used that split personality thing on himself, it could be that he has 2 lives within him as well. And then if we have a final satellite that we don't know about, maybe Frankie, maybe Bonnie, I don't know.
Also,
we did
think about
see
it.
him.
That's sick.
But
we
I mean,
also
there's
do
also
know
the
that-
parallel to
genius.
There's also the parallel as well to the fact that we always have dogs and cats fighting in the story of One Piece. So right now we have 7 Vegapunks, 7 cats, and then we have Vegapunk, who's then created 7 dogs of the world government. The 7
loyal.
Shibukai,
Loyal.
right? Exactly.
Crazy.
True.
Cube, what were you
And-
about to say?
I was also, don't forget, when we found out where were the CP0 agent, they were in the old Devilfoot room, and people have called it out. If you look behind it, there are containers written PX01 or 00. So, and we know that this is an old laboratory, so you do have some proof that there might be some initial prototypes that he never used that will be introduced later on.
That is the first thing that hit me when he was saying it. Yeah, it's like that. Like if Vegapunk was behind it, then it would explain why the old labs are used and why they weren't discovered. It would explain what, like a split person like Vegapunk, I mean, and it would be a brilliant twist of drawing that shadow that turned the camera off, like Saturn. Instead, it was Vegapunk, like that, like the top of his head. That would be so sick. Like that's spicy, dude.
Oh, go on.
I almost don't want to see that just because we've seen such like tear-jerking panels from him, you know, as he's pulling the lever on Kuma. But I mean, it would make for a very interesting story, right?
Yeah.
About the Bonnie being the satellite point, the thing is, we don't know actually what went on during the surgery because he equated her surgery being as expensive as making a cyborg, which was always just a weird thing. And then Kuma was even confused, like, "Are you going to turn my child into a cyborg?" He's like, "Oh no, I'm just equating the cost to what it would take to make a cyborg," which is just weird phrasing to me. But it could mean nothing.
Also, if that does the egghead itself, the punk records itself contains parts of his brains, right? So is that a satellite or counts this as like a server for all the memories?
I think it has its own autonomy, like I was saying. Also, shout out to Junk Records, link in the description.
Sorry.
You're good, brother. But no, I really honestly do think that Punk Records has its own individual autonomy, and like Kusalan saying the switch that he was talking about might be in play as well is crazy. But I think a lot of people are speculating that the Stella and most of the satellites, if not all the satellites, are not making it off of Egghead. But I think it would be so crazy, and there's a theory that I heard way back, like over a year ago when we first got here, that like what if that specifically like Punk Records is like how they get off of the island, and that is what travels with them instead of like the Stella proper. You know, I don't know. There's so much crazy things to think about if you do think of it as its autonomous figure.
I mean, how crazy would it be if we see like a giant Pac-Man kind of thing? Because Egghead kind of looks like a giant Pac-Man, right?
Luffy did a Pac-Man earlier in the arc.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out.
And oh yeah.
Shout out to John Sherrod on all social media. What up, JJ? That's my OPU fam. Hope you can hop in at some point. I know you guys have a stream later today. I got a link in the description for that as well. But feel free to join us, brother.
Oh, I wanted to
wait, just before I say something about it is, I do for me, and I've said this, I don't believe Stella is actually Vegapunk's body. He's reckless with it, and he showed at one point he could just evaporate and appear somewhere else. So I do feel like him saying that Punk Record is where my brain is. I think he was being literal, saying that this is where I am as well, you know?
I mean, we know that Stella doesn't have a brain. He's always connected to the Punk Records.
Yeah.
Which is so funny that the smartest man in the world definitely had it. Go on.
Yeah,
I saw your.
Oh, no, I was just going to say. So, by Punk Record is the true Vegapunk.
Yeah, his house inside. He could be house inside it.
Interesting. I like that a lot.
Yeah, you're right. Vegapunk doesn't have a brain, really. Yeah.
If you think about it, look at the flashback. Stella is nowhere near as quirky as the one we saw in the flashback, and for some reason, the Stella one can just physically disappear and reappear somewhere else.
Just a larger remote control device.
I was just thinking that, dude. I was literally just thinking that.
I wanted to sorry. I wanted to bring up something Vex was saying in the chat earlier about when I think it was when Shaka said to Dragon that he was going to die. The thing is that I feel like the fans are getting kind of twisted with the chronology chronological order of events that have been happening. Like every time it cuts from Egghead to Kamabaka Queendom, I feel like when Kuma teleported himself away, I think the recent scene we saw when Dragon was asking Ivankov like where would Kuma go and all that, I think that conversation happened immediately after Kuma left. So if Dragon figured that out very quickly, he could be on his way for all we know. And then there's because if you have this small sequence of events, you have Shaka calling Dragon and saying like, I might die soon, and then we see Kuma teleporting himself away from Kamabaka Queendom. Dragon knows for sure where Kuma is going. I think he knows exactly where he's going, and these small little tidbits we've been seeing for a long period of time regarding Dragon, I think is the breadcrumbs that we needed to know where what he's going to be doing.
It is interesting. That is an interesting thought, because the first panels we saw, if I'm not mistaken, of Egghead were Shaka talking to Dragon. We don't know what voice he used. We'll find out in the anime pretty soon. Or maybe we have now, I'm not sure. But either way, like,
the episode drops at like I think like 9 EST tonight.
Woo!
Is Chibi?
So we get to.
I don't know I don't know if it'll cover that specifically, because I think there's the Bonnie drop, and then there's like Lilith specifically, because we don't know who Shaka is until after I think Lilith is like about to blast him with a bazooka, right? I'm not sure, but the Chibi girls will be reacting to that tonight. Link in the description in the shoutouts. So yeah, crazy. I also wanted to say really quick, I got a DM from Kev DOG, the GOAT himself. He's going live. He hasn't been feeling well since a little bit before the new year, so he's actually just now reacting to 1103, and then he's going to be hopping in as soon as he's done with his stream to join us and cook some spice.
Oh,
let's go.
Nice.
So stay tuned,
Also,
guys. Yeah, that's going to be crazy.
Also, I want to ask if some of you can see if we get the full story of how the satellites are made and how they work and stuff, or did they just glance it over and?
I think. I'll go on.
No, I was just gonna say, and it's not long, but if you know that basically pacifistas are remodeled humans, I do feel like whatever it is, I don't have no idea, but I think it's going to get very grim, because I think for him to say that they're that powerful, keep talking about resources, I do feel like it might be race related. At least one fishman was used to make, for maybe a shark.
We'll definitely see a panel as well, just because Oda is such a fan of Dr. Slump, and as well as Astro Boy and stuff, and that's one of the key shots from those stories as well, when the robots or cyborgs sort of come to life.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Oh yes. What I really would love is if we see Pythagoras was made from the Iron Giant that we saw, because that would essentially make him the same as in Chrono Trigger, a robot that came from the future, that is actually the past to change the future. So yeah.
I love you so much for that. That is such a callback. Oh my god.
I love that.
You guys are cooking. I'm not gonna lie. Since the beginning, it's just been.
You know what? Actually,
spice,
this when you said that, Desness, you made me think how Vega Force and the Iron Giant are also very similar, and Pythagoras and Vega Force were all destroyed. I think only the upper part were survived. So it's very interesting of maybe some foreshadowing of maybe Iron Giant being destroyed.
Free, what were you gonna say?
It's a little out of left field. Do you guys know like actual pirate mythos, per se?
Like real life lore?
Yeah. Like Bartholomew Roberts, Dread Pirate Roberts. He went around and would liberate slaves, and kind of what we see in One Piece. Did you guys know that when he died, it was declared that the golden age of piracy was over?
Ooh,
and do you think we could see a parallel with that, with Kuma potentially losing his life in this upcoming arc?
I think something has to change, because Kuma is becoming a bigger figure in the world than we thought, seeing as how apparently he is the entire force of the Revolutionary Army, or at least it seems like that. And that's a bit slanderous, but
that's crazy.
But it's seeming
it's
like
the
that.
first. It's the first time in the story where we're going to see, well, potentially, where a character is going to see their god one-to-one, face-to-face. That's if Luffy goes Gear 5. I'm not saying it will happen, but it could do. And like that Nika thing will just be like, boom, this is legit. Like the Nika is now a central part of this story going forward. Yeah, it's going to be.
To comment on the Dread Pirate Rogers thing, I really believe that because there's a bit of a I want to say it's a widely known like take or anything that Luffy will pass away at the end of the story, and I always figured that if he does, that would be the parallel to the Dread Pirate Roberts, and him being the end of the golden age of piracy.
Specifically, Bartholomew Robert, who is the Dread Pirate Robert. When Bartholomew passed away, it was the end of the golden age.
It's wild you brought that up because I was literally last night equating Bonnie to the Chinese pirate Shang-Zi, I think is her name.
Yeah.
Known as like the most fearsome
She's
female
the one.
pirate.
She fought with her breasts exposed to distract other pirates, right? She's that one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just like us.
That's not the thing I was equating to Bonnie, by the way. I just want that on the record. That is not the thing I was equating to Bonnie. But just her ferocity.
He's caught in 4K, bro.
Whatever. But no, just her ferocity, because I realized there wasn't really a character that mimicked her in the story, and we all know that Oda does take his inspiration from real life. Yeah, it's either Bonnie or Boa is who I was thinking.
I thought Jewelry Bonnie was based off of Anne Bonnie.
See, that's what.
He does like he does like to do multi inspiration for like one. Like just think Nika stuff. It has different inspiration.
Yeah, it's never a 1-to-1. Yes.
Yeah.
Are we gonna see Bonnie do the Nika dance in order to revive Joy Boy at any point, or sorry, Luffy at any point in Egghead?
Oh, I 100% believe that. I think if her and Kuma do see Nika, that they will dance with the dum.
I hope that legitimately, I hope that every single one of the pacifistas and every single one of the satellites has that pre-programmed in like a Fortnite dance. Like they just like start doing it. Like we saw Vegapunk, you know, but like I really hope that like Vegapunk, because we saw him doing it too, you know, back in the flashback. I hope that it's literally like pre-programmed, like built in, like to them. So as soon as they start like I know we've heard the drums on Egghead already, but like I feel like in that pivotal crazy moment, it would be so crazy if like half the island just starts Nika dancing, including Kizaru, because it's gonna happen, y'all.
Now you know what's interesting about that? You know how all the pacifistas have like reticle scanners, like they can pick up faces and whatnot. What if they're pre-programmed to pick up that pose and that's an override?
Oh,
on site.
Joy Boy in the chat.
And then they all turn against Saturn.
That'd be great.
If you think about it, we know that there's something about Kuma seems to get his emotions right now. And if you think about it, what did they say? The Swordie ship is not responding to Kuma. He's not responding to a Swordie ship. So I think you're onto something.
So we're gonna get Kuma versus Akuma. Akuma meaning devil, right?
It means like night. Oh, Akuma. Yeah, Akumu is like nightmare. Akuma.
My mind
like
went to Street Fighter.
Yeah, exactly.
My man.
But yeah, shout out to Joy Boy Theories in the chat saying he'll be in a bit. Looking forward to it, bro.
In the Nika chant.
I also want to publicly say I'm sorry to Joy Boy Theories. I meant to hit you up on Twitter, but I've been working and streaming at the same time, so that was my bad.
Yeah, like who do you think might else, you know, be whipping out the Kuma dance before the final chapter? Like, there's got to be a few
straw hats.
Yeah, I mean, Skytia is a good example of it, right? We're kind of seeing it already with the silhouette.
Usopp already has, right?
Yeah, exactly.
There's one person we will get revealed that he will be a follower. Oh, sorry.
If there's a reason to celebrate, Bonnie can teach them the dance, and then everybody will dance the same every time. It's like these putting the chopsticks into nose and mouth, like these dance that they teach Chopper, for example. So Bonnie just need to teach the Straw Hats, and then they dance it all the time.
Out of curiosity,
there's
we know
one. Oh, sorry.
You go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I believe that he's already a follower of Nika. He knows his story. That's why he's hyped up about Luffy. Big News Morgan will do the dance pretty soon.
Oh
See him
my!
doing
Oh
it.
yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah.
I'm sure of it. This is my agenda. Big News Morgan knows
man.
something about Nika. That's why he hypes up Luffy, and he's the one who put the Gear 5 Luffy. And where Shanks said he is finally ready while looking at it. He's a Nika follower.
I need all of Elbaf to get down on it. Like seeing Dory and Brogy doing like the Nika dance would be so crazy. Sorry, Tree, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, sorry, man.
I was gonna say, do you think like if Emu's a foil to Nika, that there's an opposite of the Nika dance? Like an
The
Emu
Arcane dance.
touch
Yeah.
slide.
That's amazing.
Gotcha.
Oh my
That's crazy.
I guess sitting at a throne would be the opposite of the Nika dance. Instead of a pose
T-posing.
of liberation, you're like it's
Pose
a pose of dominance.
Bruh.
So a Kainu sitting at his desk and Emu sitting on the empty throne are like doing the opposite of the Nika dance, right?
Exactly.
Like even
That's
Emperor
crazy.
Also, do
Palpatine
you
had
guys-
a desk. All right.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
Also, do you guys
However-
think we will actually get a song version of the Nika song? So, or we definitely
Bing
get the
Sasake.
information that it's being Sake 100%
Yeah.
or something like that.
Yeah.
I think it's Bing Sake, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Big Sake with basically the beat, the drums of liberation is the beat, and Big Sake is the rest of the song.
They do not fit together, but I like the ambition.
Yeah, I
but no, I
mean-
agree. I think Bing Sake is definitely the closest thing to like lyrics to the drums of liberation we will.
No, like
It is
no,
going to be the
what
new
I mean,
Harlem Shake, though.
what I mean that the only thing they have from the real thing is drum of liberation. Bing Sake, like you're saying, is the closest thing to it. But that's I feel like together they're supposed to be together, but a new song, not the two sounds merged together, but more like
It's like
they have
every
different
iteration they
versions of it.
add a little bit more to the song. At first it was
Every-
just the drums, then there's words, and now Luffy
you
has to
use
add something.
If you do it
Yeah,
to the drums of
rap.
liberation, you have to rap Bing Sake.
Yeah, you got to wrap it.
Like,
yeah,
Just
yeah.
put the song together in one piece,
up.
like JB said.
Joy Boy's right. Put it together into one piece
Oh
of
my
music.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
true.
no.
That's true.
Because I would love to have a song like this that is officially the Dum Du Dada song, because I would
Well,
dance this
Lucas-
24/7, I guess.
I
little
think
bit
it's
of
Lucas
a-
that has the Drub Island agenda. That big giant Gear 5 Luffy's going to bag the drums of Drub Island. I think
I
that's
love
Lucas.
that.
Yeah.
But real quick, I wanted to like say something that I don't know if a lot of people actually do know about Bing Sake, but Oda had originally intended on it being playing in the background for the party's bar, like the Makino Shanks Higuma like Luffy scene, way back in like the very beginning of the anime. But he held off because he wanted to take his time and really write it and make it something special. And it wasn't until I think 2002 that he actually had the full lyrics written, but he took his time. He cooked on this song for like 5 years before introducing it. And we do know that Oda had the ending planned before actually starting
Yeah.
like the whole Romance Dawn and things like that. So there is absolutely some significance, and I think that we'll only see more and more from it as we get into the final saga, or the last arc, as we like to call it here. No, but-
To add on to
Hey.
that, I think in the live action, when you get the scene at Makino's bar, I think it does play.
Yeah, in the
Yeah,
live action, it
yeah,
does,
sure.
But originally, he didn't have the song correct, and he didn't want to give us anything half baked. He didn't want to get. He wanted to like put his whole self into writing this and making it correct. And
Okay.
he paid a lot of money and spent a lot of time to make sure that when we finally did get the Bink Sake reveal, it was absolutely magical. And I think it was. But
It
yeah,
was.
It
I'm gonna-
was
I'm
in the
gonna
live
take-
action.
It was
I'm
8
gonna take a
episodes
real quick,
straight of the same song.
It was intro, outro. Now I'm going to take a real quick detour on a separate topic that we can go into detail later, like regarding 2024 and stuff like that. But just out of interest, let's get some real brief thoughts on the remake of One Piece, because it means that they can include stuff like that.
Yeah, that's a perfect segue. I agree.
Can I start? Because
Please. Yeah, absolutely.
Because I got the same feeling. Many people commented on my stuff as well, of course. Who does need a new One Piece iteration and such? But as we saw in the One Piece live action, each iteration generates new fans, new interest, new spread of words out in the world, and many more people will come into One Piece. And if it would just be, I don't know, a kid's book about the East Blue of One Piece, every new iteration will help to gain more fans and get the word out essentially. So just from a base idea to get a new anime, it's great in itself. So we should give it a chance.
When the live action came out and they added a bunch of stuff at like retroactively, like, oh, this adds more to it and is more foreshadowing for what's to come. It's like the definitive way to experience East Blue. And I feel like with this reimagining or a remake of the anime or manga pulled into it's a format that we've already seen it in, but it's a format with Oda at the tail end of his story, allowing him to add more into that stuff. And I feel like it's going to be a second, another definitive way to just experience One Piece. I'm very excited for it personally.
Yeah. I'm super excited because specifically I hope that Studio Wit, I know they're going to do a great job at whatever it is, but specifically I hope that we get a little bit more of like the Kobe Meppo story was included into the live action. If we get more cover stories like done well and things like that and actually put into the animation and things like that, I think that would be amazing because there's so many cover stories that we did a poll about this in the TLA Discord. I think that there would be so much hype for because I mean obviously it's designed to get newer generations into One Piece because the original Romance Dawn episode is like 26 years old at this point pretty much or somewhere around there. So obviously it's designed to get like newer people into it, but something to really get the older folks like all of us here, the people who have been fans for quite a while and things like that, like more involved as well and get us excited because there's obviously a little bit of trepidation when it comes to things like live action adaptations and remakes. But I think if they did that, I'm already completely on board. I'm very excited, like Tree said. But I think that would be a great technique to kind of get us more excited,
I think I agree with that because what One Piece, the anime of One Piece, what a lot of people miss is that a lot of the cover stories just get left out. I think the only one that got like its full breath was Buggy's with the whole trip on the Gaimon's Island and Alvida saving him.
Ace Blackbeard.
Kobe Almepo one, but it didn't do well. It didn't do at all well.
Oh, I know that. But but I think they do need that in this remake. So I'm very excited to see what they do. And a lot of moments like that are missing from the anime. Apparently, I didn't know this. Like Luffy punching the Lord of the Coast isn't in the original anime. It comes like way later. So that's weird.
I think like it echoes what Tree said. Like Tree said it like perfectly. Like we've got the context now of the gravity of the story, like the consequences and stuff. So now we know like what covers to include. Like now we can have certain songs in the background when they need to be there and little Easter eggs. And a lot of people are familiar with how can I forget their name? They like cut One Piece into short. Oh, One Piece. And they do like amazing work, right? And loads of people watch One Piece. But I remember one day, we've spoken about it before. I remember one day thinking like, how do they actually know what's filler and what's not? And the truth is, there is no real way to know until it's finished, right? And we are getting there. So to have that remade is going to be, and like this is a hot take for some of the people in the chat, I know, but I'm not a massive fan of the old anime personally. Like some of it is good, some of it I think is just like to me is just so bad. And so like to have it remade and done well, I would say, it's the team that are doing it epic. It's going to be so sick. Like,
yeah. As someone who's kind of in the animation industry, it's not good animation. It's just straight up. I mean, you look at Ghibli movies, like all the way back. They've been beautiful. Like it's not like it's like they were incapable of doing great animations back then. No, it just wasn't good. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the new remake for sure.
Real quick,
for me, I have. Yeah, go.
Real quick, Fritz. Lucas is back. If you want to hit the button for him, if you're listening, Fritz.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, my bad.
No,
Yeah,
no,
I got you.
I went to get a quick breakfast, but yeah.
And then I wanted to
Okay.
also shout out to the Will of Dreams, who's been
There
in
you go.
like every single one of our live stream chats recently. You're an absolute goat, and I've VC'd
Goat.
with you, and it's always a blast. But bringing up the Blackbeard armament pre-time skip potential, I think that there's a potential for so much more pre-time skip hockey now that he has things more fleshed out. Like that would be something that's absolutely crazy for us to see. Like if they were to do like I don't know how much they might include, but we just know so much more now that that's a potentiality. I'm sorry, Cube, you had something, right?
Yeah. I was gonna say, but no worries. I love what I'm gonna address actually. So for me, there are 3 points, and that's why I feel like for those 3 points, this is one of the best news we've ever gotten. Like Kuzo and Denden said, the anime has issues, but Oda has also specified that the reason why some fillers in Jai and Lockdown are so good is Oda thought of it after it, because like you all said, he was working, like he had some ideas, but it's not all fleshed out. He had the ending, but for the rest, he was working out. And one of the things that the second point is, one of the things that changes the story is the Shishibukai. And if you think about it, people like to analyze, okay, so when he created Shishibukai is when everything changed. So it's around Baratsu with their first name, but it could be a thing that maybe Oda, now that he has hindsight, because when he started it all, the Shishibukai was not a thing in his mind. So I do feel like we'll get that. And the thirdly is, I've always said that as you get after Alabasta, in the anime, some arcs are just stretched out. Like I love Dressrosa, that people have told me, even those who are watching now, because of the anime, they have a bad experience. So I do feel like Oda has learned from his mistakes.
I actually like
mistakes,
watching it.
air quote. Yeah, you're one of the few. Yeah, you're one of the few that's like. So I do feel like Oda was experiment a lot of stuff, and I think that this new rendition is what old fans are looking for, to know what's filler, what's actually important fillers, cover stories, and then those who are new fans can get to the story much faster and understand why One Piece is so quality based.
Wouldn't it be
Sorry for my TED talk.
Yeah, it's like talking about the OST and things like that in the chat. I see JB, Tori Mori, and a few others cooking on that. Wouldn't it be crazy if we all started One Piece Kai, or the One Piece is what it's gonna be called, and like they open up and the first thing we all hear is Yayo, Yayo.
Yo! Oh my gosh! No!
I'm so here.
I want that.
I will cry. I will cry.
It's kind of
in the same sense.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
No. Lucas.
I just think it's kind of funny, like how the people who probably only saw the original anime, like if they go and watch this without any manga context, and they see this new thing, but instead of seeing the first thing they see of Luffy is being popped out of a barrel, they see Child Luffy stabbing himself in the face.
Yeah.
That's the first thing you see with Luffy in the manga.
Yeah.
Like I said.
Also, now that we have 3 versions of the anime, the manga and stuff, we just need an audiobook One Piece and One Piece Fortnite collab, and what does
we need the Fortnite
we also
collab.
need? Great One Piece games.
We need a musical.
We should
put
a
Straw
Hat on the Moon.
Musical.
I thought
think
they
there is
teased
an audio
a
drama.
Fortnite.
So there is actually a
one.
One Piece musical. I think it was like a Japanese only thing, but we need a global size.
Global One Piece the musical.
Yeah.
Instead of like Naruto Ninja Storm, it's One Piece Pirate Storm. It's just
a fighting game.
I would find myself back on Broadway to watch that shit, dude. Fuck it.
But One Piece the audiobook would be cool as well. So.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude! They did a Final Fantasy X Kabuki, like exclusive limited showing in Japan. If we got like a One Piece version of that, just for any of the arcs, that would be so cool.
I mean, Wano is so set up, like to kind of like now that it's done, like that's crazy. Even in the anime, it's done now officially. So that would be like I think the best arc for that, you know. That's crazy.
Yeah. Sorry to go off rail, but I had to say.
You know, actually, there is actually one thing I would hope they do differently than the current anime does, and it's not a problem, but I do understand the criticism is the drastic change in the animation. And I do understand there's a style to it, but I feel like sometimes it's like there's from one arc to another, the style is so it takes you a minute or two to get into it. You know, like that's why we had so much problem in Wano at one point with all the aura stuff, you know, and chakra.
Yeah.
Dak,
what's going on, y'all? Sorry I'm late.
Hey,
many
Dak
apologies.
Sake in the group here.
What's up, bro?
Camera 2. There we go. Waiting for that.
Hey.
Hey, sorry I'm late, guys. I appreciate the invite. I was just listening in for like the last 10 minutes while I was setting up. So
nice to see you again, Doc.
Yeah, appreciate you guys for inviting me. This is a great group of people right here. I was pumped about the list.
We're hyped that the dirt boss himself of the community is here, Dak Sake.
It's actually funny you mentioned that. Well, I don't know if I can give all the details, but I had to make a website last night, or like a quick one, for a sponsor I'm doing, I guess.
Oh.
And that was like a section of like the website. I was like, all right, I just got to make a quick one just so I have it for like the sponsorship part. And I was like, all right, I got to like make like a Pluton section. And so that's it. It's like there's like a dirt boss. You can read up on it in that website thing. So.
Oh.
Technically you're a scholar. You're a Pluton scholar now.
Yeah. Yeah, like it was funny because like I was just gonna make it, like I said, just a quick one, just for to get some B-roll essentially for the sponsorship thing. And I was like, you know what, I should just develop this thing and like talk about my theories in depth on the website. You know what I mean? I was like, I can explain, like you said, like a scholar. Like I was like, all right, here, I'll explain all the details. I'll include some panels and stuff. So that'll be kind of cool.
Professor Sake. Professor Sake.
Yeah,
it's
Dak,
Professor Sake.
I gotta real quick give you your flowers, bro, because you were in our stream last night talking about how the Chibi girls have been putting in OT this week, but you honestly, you are the definition of that this week. We've been eating so good over in the Mole Gang, Afro Gang, checking out all the lives on your channel. You did your ranking every 2023 Egghead chapter. You did your top 30 with all of the goats that you went to Anime NYC with. You're here with us now, and like, we're super glad to have you, brother.
And we had the TCG giveaway on Monday, or I think it was Monday, whatever it was. Yeah,
I feel so bad because I fell asleep in the last like 25 minutes of every single one of you.
Oh, dude, I mean they go for a while. They go. Believe me, I don't blame you. They go for a long time. I appreciate you being there at all, man. Vex, you no need for you to feel bad, man. You of all people with the linking, like the king of links. In the chat.
Vex is the linking legend.
Oh my goodness.
That's hilarious. Okay, Vex, you need to brand that.
I got to. Right now I'm Vex is the twerking legend in the server, but I'll switch it up. But I wanted to shout out to Par in the chat. What is good, brother Par? Hopefully we can get you on here in just a bit. Hop on and join in whenever you're ready. If you're free, we would love to have you on. Also, we heard from Kev not too long ago. He's reacting to 1103, and he's going to hop in as soon as he's done with that. And then JB in the chat right now said he's going to hop on in a bit as well. So we've got so many goats. Just this has been such a crazy stream where we've been cooking. We're currently talking about the One Piece, like the One Piece. Like not just One Piece, the One Piece. Like
it's
the
real.
Remake. Yeah, Dak, do you have any thoughts on the re-animation?
Oh, I think it's a really good decision. I was listening to a lot of what you guys said. I agree with for the most part because the old animation isn't very good. Like maybe in 1999 it was pretty solid. But I think that a lot of the people who are watching the live action who are just getting into One Piece for the first time, they're gonna like, and I've had this happen where like my friends who have never tried One Piece go try to watch the OG anime and they're like, man. Like I can't do it. Like I can't sit here and watch 100, 200 of this because like it does get better, obviously. But I think redoing like the East Blue portion like really hook people, with that really nice animation at the beginning. Because even if like they only do so much of it and then like they pick back up with like the regular anime and maybe like the old like the new old stuff they're making might be better than some of like the middle part of the anime. I still think hooking them with that really good new stuff will make them stick around for the long haul. You know what I mean? So from like a business perspective and just from like a fan who wants more fans to enjoy it, I think it's a really good choice for sure.
And actually, you made me think of, and you also made me think of something. Is like, we know how dark is now One Piece, so there's no excuse that in the Sanji flashback we don't see how Zeth actually sacrifices his leg for Sanji. Getting his own leg. So I think the censoring that they were scared of, making it more like PG at the time, is not warranted anymore. So I do feel like you made me think of that. There's some stuff that they could do it better. They can actually be more accurate.
Yeah, like
if I see a single water pistol, I'm dropping it.
if there's any lollipops, we're done.
Bro.
Also, and I brought this up, and not that I have any inside info, but I did shoot a message to the Randy, who is working on season 2 of the live action, and I was like, listen, man, if I see any icebergs on the other side of Reverse Mountain, I'm done. I'm never watching the live action again. Like I can't. No, if I see an iceberg on the other side of Reverse Mountain, I'm turning off the TV. I'm never turning it back on.
But Doc, there is an iceberg on the other side. It's in Water 7.
Oh, that one's fine. That one we need to see that one. I'm a big iceberg stan. I have an iceberg theory that I can't. I actually mentioned it before, but I don't want to spoil it because now it's about to be in a video soon. But I like that iceberg. When I watched Water 7 for the first time, I thought Iceberg was going to be the one to join the crew, and not Frankie. Like a lot of people say Paulie, and some people say Frankie, but I was big on Iceberg because I just liked him. I was like, I want this guy calm, cool, and collected. He knows He knows about Pluton. Then obviously Frankie ended up doing it, but
it was huge on the.
I can hear the disappointment in your voice.
But hey, he's still important though, so I'll take that. Like no disrespect to Paulie, but Iceberg's more important than Paulie at this point. Iceberg. We've seen Iceberg recently. With in 1089.
Let him cook that rope action. He's gonna be the rope that binds all people. He's gonna be the Hito Tsunami.
Yeah.
Paulie is the One Piece.
Damn, that high hopes for Paulie. And no disrespect, Paulie's dope. I don't have high hopes.
I'm a big Helmeppo fan. I keep that same energy for my guy Paulie. They will be important in the final chapters. They have to be in my
Well, Helmeppo will be Helmeppo.
Hey, listen, I'm still hoping that Kaku right now is gonna have an epiphany and saying, you know what, I'm sick of that shit. I'm gonna go see my friend Paulie in Water 7. I'm still hoping for that. That Kaku moment where he just turns around and is gonna go.
It would be kind of cool if maybe at the end of the story, there's like some connection where Kaku and Iceberg like team back up or something, or even Frankie, because like maybe CP0 finds out the government, really doesn't give a shit about him, and they're like, all right, screw these guys, and so like they fight back on him, and maybe Paulie, Iceberg, Kaku, and them. I don't know. Who knows? That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, wasn't that the point of CP9's independent report? Is they were like finding out more and more like the world government doesn't give a shit about them. I don't know.
I think Lucci should be figuring that out in Egghead very shortly.
For sure.
Like he already should have, in my opinion.
Yeah, after what happened and how they pulled everything on him, I think if he didn't have a rude awakening then, we can't really help him. If it was not more obvious, they didn't give a shit about them.
But
exactly.
To pivot back to the One Piece, like the reanimation, it was crazy. Like us seeing Helmeppo getting done a second time in the live action. You think we're gonna get the cheek friction and peak fiction in the remake?
Please no. Please no. None of that.
I kind of got a question. It's a little out of left field. Did any of you ever read like the Winnie the Pooh books, the classic ones, like that classic like art style? The One Piece is very reminiscent of that like children's book art style, and I'm curious if they're leaning into that, and if the animation will be like that art style animated.
Maybe.
I like that.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, I never thought of the Winnie Pooh stuff.
I'll see if I can't post some here in the Discord chat.
One thing I do hope they do, finally, they kind of just bite the bullet and do it, since it keeps coming back up, because it comes up in the anime and it comes up in the live action. Could you please just make Smoker being at the execution canon? Because it's not in the manga.
It's true.
And I found that so weird.
Well, they did it in the live action.
They
Yeah, I
did.
think that's one of my favorite things about the live action is that they really, really went like I feel like they went all in on the execution scene, and it's weird to not see Logtown in season 1, because it looks like they spent such a crazy amount of time and like, getting all the details right and like doing it. I think that's crazy. Like honestly,
Weren't they originally planning to end it in Logtown?
Yeah, they had it. They had so much more in Lockdown. They had way more Easter eggs, they said, and way more people in the crowd, and way more scenes. But they cut it down from 10 episodes to 8 episodes. So we should expect a 10-episode season 2, not a 8-episode season 2. Yeah. And if we get lucky, even 12 episodes maybe.
They've proven themselves to Netflix, so Netflix better do that.
I hope so. Netflix did that poll. It was like it's the most anticipated like upcoming series, right? Like as far as the season 2 goes, I think.
That's why I brought up the whole thing of the Lockdown fillers, in which he even wanted it to make canon. So that's why I'm hyped about the one.
I'm also gonna die on the hill that it's not too late. If we start up season 2 and the first thing I see is my guy Gaimon on the island of strange animals or whatever, like I would love that before we go to like Logtown if we do that, because I think they will include Logtown in season 2 before we hit Reverse Mountain. I know that Desnus has talked on it, like the One Piece live action banquet's plenty on it. Like, but what do you guys think, that we're just gonna go straight to Reverse Mountain, or that they're gonna include a few other little bits? Is there a chance for Gaimon? Like, please.
I want Gaimon.
Well, isn't that island like geographically, like haven't we passed it technically? So like they'd have to like rearrange the map
already.
But they showed us the map, right?
It's in the East Blue, so it shouldn't really matter the order. I don't think the order really matters.
Well, they'd have to like backtrack, which like just
also
story-wise, like that'd be hard to explain for a reason.
Also, where they were like they kind of merged like Baratier and like I mean there's some finesse.
Oh wait,
done, you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot because Buggy is also tied with Gaimon too, so they would have to go back.
Yeah, I'd rather they do it in whatever fashion they do it, and then people who come over and actually watch the anime, like, oh, this is actually how it happened. I'd rather it be like that than anything else. Like, just go ahead and do it, and then people will figure it out for themselves.
Yes, I just looked at the map, and they do have the Island of Rare Animals on it, and it is way back, like towards the beginning. So I guess just logistically, they'd have a really hard time making that work. I think the easiest way to have Gaimon involved is just have Buggy go there separately, like Buggy separate from the crew now, and then he goes there, and then we can meet him that way.
I think just VFX wise, it's a bit tricky just because of all the rare animals.
It's not unprecedented that a giant bird swoops up out of the sky and just picks up like the whole Mary and just drops them off there. Maybe. Who knows? You know, anything could happen.
Here's a funny little scenario. Like, what if there's one episode in the live action where the Straw Hats arrive on Gaimon's island. They do the thing there, but or it's because like it's halfway through the episode they leave, but then as soon as they leave, Buggy shows up.
I like that.
and then it's repeated.
Yeah, they could also like organize it as a flashback, like however season 2 comes in, and we get like because they never mention it, Buggy and Luffy, so we can get like when we get some sort of Luffy, we could see like snippets of them be on a weird island, and you see something of Buggy, so it can also they can make it work. It all depends how they introduce season 2.
I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, as for the Logtown question, which I think was part of the original discussion, I think was like, how is this gonna play out? I think an important factor is how many episodes they have, because this Gaimon talk, realistic, like I love Gaimon. I would say I probably am near the people that love him the most, and he's probably not important enough to like squeeze into the next segment, because like if you just think about like with the pacing they had in the first 8 episodes, if they have 8 or even 10 episodes in season 2, they're gonna have to go pretty quickly to finish Alabasta from where they're at now, and like including Logtown in general is gonna be pushing that and like have like how long they take with Laboon and then Little Garden and all that. So it's like I think Gaimon and even Logtown itself are gonna be like very hard to include. Logtown I think they could do because it's right in front of them, but at this point, Gaimon, like just the sheer time it would take to go back, and then even if a bird helped or whatever, I'm thinking that it's going to be Logtown for one episode, then go see Laboon.
Yeah.
I patiently await the CGI nightmare that is Drum Island.
Yeah.
I'm kind of awaiting Laboon.
Also, Little Garden.
Laboon's going to be on every poster.
I want to be inside the stomach. I want to see this happen, bro. An island inside of a stomach.
Yo.
I think this is more of a you thing, less of
Yeah, it sounds like
Oh no! Get in my belly.
Oh my goodness.
Also, this is only for me and probably no one else in this community. I want to see the moment Alvita eats the slip fruit.
Bet. Yes.
That'd be cool.
The transformation.
Do you guys?
They already
they're doing a recasting or they're doing the hard?
No. She already lost like 15 to 20 grams.
She's working
of weight,
hard
so
at it.
They're doing this way.
That's crazy.
The way of she ate the fruit and now
She's
she's
gonna have a
skinny and
glow
stuff,
up.
yeah.
Dang.
I know Lucas, Straw Hat Lucas was already down with the thickness, but
Big mom agenda for real.
Oh, a little bit disappointed, yeah. Not gonna
Show
lie.
me the real Big Mom.
I did end up posting the Winnie the Pooh, like 2 images from it, if you guys are curious, in the chat here.
That's crazy.
Oh yeah, totally.
It's true. Oh yeah, do it. Yeah.
Similar palette and tone for sure.
Yeah, the storybook animation, like I think that's gonna be crazy. Shout out to we got Phil, aka ChillDill, aka NoChillDill, formerly Hat Tori, also ShakaDill in the chat. The frontline combatant of the last story. We love you, Dill.
So actually,
You could have had some more AKAs in there, bro.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, there's a man by many names. Go ahead.
I have a question. So for everyone, like this, because I don't think we'll continue this talk of the One Piece. If you guys like with the anime and the manga, depending on which one it is, would you want something that they keep in the anime and manga for sure in this new anime, and you want something to be changed a bit? Let's say the anime, because manga we won't touch it with the current one. One to keep, one to change. Very curious.
I think I'll just say one thing real quick. I think that they will handle the Miss Wednesday stuff a little bit differently this time around, just because we have more information. And I'm talking about in the reanimation and in the live action, because we can expect that from both of them. Because Oda, he didn't really fully plan for he planned for there to be a princess in Alabasta, but he didn't fully plan for Miss Wednesday to be her. And it's just kind of something that happened. And I think that it'll unfold a little bit differently these next 2 times around. You know what I mean?
Well,
I would personally like the writing on the poneglyphs to actually be accurate. That'd be really cool.
Ooh.
Bro,
I think he has created probably some sort of an actual language, but I think we just don't have enough to go on just yet. So I would love to see if we can sort of decipher it.
Oh, we're hoping that Oda pulled a token.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at there's a panel in Ohara as well, the Ohara flashback. We actually see a shot of the Rosetta Stone in the background.
Oh,
yeah. So hopefully there's a written language there somewhere.
Have you subscribed
we
to
see
Land yet?
We see Panda Man written on one of the poneglyphs as well.
Exactly.
Okay. No, fire. Keep going.
Oh, for the live action, one of the other things I do want to see, since it's a early test of what we're beginning, I want to see how Karoo looks, because I'm just very curious. And for the One Piece, I guess the scene that I'm most anticipating is, I guess I want to see how they reanimate Buggy, just like in his old altercation with Luffy in Orange Town. I think that would be really interesting.
Yeah.
So
I think
my favorite scene from the whole Alabasta arc is the scene in Laboon where they have the stare off, and then he just says somebody will be killed. And then it will be me. I want this scene.
It's so fire.
And that's gonna be extra fun in the live action because they already have that close shots with the faces.
Yeah.
That's gonna fit.
It's even closer. You just see like their nose and like parts of their eyes, like, bro.
What's up, Joy Boy?
Hey.
Nice to have you, man.
Yo.
Nice to have you, man.
Yo, what is good? I've been lurking pretty hard, so I felt like dropping in. We'll see how long my headphones last, though.
No worries. Thanks for stopping by. Did you want to give us your take on like the reanimation yet, or did? Because you've been listening in, so you probably caught a bit of what we said.
I mean, I feel like everyone said what's on my thoughts as well. You know, I'm excited for it, but it's just marketing. It's all it is. They're trying to get some like Demon Slayer hype going on with new fans from the fans that they created from the live action, give them something modern to watch. And you know, are they going to be successful, or I don't know. We'll see. But you know, I just personally appreciate that they're trying. Like, One Piece clearly matters a lot. And so, you know, they're doing what they think that they need to make sure that as many people as possible are following along at the end of the story. So, you know, I think we should be hyped for that. Absolutely.
It's an interesting thing to think about, actually. We've like, it's also surreal having the live action and the first series anyway, and all this crazy hype and extra new fandom and stuff like that. But as you say, I guess it gets to a point where it's just going to be remade and re-released into different forms and milked. So like, we kind of are in a bit of a golden age really for it's coming out weekly as well.
Yeah, like they were talking about in the chat, you know, like Hunter x Hunter 2011 changed the whole scene for Hunter x Hunter. Because anime drives the bus. Like, you know, I understand that there's a lot of manga purists out there. A lot of people know, you know, of shows that get incredibly popular from manga alone. But you transcend to a different stratosphere entirely when your anime works. And we saw that with Hunter x Hunter, or at least I did in the West. I didn't even know what Hunter x Hunter was, even though they had that original show back in the day when I was a kid. And so they're hoping for something like that with One Piece. But it's also a different beast entirely. You know, I kind of worry One Piece is already too popular. A lot of the fans are already here. And a lot of the people who've decided that they don't like One Piece have already decided that. Or already know about the length of it and won't get invested anyway, even if they reanimate it. They're like trying to capture hype. And, you know, money solves a lot of problems, but, you know, you never know.
Also, I think a factor is that the whole thing is on Netflix. For example, it's really hard to watch it in German, the original anime, and to have a place to watch it every episode legally, digitally in German, for example. The animated version would be cool as well. So I like this will be a factor as well, I think.
Another example, building off of Joy Boy, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure also like re-hyped itself with the redoing of the anime.
Right. Oh yeah, JoJo was big. It was big.
Very successfully. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a shame that they fumbled the One Piece anime. I like the Funimation adaptation, I really do, but you know, it started with the Yayo, you know, like that stuff. It didn't fly, and then by the time that they got to the reanimation, I don't think that people cared, you know. And this is just anecdotally, you know, I'm from America, obviously, but everyone talks about the big three, you know, Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece at the time, but there was no big three in America. I think the big three was more like a global thing. I think that's where that came from, or maybe from Japan itself. But there was nobody I knew followed One Piece at the time. And so all the success that we're seeing now is like built off of the quality of the source material and the quality of the anime, like slowly building up fans. And it's just a totally different experience to like Sword Art Online or Attack on Titan, Demon Slayer, My Hero Academia, which just arrived, and you know, people were like, "Whoa, we got to check this out." And that's that's what they need to do. I feel like, or that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
You did bring up an interesting point. Oh yeah, sorry, go.
Real quick, I got a shout out to my guy who just joined the chat. We've got Star Knight Andy Legs. What's good, brother? Andy Legs.
Yo, what's up?
Andy.
Yeah.
Yo. What's up, man?
Yeah, we go way back.
I'm super excited for this. So yeah, glad to be here.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Cube. And then, yeah, Andy, we're talking about the reanimation, the One Piece, as well as the live action right now. Go ahead, Cube. Sorry.
No, I do like what you said, it's Joy Boy Fear, and also Tree about JoJo Bizarre Adventure. And I think it is very important with the Hunter x Hunter is that it didn't just redo the anime it added the arc of Greed Island was an OVA, and Chimera Ant was never a thing. So I do think that there needs to be something, an incentive for the new fans and to the old fans about this animation, why this one is worth it. I think you're right on that. There needs to be something. It cannot just be a rendition, a
Yeah,
new
they need to
version
make
of
it
the anime.
worthwhile, sort of thing.
Yeah, there must be some sort of something an interest you get from it, something you're not expecting.
I'm really
do agree.
hoping that art style is what is going to be animated, and it's not just like the poster of like this is what it's gonna be, and then it's something completely different. That would break my heart.
Yeah, hopefully it's not just still images and like a lot of running, like a lot of times in the regular anime does. For One Piece.
Berserk 2015.
PowerPoint presentation.
We don't talk about Berserk 2015, bro.
Coffee.
Bruh. Sorry, I've been on the train all day.
Right. So I'm interested, considering we got some of the OGs and whatnot in here. Let's just get some just quick takes on the Gorosei yokai situation. Are the Gorosei yokai? What are the Gorosei? We kind of touched on a little bit earlier. Where are they kind of from? And what's their relationship to Emu? Does anyone have any takes off the top?
Not everybody all at once,
I
feel like I
Saturn
have
has
my thoughts about this. I'm ready for someone else to chime in.
I've got a bit of a thought. Yeah, I think everyone's on the yokai train, and I think there's a thing that we're kind of forgetting about, which is the shitenno. I don't know if you guys know about it from like other animes, like Sailor Moon, Beyblade, and stuff like that. But shitenno basically translates to 4 kings, I think. But there is a 5th king, and I think the Gorosei actually represent those 5 kings. It's part of like Buddhist culture as well. They all kind of represent 4 of the cardinal points, including the central point, which I think that Venus Jiro, is that what his name is? I think he represents that central point, which is why he's always a little bit more laid back. He's got the sword, he's got different clothes, and I think he's actually the leader of the Gorosei.
Ooh. Okay. Ooh. So you think Oda lets it rip, is what you're trying to tell us, really?
Well,
okay, cool.
as always, Oda's always sort of mixing the idea of gods and demons and sort of fusing it together to create these really interesting characters.
I mean, then from vexyz, I got that lore, Beyblade lore. Moses parted the Red Sea, so it's not a big stretch,
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Big stretch.
Beyblade lore goes so hard, y'all.
They have a military strike with
I
Beyblades,
mean,
bro. Like,
Bro, what if it's like Bionicles and like the One Piece in itself is the island and it's gonna stand up and be like a giant robot or something?
You never know.
We did we did speak earlier about like obviously there's some particular with things we've seen with Saturn that we've never seen before in the story, like the ability to pin people down with Frankie and all them lot, but with Saturn they couldn't pin them down. I mean, would we say, does anyone think that Saturn's got a devil fruit? Because I don't personally.
I don't.
Yeah.
I do not.
I don't know. Oh,
the farthest out. No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, by the way, like, I just realized that out of the 5 Gorosei, 4 of them are wearing black suits, and Venus Jiro is the only one in all white. So that could be interesting that he could be the center one, while the other 4 are orbiting around him, like you see on the world government flag.
Yep, exactly. And because Venus also in Japanese is the metal planet or the gold planet, and the central point is also represented by the phoenix or the golden bird. So it really does tie into that as well.
I also remember when they were talking amongst themselves when they were going to Emu's throne room, when they were discussing with each other about like the Cobra, the Nefertari, and all that, and the last one to talk was Venus Jiro.
Exactly.
When he's
Well, there's a lot of things that separate him and distinguish him from
Yeah.
the rest of no facial hair, and he's the only one who didn't go for a blicky. He like grabbed.
He
the
was also
sword.
he was also one that was a lot more assertive. He was actually a lot more assertive, like, and more what do I say? He was the one who suggested more drastic measures than the other ones, I think, because I think he was the one who would mention like we've got to silence this or something like that, while the other ones were just making comments about what was happening around the world.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we also have Saint Saturn as well. He represents what is it? Saturn, right? Obviously, still Saturn, which is the Earth planet. But the cardinal point for that, and where he sits in the Shitenno sort of seat, is that he is depicted as someone who holds a wooden club, and he's also the animal of the black tortoise. So that kind of ties into the whole idea of like science defense, right?
Oh,
yeah. Real quick, shout out to we got Mr. Undercook joining from the Flow podcast.
Yo,
what's up,
baby?
What's
Yeah.
up, man?
How y'all doing?
Glad to have you.
Glad to have you, man.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here, man.
Hello.
Saw so many people in chat that had to slide in.
We're talking about the One Piece, like the reanimation, like One Piece Kai that's happening, and also the live action, and also we're talking about like more current events, like the Gorosei specifically, right now.
Yeah. So
I'll be keen to. I was going to say I'd be keen to hear what JB was going to say, because did you mention you had something on Saturn or some thought about the devil fruit?
I already forgot what I was going to say, but I do think that like having a leader of the Gorosei is kind of undermined by the presence of Emu. Like how excited can we really be for that?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's
I
mean, it might be true. The other thing that I have to say is the symbol that we see that represents Nika, apparently the big circle surrounded by 8 ones, we also see on the Kozuki clan crest. You guys should Wikipedia, and I might butcher this pronunciation, Navagraha, sorry, which is like ancient Indian astronomy and gods. But that symbol is world famous. And the idea here is that I can post it in the chat as well.
Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah.
I see it. Ooh, interesting. The thing with the 9 planets in Navagraha. Interesting.
I think Freeville also has a theory, something about this as well.
Yeah.
But it's the orbs in this case. The central one, it's from ancient Indian astronomy. The central one is the sun. So you can think of like the sun god Nika as being potentially part of this symbol, which would make sense because it's a symbol that's associated with Nika. But the orbs that surround it are literally planets. And this same symbol is also used as a compass. So each of the orbs also represents a cardinal direction: north, northeast, east, southeast, south, etc. But yeah, they all represent planets like Venus, Jupiter, Mars, etc. And so, you know, I feel like Oda's cooking something with that.
Oh, Joy Boy, I was looking at that Navagra, and one of them is a person riding on an elephant. So Zunisha could be one of them.
Well, I can definitely Sorry, Joy Boy, did you want to fly?
Yeah, well, if you actually like dig into it, right, and like for instance, look up the god that's associated with Saturn, you see really interesting fun facts like being associated with the gem sapphire and things like that, which just make you go,
I mean, Wano is a really important physical representation of the symbol as well, and in my opinion, in One Piece, because it's the 6. You got the 6 regions, and then you got Onigashima, and then you got one missing, which I'm assuming is Zou. Being on the back of Zunisha, and that would give you this closed community with borders around it of 8, which is there protected to bring in the dawn, which would be the center circle, right? And that's why we've got so much moon mythos and stuff in Wano, because that is where the night breaks and then the dawn goes from there, which is what we saw with Luffy turning into Joy Boy or Nika or whatever it was, like in Wano with the rebirth.
Yeah, but to splash this back to some of the comments of like the Gorosei potentially being demons, right? What if Nika is literally a demon? You know, it's a good one, obviously, but still, it's like a creature devil fruit type thing, potentially. And but back to the question that we had before of like, do I think that any of the Gorosei possess a devil fruit? No, but I would entertain the thought that they're a living devil fruit, like the creature within the devil fruit, just out not bound by the fruit itself. But you know, so thinking about it like that, then with the Gorosei each representing sort of planets and being demonic entities, and Nika potentially being the center sun and also being a creature similar to them, it could make sense. And it's a really interesting.
It's also about a perspective. In a world where Gorosei and Emo are considered to be God, someone like Nika would be considered to be the devil, you know, in their worldview. So yeah, it's also about a perspective. So I do like what you're saying.
I think so too. And Oda's definitely playing around with the idea, or even the very definition of what is a god or what is a demon. I mean, we think back to when in Marineford, when Doflamingo, he says something along the lines of, well, you know, justice is simply the person or the side that won. And so perhaps the definition of what is God or what is demon is simply the side that won and the side that lost.
But yeah, the only thing that really screws this idea up is that it then creates some sort of interesting and different connection between Nika and the Gorosei, which, you know, how does that work out? You know, that's the big question there. But I mean, this could all relate to like ancient One Piece lore, you know, like the very foundational mythology of the world from not just like the Void Century, but from thousands of years prior. Which, you know, if we get into something like that in any regard, I'm all about that.
What's up, Kev? We have the OGs in the house.
Hello, Kev. Thank you for the raid, brother. So glad to have you. How you doing, man?
Yeah, what's good? I just hopped in and wanted to, you know, show some love.
Well, let's get straight into it, dude. How was it? How was the chapter?
It was pretty good. Yeah, it was pretty good. I loved Saturn being just such a horrible piece of crap. That he's like, oh yeah, your mom? Yeah, I did that too. Like that was crazy. It's just like, it literally, it was like those Death Note meme videos where it's like, oh, you thought you planned that, when actually it was always like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
He's making Roshi look like Cupid right now.
Oh my god. And we got Eden's in the chat too. What's good, brother? Nice to see you as well. But yeah, super glad to have you. I know that you were just reacting to the chapter, and did you have any other immediate thoughts on that? Because we are talking about Gorosei like literally right now as you puffed in.
Oh, yeah, I'm really excited to see how Bonnie's fruit kind of works in comparison to this, because it seems like morale based in a way, which is really cool, and I think that's pretty interesting, because we had the whole spiel about the desire and dreams and stuff, obviously, and that's what makes devil fruits what they are. And if the Gorosei are sort of meant to represent reality, as it seems, you know, being like normal looking dudes for the most part, I think that's pretty cool how they kind of warped in their literally normal looking people designs in the world of One Piece, which has all these, you know, obviously insane looking people. I think that's just a really cool kind of through line that Oda's going with it. So I'm a big fan of that. And I think her ability kind of being based on like what she thinks of the world is really cool, especially because she's so young. It makes it that she's infinitely more powerful when she's younger versus like, say she was like, I don't know, like 60 and had this fruit. It would probably be terrible in comparison, because she would know how everything works true. And, you know. So yeah, I really like the... Yeah, exactly. I was like, if she's jaded, you know, whatever, by like whatever the Gorosei say, then
Jade is a jewel. So no, I'm kidding.
It is indeed.
She got sapphire.
I mean, Oda himself is a very childlike person, right? You see what he's like with his house. You know, he's got like a massive dragon in his bathtub. He's got like a massive shark in his toilet. He's got a train set that just goes, like a rideable train set that goes around his whole house as well. And so maybe...
Are you telling us that you don't have these things? Is that what...
Yeah, you're the operator.
Yeah, I thought...
Man, I'm missing out. Oh, I'm missing out, bro.
I wanted to shout out to, once again, Mr. Bushido56 with another €2 super chat. Said Rox's
Nice.
dragon and Buggy's dad Uncle Buggy, and I gotta say, Uncle Buggy is crazy, bro. If I don't know if I'm on board with all of that, but that would be so insane. And Tori Mori responded. He said, "Uncle Buggy feels like a direct-to-DVD sequel to Uncle Buggy."
Hey man, I'm gonna say this: if Dragon is rocks, I have to give it the props for him for leading the rocks at 17-year-old. That would be such a crazy feat, you know.
And then Lucas, the Lonely Mage, happy birthday, here with us in the chat, and had to gift 10 memberships. I see some goats that caught all those. That is fantastic, dude. Thank you so much for doing that.
So wait, he's gifting on his birthday?
Yeah.
Wait, that's not. Wait. Lonely Mage is supposed to be the other way. It's supposed.
Yeah.
But it's also a Hobbit tradition to give gifts on your birthday, and I like Hobbit traditions.
That's good.
Well, that's fair, but you know, I mean, I'm just saying, next, you know, we might have to be giving stuff to your stream when we're able to. That's, you know, we might have to repay the favor later on. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, I do start streaming again next week.
I think Dak's
yeah,
not talking about donations or anything. He's talking about more than that. Like,
Whoa.
But go on, Dak. Dak, what you got on Saturn? What's your thoughts? Or any Gorosei, really?
Yeah, well, I think you know, the one of the main power things in One Piece is called devil fruits, and we've been told like a devil goes inside of you, right? Like which like, you know, now the legitimacy of that, we don't really know all the ins and outs, but it's been phrased that way. Like obviously devils are tied to all these powers that people want, and so whenever comes a Saturn who, you know, came up from this summoning circle, which is tied to, you know, Brooks' time skip, and he's tied to the underworld and stuff. I think it just would make a lot of sense that it's not that Saturn has a devil fruit, but he is the devil that they're talking about that would have been in a theoretical Ushi Oni fruit, right? Like he is that spirit that whatever that thing is that, you know, reincarnates into the new fruits, whatever, you know, whatever the soul element of it is, maybe like tying to the 21 grams of soul from the Kuma discussion with Vegapunk, like whatever that element is of the devil fruits, I think that's just what Saturn is. And somehow Emu, I don't know, you know, this is maybe too specific, but like maybe 800 years ago, Emu, you know, used summoning circles to bring these guys up, and for some reason has a layer of control, and it's like Emu is controlling these devils directly instead of them getting put into fruits. Like, you know, Emu's able to use them. I don't know exactly what it is, but I think instead of a person eating a devil fruit, I think Saturn is an example of like a devil taking over a body. You know, it's like the reverse idea. How it usually
such
is.
A sick idea. Such a sick idea. Yeah. The devil fruit eats the person, not the person eating the devil fruit.
Yeah, devil eating a person fruit.
Yeah. I like that a lot because when you were describing that situation, it made me think of maybe the way Enma's will was shown with Zoro is very similar, you know? It was very like, not evil, but there was a dark thing with it where it just claimed it wanted to conquer. It just claimed energy.
And its name was King of Hell, and right afterward we see the Grim Reaper, you know, like come after Zoro. Like there's so many little layers there that I'm like, all right, you know.
I think Black Blades are a good segue from that point. Like it's a good, like they're very synonymous with fruits in that sense. Like the Black Blade's trying to eat the user, or like trying to consume the user, should I say? Like kind of like I could really see that happening with the Gorosei, like you say. Like they're just the opposite of a devil fruit user. They're a human.
And what did the 20 kings do to Emu and the Gorosei? They pledged their swords to them, which I find very interesting. They put their swords in front of them.
They like embodied her in a body. Like that's kind of a classic, right? A classic motif. Like everyone doing a ritual and like embodying a like Calypso in Pirates of the Caribbean. You know, they let her free of her body.
The pieces of 8 or whatever. Real quick, I gotta cut in with 2 small announcements. Real quick, I gotta shout out again to Mr. Bushido with another €2 super chat. It said Blackbeard kidnaps Saturn, steals his memories through pudding. We will cook on that because that's something that you brought up, and it's such a great topic, and I think it kind of does tie in a little bit with the Gorosei talk. But we gotta say welcome to Mugiwara, who just joined us in the chat. What's good, man?
Yo, what's good, everybody? How y'all doing today?
Doing
Good, yeah.
good. We have
Yo,
links
yeah.
to all of these goats in the description. But go ahead and tell the people what's up. How you doing, man?
Description.
Man, I'm chilling, man. Happy Saturday. You already know the vibe. I'm just here to have a good time with y'all. Tapping in with the topic. I heard something about emu, and I joined in the middle of you speaking about it. But whatever that theory was you were saying about emu and the Gorosei, I 100% agree. I think that devil fruits have a lot more to them than we currently realize, and I think that they're more mythology based than they are scientifically based.
Yeah,
Coming in
for
hot.
sure.
Okay, cool. Cool. We like it.
Going back to the sword conversation, right? It seems like the more that you use the sword, the soul is kind of born. It's like created out of nothing. I could be wrong about that. Maybe there's something weird going on, but I like to think that in this world, people have the ability to manifest their wills and their dreams or whatever, and that actually takes some sort of like tangible soul form. You know, almost like the Klabautermon, right? With the Thousand Sunny, they give life to things that, you know, don't necessarily have life. And so it's really just would be really cool to see how Oda would be able to I don't know, like with emu, for instance, being the actual literal devil, or having a devil fruit, the devil fruit, and how that might be able to call souls that just exist in the world out to the living. Like I'm really excited for that. I'm 100% on Dak's team on this one.
Oh, I appreciate. And remember, Joy Boy, one of the first theories I told you about that I supported of yours was back in Wano with Ghost Piece, because for a lot of reasons, the underworld, or like the dead coming back, which like Oda's gonna do it the right way. Okay, I want to say that because like it's kind of like time travel a little bit, where like it can be a sticky subject and like kind of ruin things, make things like I mean, deaths are already hard enough in One Piece. People start coming back, it's like all right. But I think Oda's gonna do it the right way. But I think Brook is our example of someone who died and came back. Like the underworld is a place that you can physically return from. It is possible in One Piece to do so. And so going to Emu, if Emu it essentially was the literal king of hell or something, like imagine Emu was able, like, in charge of all the souls in the underworld or whatever, and maybe the ancient kingdom flew too close to the sun and was able to like start bringing these people back, and Emu's like, oh, I can go to the real world, and now maybe Emu was literally like Zoro wants to be the king of hell, which then would make Luffy being the sun god and Zoro being the king of hell, like the dichotomy there kind of cool, because like they're splitting it up. I don't know, but something like that where Emu literally has been to hell or has some layer of control there and is like bringing up like the scariest demons. Like for example, think about Impel Down. So this is like a little bit of a spoiler for a future video, but Impel Down's like a hell parallel, or like Dante's Inferno. Blackbeard went all the way to the bottom, got the scariest ones that live down there, and got him on his crew, right? Well, what if Emu, carrying that parallel forward, was like in hell, went all the way to the deepest depths of hell, got the scariest people that hell had to offer, which were the 5 Gorosei, and those are his boys. So he has like the scariest devils that hell had at one point.
Yeah.
So I think something like that could be possible.
That's fine. I mean, that's precisely Blackbeard's story as well. Just FYI, and Oda loves parallels.
100%.
I would like. Sorry.
I was gonna say.
Go. I'll go after you. No worries.
I was gonna say. I think an interesting way of doing that is if we're focused on the mythology plotline that the Gorosei kind of have, and I think we all assume that Emu and Lily have like some sort of connection, more so than just they were both leaders or whatever. There's got to be something more to that, right? I think a really cool parallel would be like the story of Orpheus and Eurydice, where the person goes to the underworld to try to save them, but then there's some sort of twist that causes them to betray, which is obviously Lily betraying Emu. And then that could be the way that Emu found the Gorosei, because he goes to the underworld trying to save Lily. Like, it doesn't literally have to be the underworld, it doesn't literally have to be one-to-one with everything, but that'd be a cool way to parallel the Blackbeard story further. Instead of Impel Down, which is more of a man-made hell that Emu made, Emu has a literal underworld journey,
I know that I got a shout out to Straw Hat Lucas, because I know he's cooking up a theory that has something. It's very adjacent to all of the stuff that y'all are spitting right now. I'm not gonna do it justice. I don't know if he wants me to spoil anything, but stay tuned, because there is some absolute spice coming out from him soon.
So we're going a bit apart from it, but there's something. There was a question actually with what Dak was saying with Emu, and it actually is it's someone in the comment very good from the Black Man Who Laughs.
Oh,
think
the
Emu-
goat. Oh, I love him. All right. What's he got? What's he saying?
I think Emu has the power of fear and nightmares. Saturn is actually the manifestation of arachnophobia, and if he's Bonnie's birth dad, that fears of Buck might be hereditary. And what I like that is Sanji, who is one of the stronger Straw Hats who went against him, he is known to have a fear of spiders, SBS. So I do like that take.
Yeah,
Of, you know,
I mean, like
phobia
Dak
thing.
and I have got like I'm not sure if Dak even knows this. We've got a video together about this, and the idea that like fear has been shown multiple times in the story to disrupt the like because we know transmissions are used like through Viva cards and Hacky, all this stuff, and now particularly with Shanks doing the Wi-Fi hacking and stuff. But with fear, it seems to disrupt that between Big Mum and her homies, Sugar, people like that, and it does have a real interesting effect. Fear does in the One Piece world, so it wouldn't surprise me if Emu's ability was either like strengthened by fear or was some form of like fear-based fruit, or fear control, or something like that.
Yeah,
Speaking of
to
fear,
go back to Skypiea for a second, a really interesting, obviously Skypiea was a lot about gods, and you can relate Enel to Emu, but with Arouge, he smiles all the time, and I think that it's fair to draw a comparison between him and potentially a faith in Nika or some knowledge about Nika. But to flip that, Enel says that fear is God itself, almost as like a direct counterpart of joy. Yeah, I'm also all about Emu representing fear and being sort of the antithesis of Joy Boy.
I think
I do want to add that about Emu's powers, because what we've seen, like Emu can change their form, their appearance, but there's also those arrows that stabbed Cobra. I mean, I don't know for sure if they're actually emus or if they're one of the Gorosei that did that, but the interesting thing is I feel like what we've seen so far with their powers seems to me like it almost seems like a parallel of Robin's fruit, because Robin has hands, Emu has arrows, and they can transform into a demonic creature.
That's actually a perfect segue into real quick.
And plus, the world government calls her Robin the Devil Child, but what if Emu is the real Devil Child?
Yeah, really quick. That's actually like perfect, because Mr. Bushido did another €2 super chat. It said Robin is a Gorosei's child ? Demon child, like devil like form. Like I think that's it's literally crazy that you just brought that up, because I was just waiting for a moment to bring that up that he said that. But yeah, sorry, y'all cook.
No. Building off of what was already said, if like Luffy is Sun God Nika, and we have like the Will of Dreams or something like that, and Emu being more fear and nightmare based, it's interesting that Blackbeard himself could still be a third like superpower in this, being absent of dreams and also absent of nightmares. And I really like the idea of that.
That's interesting. I really like that.
Yeah, I feel like we're cooking so hard in so many different directions. It's hard to keep up. I just want to throw in real quick that Robin has the flower, devil fruit. That's like what it's called. And the Thousand Sunny is noted to look like a sunflower, to sort of further this potential parallel between Robin, the Devil Child's abilities, and Emu.
I mean, a couple of these guys have heard me say like 1,000 times, but like I'm convinced at this point that basically the idea that Oda drew for us very subtly is that Robin fought Black Maria. Black Maria used medicine to change form, which is a type of science, kind of like the Rumble Ball, the Chopper. And then we see Saturn, who is like another Ushi Oni, just like Black Maria, but this time it's way different. Like he's way more powerful, no medicine needed, looks at you and your head blows off. But when Black Maria fought Robin, there was no explanation. She just turned into this multiple-armed, huge demon. Only time anything like it's happened in One Piece, and then it just stopped, and then it's over. The next episode, no explanation. So I do think Oda's got some sort of levels to it. I don't think she's a Gorosei's child. I would say she's more powerful than a Gorosei personally, but I would say there's a scale going on.
One of you were bringing up Robin because her fruit is like a flower. And I was thinking, plus, Emu has a connection with a character, Queen Lily, but there is a flower called the spider lily, which represents death in Japanese culture. So what if Emu's arrows is like the little spindles of the spider lily?
That's so crazy.
Just so you know, Blackbeard
is
you
got
represented as the spider lily.
Yeah, the red spider
Mhm.
lily, and also Robin is represented by the white lily. Also,
Yeah, Jack and Hidden did a crazy. I think it was members only, right? But
yeah. Well, I did end up putting it in a real video in my latest, like the one with Robin on the thumbnail.
yeah, but that was crazy. Like the amount of like the flower piece is absolutely real, and I can't wait for that to get a little bit more.
And I think one of the biggest takeaways there, which like I'm still trying to think of how to like wrap it into a video. Like I've mentioned it, but I'm like, there's definitely like a big story here that I just don't know yet. Like so Luffy and Nami have both been tied to the sunflower, just like the Sunny also. Because like when compared to the supernova, Luffy was given like the sunflower by Oda, but when compared to the Straw Hats, Nami is given the sunflower and Luffy's given cosmos, which is like space related, so that's like interesting. But Nami gets the sunflower, and I think that's interesting because I think there's a lot of connections between Nami and Emu, because like just if you think about the Mother Flame usage, that's like Nami but souped up, like dropping a massive lightning strike like that. Like Zeus would hope to be able to do that one day. You know what I mean? So and also like the map part of it. There's some other small things, but the ending point is, I guess, just it's weird that like Robin is tied to the White Lily, which we know Lily's tied to Emu, and then we got Nami being tied to the sunflower, and like the sun, just I don't know, she brings all weather attacks in general, and these giant bright lightning strikes like Emu does. So it's an interesting thing that the girls are tied, and obviously Vivi is, I guess, the third female Straw Hat, and she's really closely tied to Emu right now. Like Emu's trying to capture her, so it's weird that there's all these connections, I guess.
Symbolism is so important in the story. We knew that Joy Boy was associated with the sun well before we learned about the sun god, and that was just from Oda's consistent use of the sun as a symbol in the story. The other prominent symbols in the story that are starting to pay off are like the moon, for instance, but some that I think are least discussed but will definitely have an answer at some point in time are the heart and the flower. You see those all over the place, and I think it's going to have meaning.
Yeah, to touch on real quick, like the whole Nami sunflower tie, and then I'll spit it to you. I think that was Polypede, but
yes.
Yeah, so like with Nami, like not only the parallels between like Emu, but also like the inversions, because they come hand in hand with Oda. But really, like Nami has almost as much, if not more, ties to like the whole like Sun Wukong thing that like Luffy's got going on. With her like having like an extendy pole, and with her having like riding on top of a cloud and things like that.
Zeus as well. Yeah.
Has she really ridden on Zeus yet?
Not yet.
No, not yet.
She will though.
It's only a matter of time.
It's
But
go ahead real quick.
The chapter Lily was first introduced, I think it was chapter 1084, on the cover picture where it shows like all the girls like in their bathing suits. Vivi is wearing a bathing suit with a tiger on it, and I always thought that could represent a tiger lily. Like they're Vivi and Lily are connected.
We don't know Nami's biological parents yet, right?
Not yet.
No.
Do you think it's possible that she could have a connection to Boa Hancock? Or is that just out there?
Yeah, there's a lot of theories, like specifically about like if she's a princess and like where she might have came from before Oikot, or what's going on with Oikot.
I mean, I think the most likely is that she'll be connected to Uranus, I think, and Burka.
Yeah, with area, yeah.
I would
One thing I would like
something
to...
I've always said, if you look at it, Oikot Kingdom backwards is Tokyo. The only land that does the same thing is Elbaf, which is Viking, and Nami is Swedish. But Scandinavian / Viking descent. So I do feel like Elbaf could be another path, not like a backstory for Nami, but just some hints that
I mean, it's quite high up there. She
I'd also like to shout out Bonnie though, as also like a potential connection to Emu. Emu, as you all know, the Goroase for that is 1/6. And in the chapter where we talk, we see, was it Bonnie's birthday? I think that's the chapter name. I think. We see in the lab there's the numbers 1/6, just as we're about to see the panel where it says "Happy Birthday, Bonnie." and you think about Bonnie's birthday being 9/1, as in September 1st, you flip it upside down, you get Emu 1/6, right? And the fact that she is also attached to the sunflower as well. She's also attached to the idea of Nika and the sun. And so if you think about it that way, and if Oda is being intentional with connecting Bonnie to Emu, then it would feel like it's only natural that Bonnie being represented by the sun and sun rays, that Emu could be represented by darkness and the moon, potentially.
And there's this big thing that one group of the community feel like when Emu sat down looked like a child. Some of them look like an adult. And Bonnie is the whole thing about, adult and child. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So I do like that.
I mean, not only that, right? Even Sugar as well. She's in the form of a child, and then we also see.
Whoa.
Wearing a crown.
Yeah,
wearing a crown.
Hold up. If Emu is like fear and taking away like dreams and such, pairing or adding that to like Bonnie and having Saturn show up and be like this big wall for her and taking away essentially like her powers. That's a segue to vexyz and the super chat. Here you go, buddy.
Yeah, appreciate you. I got two to read really quickly, and it ties back to the last thing you said, Tree, about Blackbeard. Bushido, and again, just such a goat with another €2 super chat saying Blackbeard is a dream eater, an evil spirit feeds on people's dreams, and like I think that we can think of that potentially with maybe like with Blackbeard, and also like it's crazy you guys bringing up the whole Emu and Saturn things as well, because we saw Saturn kind of collapsing like Bonnie's powers, saying like all your futures are disappearing so you can't tap into it and stuff like that. So that's like really crazy. He also had a €5 super chat on the Nami stuff we've been cooking. He said Nami is connected to Poseidon, god of the sea and sky. Shirahoshi said had a strange feeling and knows Nami when they meet. Yes,
the direct quote, the official quote, I know it by heart. I have a Nami mega theory is, it's so weird. It's the first time I met you, but I feel something comfortable about you. And then Nami says, it's because we have a similar upbringing. Most likely the fishmen.
One thing to add about Shirahoshi, just real quick. Shirahoshi meaning white star, and then Luffy's new attack is all about white stars as well. So
but real quick, another super chat I want to get to from Tainted Marth, an absolute goat who's at work right now and is going to join us a little bit later. He said it's a torture to listen to all of the cooking without being able to take part. Can't wait to be at home. Like you stream, you filthy pirates. Say ha ha ha. See you later. We love you, Marth. We can't wait to have you back. I do feel really bad though, because I said a thing and we just went like 5 different directions, and I said we'd get right to Polypede. So do you remember what you were gonna bring up, Polypede?
Oh yeah, I got it. Actually, it's a segue off the super chat that Mr. Bushido said, because a while ago, like I think over a year ago, I made this long video about Nami possibly being like part fishman, because it would be a very interesting allegory to her entire story, especially if she was like say kind of like Chimney, if you remember her. She's Kokoro's granddaughter, I think, and she's like 1/8 fishman. And I made a mistake in that video. I said she didn't have any fishman traits or mermaid traits, but she is a good swimmer, kind of like how Nami's a good swimmer, and Nami's always shown like in water and stuff for a lot of thirst trap stuff for One Piece. But
there's something more. Think about it, the atmosphere. Like in Lockdown, she knew about the storm by just sensing and then look at the clouds and then saying the clouds are actually unnatural. And we know fishman karate, you affect the moisture in the atmosphere around you. So there's also that.
And then too, we have Madame Shirley, who could also predict things, and she is a mermaid. And then
go ahead, sorry.
And then on the sun thing, I have made another video, and I still believe this. She will get Prometheus. She will have both of them. She will have Zeus and Prometheus, because she is weather, and the 2 symbols for weather are a cloud and a sun. And that's it.
And there goes another Straw Hat with fire powers.
Well, imagine what she could do with them together, though. Like,
the combo attacks. The combo attacks are gonna be nuts.
But about
we got Luffy's Red Hawk, Nami's Prometheus, and Sanji's Ifrit Jambe.
Fire style as well.
I'd like to bring back the
Go on,
first super
JB.
chat about Blackbeard, the Dream Eater. I do feel like Blackbeard, the way he's portrayed, he's like an actual dream catcher, going after the output users, the A stuff, the pudding, capturing people, and him, you know, like his whole theme on dreams. So I do feel like he's an actual dream catcher, you know, in the story.
I wanted to add something because I was going to say it earlier, but if Saturn actually has a devil fruit, I could easily see Blackbeard taking Saturn's fruit. I could easily see Blackbeard be this giant spider who can make earthquakes and darkness.
That would go with the 8. Like everyone always had the octopus theory, and like I see where all of that was coming from, absolutely. But that would definitely go with the 8 scheming and whatnot. But I put it in the chat, but JB, with you talking about like I think it was you who brought up like if Nami gets like even more buffs, like do you think Nami can hit with a maser cannon like like Big Mom?
Yo, bro, Nami's got the biggest guns in the story. Biggest guns in the story. That's what I think.
Yeah.
She's
gonna one shot anybody.
She's gonna end up with she's gonna end up like as a total glass cannon.
Oh man, no. So hold on. In the Chadmo stream last night, we had the Chibi girls, Hime and Chestnut, who hopefully will be joining us at some point today, before they go live, reacting to the first episode of Egghead in the anime. But we were talking about Chestnut has a huge Nami agenda, and I think this came out a little bit in Dak's top 30 stream 2 nights ago as well. But we were scaling like top 5 Straw Hats, and she absolutely put Nami above every single one of the Straw Hats. And then I was like, wait, but she's beaten the crap out of Luffy more than anybody else in the entire series. And she's like, actually, yeah, you're right. I will scale Nami over Luffy even. And like, it's just really a matter of time before she gets Advanced Conquerors.
Nami is going to get a Thor upgrade, I think, in Elbaf as well.
If only she give her opponents the same treatment she gives her dumb captain.
Oh my god.
Also, imagine if in Elbaf she learns her own form of the what's the thing, the sovereignty attack that Dorian brought.
Well,
Yeah. Because think about it, with her weapon, she could make it something a crazy weather attack from a distance with it.
Or a battle
we
axe,
did speak
right?
about
Like
this a couple days ago. Like Luffy's only ever been trained haki by swordsmen, and there's going to be like a nuance to that. Like, and these certain characters have been trained and guided, but Nami's just never had somebody who's a master enough to. And enough time to really like bring it out of her and say, this is what you're about. Like, your family is good at summoning lightning and electric, so let's go. Like, come on, Flash.
It's kind of a pity the straw hats.
So awesome.
It's kind of a pity the straw hats don't seem to have the time to teach each other what they know.
Yeah. Hear me out.
I think they have plenty of
Blackbeard.
Yeah.
He no-diffs.
Well, I mean, they
and
spent most of
sword.
Sorry.
Whoa. Luffy getting Griffin would be absolutely crazy, but we gotta pull it back even further. You saying Blackbeard no diff Shanks is wild. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy.
I'm not on board with that. I'm sorry.
I mean, Luffy with Griffin would be cool, but I'd rather see Luffy. I hope Roger left Ace, like the sword at Laugh Tail. Luffy needs to have Ace. I think Luffy needs Ace. The sword.
I feel you on that.
During Chad rules last night, but yeah, Blackbeard no diss Shanks. I agree entirely.
Oh no!
He's gonna sneak up on him.
I said it as a joke. It wasn't that deep.
So I mean, I said in Chad rules last night, I think that Blackbeard would probably be the one to finish Shanks off, but there's no way he does it by himself. He's gonna be, sneak in and take somebody.
Yeah.
He's gonna take somebody else's W away. Like that's my whole thing. I don't know. But there's no way.
Ever since early days.
No way.
Ever since early days, I've always pictured Shanks as like Oda's weapon against Blackbeard, like no haki. But I know a few. I mean, no haki, no fruit, just haki and stuff. But I know we've seen it with other characters like Roger's crew and stuff. But that would make sense that they would be able to smash Blackbeard. Like,
whoa.
And also, Blackbeard does have an issue when he fights. If you think about it, he has the Gohan versus Cell situation.
Guys, we just got a huge shout out to Mana Crow.
Wow. That's what's up.
110
Yo, that's my
euros
goat right there.
Absolutely.
That's my goat.
He said, He said, hi, after watching Murphy's Divine Comedy video, I always wondered how this would fit in after Hell and Purgatory Dante enters heaven, and the celestial bodies are the Gorosei's planets. That is so crazy. Thank you so much for the dono, Manicro. I know I've seen you in Premier Deck. That you are a goat, an absolute goat.
100%.
Did I get you with one of these? I'm trying to make sure I get like no gray names by the end of this, but but yeah, like that's crazy, dude. You are an absolute goat. What do you guys think about the Divine Comedy parallels? Let's cook on that a little bit more for Manacro. That's insane.
I think
it's
definitely intentional.
Wait, pause. Can someone just explain the idea for maybe the chat and also for me, because I don't know what's going on.
I'm unfamiliar with it too.
So the story of Dante is where he goes to hell and then he goes to heaven, which is called Paradiso in the second book, and then there's Purgatorio as well, which is sort of like the normal world. And if we're relating it to One Piece, obviously it would be like an Impel Down. That would obviously be the hell, which is also at the first part of the story, which was also the first book in Dante's Inferno, which is pretty well the Divine Comedy, which is pretty cool. And then obviously the parallel to that would be Paradiso, which you'd think would be a good place, obviously, because paradise is in the name of it, but obviously it is not. And it has a lot of like very biting, religious commentary at the time, which was what made it such like a outstanding work at the time, where it was like, okay, hold up. They're making jokes about this stuff because that stuff was like culture at the time. Like that was like what everything was kind of revolving around in Europe at the time.
Yeah. It's like the idea of the story is man goes from A to B to save pretty much his girlfriend, and the journey takes him through hell and out the other side through heaven and up to God, basically. And like so with Impel Down, that's pretty much what we see. It goes down in layers, but it's flipped upside down in Dante's Inferno. The small bit at the bottom is the lowest layer. But anyway.
I think it pairs with the layers of Buddhist heaven and hell as well, in like Tibetan lore and things like that. We see like Zoro, taking on the form of an Ashura, which is like, I think that's like they exist within warrior hell, which is the top layer of hell, and which is technically the bottom layer of heaven. So like him being like the king of hell, it's because he presides above the rest of the layers of hell in that saying. And like having with the Divine Comedy, hell is divided into several different layers and rings, and as well as Purgatorio and Paradiso and things like that. And like there's absolutely a ton of parallels, but I think it's like that classic Oda synchronicity or whatever, where he's like jamming two different like ideologies to insert into this narrative.
I agree. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't one of the rings of hell like an icy tundra?
Yeah.
Basically, what we saw with Oars in Punk Hazard, in Thriller Bark was the lowest run, but the devil instead has 3 heads. Each head is a different like person. One of them is Judas, the dude that betrayed Jesus, and stuff like that. But it's Oars pretty much. That's the depiction from what's it called?
Basically the lowest layer of hell is freezing because Satan's beating his wings, making everything cold. And things like that.
Which brings us to the theme of Ragnarok, right? Like, there's a lot of frozen stuff going on in the One Piece world, particularly underground. And if the world does heat up a little bit, then that would all thaw, and all these nasty demons and trolls and monsters would be released from the ice. Like, that's the idea. And I think like there's evidence for that as well, and the fact that Emu wanted to use the Mother Flame so close. So I bet you that's because like they're using fire to, Mother Flame. They're using fire to power it, which probably heats up the Marijois freezer and like thaws the Straw Hat and stuff. And Emu's like, shit, we can't thaw it too much because then the will get out. But that was just a tangent, I think.
Because I was. No, you go.
I like Norse mythos a little bit here and there, but I'm no expert. But I thought that Ragnarok didn't happen until like Fimble Winter came, which was the big like snowstorm and whatnot, and like nothing thawed out until after Ragnarok.
Yeah. It's after. Yeah. Sorry, it's after Ragnarok that we see like the thawing and like essentially.
Okay.
The apocalypse is the freezing, right? And then it's after that we're kind of seeing now. I'd say. World heating up through the sun
Speaking
god.
of the symbol, speaking of the symbol of the flower and possible meaning of rebirth of the planet.
That would be sick.
Yeah, so basically Ragnarok already happened. The freezing, everything already froze.
That
Maybe
makes
in the
me
voice.
So Ragnarok would have been right before the Void Century. That's
or during the Void Century.
That's disheartening.
Yeah, the
because
Ragnarok would be like the Void Century just before that, maybe.
I'm so for the Shanks tier agenda. I want it.
Yeah,
like
I agree.
tier siding against the ACR. So like Shanks being a celestial dragon and siding against them. Like that's what I want.
I remember bringing this up in a DAX live stream like forever ago. Like it had to be like almost a year ago at this point. But we're talking about like potential Ice Age like theories in One Piece and stuff like that. So kind of adjacent to this. And I remember bringing up specifically, if you look at the period before this most recent interglacial period that we're in right now, and the Ice Age that immediately was before it. It's actually called the Eemian period, which is pretty crazy as well. I don't know if Oda went that deep, but that's just really crazy if it's a coincidence, you know?
You're talking about the actual world, right? The real world.
Yeah, like IRL, like the one we're in right now. Yeah.
Or do we?
Which is so crazy. He said, or are we? Yeah, the simulation is real. But no, I don't know. That just like that blew my mind. That if Oda is like actually on like that kind of like level of cooking, and I wouldn't put it past him. But I know it's a little bit of a stretch. It's just like a cool thing, especially if it is just a coincidence.
Well,
but it's
think about it like
literally
this.
called the Eemian period.
Well, think about it like this. Like, as far as Ragnarok goes, I think history is repeating. So I think that there was a Ragnarok during or just before the Void Century, and then there will be another one, essentially that reflects the same events. But with the eclipse is obviously really important when it comes to astrology or astronomy, the moon, sun, etc. And you know, something like Blackbeard's powers. I know that this might be too similar to Naruto. I'm not too sure, but you know, if you have something like an entire world eclipse where the sun goes out, which could be symbolically relevant, the planet might literally freeze. So like that could be a means to make that happen.
I mean,
I
it would
definitely-
explain Solar Bark why Solar Bark was so cold. Like they kept referring how Solar Bark was, they were cold in Solar Bark. So
Do any of you guys see Luffy going to space? Because I've like teetered on that happening ever since Egghead Island started, and we started like really it was the cover stories about Enel that started making me see that as a possibility. But now that we know that Enel can breathe on the moon, or he can survive without the necessity of an atmosphere, it leads me to believe that same thing is definitely probably true for Luffy. But what do you guys think?
Oh, definitely. That Straw Hat is a spaceship, a UFO spaceship.
Yes, I agree.
Also, if you look at the Egghead designs, it also gives up the space theme and stuff. So
I
think.
I mean,
Sure.
go ahead.
No, shoot.
I'm a big proponent to the like instead of like the Straw Hats going to the moon. I think that it's like gonna be kind of like in Majora's Mask, like the moon's coming to us. You know, like what if the moon is a spaceship? The whole
that's
moon.
real. This topic of like going to space and all that. This kind of falls in line with what I was recently starting to think about like Luffy's real dream, like his ultimate dream. And the thing is that I realized in like one of the latest episodes when Luffy declared his dream in the anime to the crew, when you see a flashback of him as a child, he's running along the cliff. It was not only was this the cliff that he was jumping off of in the first opening song, but I realized that this is the same cliff where he declares his dream to Sabo and Ace. Like, I didn't realize this at first, but every time he jumps off that cliff, the camera pans to the sun. every time in the opening, in that shot, and every other time we see that Luffy jumping off that cliff, it's pans to the sun. And I feel like this is, and plus, like when Luffy was telling his dream to Sabo and Ace, it was like, I think it was like morning time, so the sun was facing them. And then when Luffy was telling his dream to the Straw Hats, he was lying down with his face towards the overhead sun. So I think his dream is that he wants to go to the sun.
That's fire, dude. That is an amazing theory.
Jack has a video.
Luffy is Superman. Confirmed.
Yeah,
for real.
That is some of the craziest stuff I've ever heard.
Yeah, Dak. Dak, if you could enlighten us a little bit on your like, because I know
one more little thing. I was like I just think it could be that, because like he was literally facing his dream the entire time he was sharing it to those others. He was facing it. He was staring at that dream.
It makes sense. He embodies that concept, so I would agree.
He does similar thing when he doesn't hear Nami's fury. Nami's backstory. He looks at the sun. Instead.
Yeah, people would like have those types of reactions upon hearing, which is pretty crazy. But correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Dak put out a video covering that as a possibility, correct?
Yeah, so I missed the first part of the discussion, but I think what you guys are talking about is Luffy's second dream being tied to the sun, is what it sounds like.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's because what you guys are saying, like he's like looking at it, and obviously I think one of the biggest things is that whenever the Nika reveal happened, literally like on the same page, it was a double page spread, but whatever. So I guess it was 2 pages, but same thing. They're talking about like how fruits have a will of their own, and almost that they like choose their user. Now they're talking about zones specifically, and I think there's evidence that all fruits do this, and that Luffy's isn't even a zone. That's a whole other thing. We don't have to talk about that. Point is that fruit seemed to have picked Luffy. And it's kind of like, well, why would that fruit do that? Like, yes, he's a freedom-loving guy and all those kind of things. But maybe it goes even deeper, because now that we know that, yes, the fruit is, reverie, which is kind of tied to freedom, because, like, you're more free, being able to, like, move your body however you want, that kind of thing, like, to your imagination. Now we know it's also tied to the sun god. So maybe now, the freedom part of that is tied to his first dream, which is being the Pirate King. So maybe this sun god part is tied to the second dream, right? And that's why the fruit actually picked him, is because he's going to be the one to actually accomplish this sun related thing that that is going to actually make him a sun god. And that's why it's like, oh, so he's going to go do the sun this dream that ties to the sun. He needs the fruit to go do that, like maybe he can't do it without it. Like that's why the fruit picks him. And I think that's like maybe the biggest piece of evidence. And like his two brothers have had the flame fruit, which like if you had to pick a powers that a sun god would have, it would be like fire powers probably. So it's like, it's very interesting.
So what's your specific idea about a sun related dream for Luffy?
Either like he puts his Jolly Roger on the sun so everyone can see it, or he like takes a bite of the sun, or puts his flag there. Something ridiculous like that, where it's like people would look at the sun and know Luffy's been there. That's the point.
That's amazing. He becomes the new sun by the end of the series.
That would be so cool. That would be like a Superman Prime.
Or he puts a hat on the sun, like the straw hat.
What if like he painted Laboon's face, he paints the surface of the sun to have like a smiley face or something?
Yes, something like that. Like the idea to me is that then in the future, everyone will be able to look at the sun and be like, damn, someone got there. Like, so then like everyone automatically, no matter what, can like chase their wildest dreams, because it's like, all right, if somebody made it to the sun and there's like irrefutable proof, like I'm looking at it, there's like this weird thing on there, then I can do whatever, like there's no limit. And I think that's kind of the point of the dream in the end.
Is there any possibility that he becomes the sun?
I could see it. I mean, I think Luffy dying is really hard, because I think that would be what it is. It's really hard to see that, but maybe like Sabo does, like his awakening or something, like brings a second son and he like dies or something. I don't know how that would work out, but
it could be like there's like a
before we get too much further, I just wanted to say what's good. We got the Chestnut Tanuki jumping in the chat. How you doing?
Yo.
What's up, everybody? I know we're doing some
What's
great
up?
discussions right now.
Yeah, glad to have you. Glad to have
Yeah.
you. But yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off, Andy. I just
Oh.
I had to say what's
No,
up.
it's all
and-
good.
Yeah.
Well, I was just gonna say about the whole like it could be parallel with like in the I don't know if y'all heard about like the man on the moon, like if you look at the moon you see like a man someone smiling on the moon, that could like be parallel to like somebody smiling in the sun, like
I just posted the Teletubbies son in the Discord chat.
Yeah.
Oh no.
There you go.
It's like the Rick and Morty, like the screaming son. Like no.
It's that same idea. Like whenever like like we went to the moon, like we plant a flag there, like U.S. I guess speaking, whatever. But the humans got there. That's the point. And it's like we need a marker for the sun next. Like One Piece is going to take that to the next level because like we've already seen people on the moon in One Piece, so it's like going there is like whatever.
They're gonna put a poneglyph on the sun.
Poneglyph on the sun.
Or like maybe like etch something with poneglyph writing into the sun, so like the language is like never hidden from anybody. I don't know how that would work.
Bro's gonna write Luffy was here on it.
Yeah, like something like that. Anything in that realm, I think is definitely makes sense. Now, but I do think Oda's gonna like Luffy-atize it, like majorly. Like it's gonna be something wacky tied to him specifically.
made out of rubber. He's gonna turn it into rubber.
He could take one of Saturn's spider legs for the pole for the flag.
What if he
Yeah, I'm
throws
telling
red
y'all,
one?
man.
Whoa.
Luffy's gonna go to space. Some of the final fights in One Piece are gonna end up being in space.
Oh, 100%.
I'd be so hyped if that happened. Oh,
I'm telling you, it's gonna be like Dragon Ball Z all over again. I'm telling you.
Well, like I know, like if it's like Gurren Lagann. where they're just,
Oh
like,
yeah.
throwing
I was about to
galaxies.
say that, and I was like,
Right.
"Am I spoiling anything by like
Yeah, but-
tying the two together?" But we won't.
Or
say anything else.
Before
or
this,
Luffy,
Straw Hat-
Luffy becomes the son from Soul Eater.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Wow.
Yeah, that too.
But before the
So I don't
Strahds
know
go
about all that.
to outer space, they beat up. They go to Mary Drop, beat up the Celestial Dragons, steal their spacesuits, then go to outer space.
Yeah.
Apparently, you don't even need spacesuits to go to space.
Oh yeah.
I don't think devil fruit eaters do, because I think that their biology functions supernaturally. And Eno kind of proves it because he's literally just made of lightning, so he can just casually walk around the moon without needing to breathe air, and that makes sense. So maybe Luffy would be the same.
We had the other dudes there though, the other space pirates, and they didn't have like helmets on or anything. So I don't
That's
know.
also true. I don't know. You're right.
But they might be from space and like
And I mean, it could be also like kind of like Green Bull doesn't need food because he can photosynthesize. Like, what if because they're closer to the sun, technically, like whenever the like at least whenever the moon and like the planet that One Piece takes place on aren't blocking out that light, maybe they're just like sustaining off of like the light that shines through the vacuum.
Actually, if I'm not mistaken, it's something very similar with astronauts, with something with radiation or something. They have a stronger. I'm not sure about that, but I think I heard that once, because they're closer in space to the sun and stuff like that. So,
I mean, we don't know what moon it is. We don't know if it is the moon. We don't know how far away it is. I mean, it could be in the atmosphere, but I mean, topless is pretty impressive from Enel. So I'm gonna guess there's more to that. There's probably some fruit stuff going on.
Definitely.
I really like that how devil fruit users could breathe in space. That makes sense. Like how they can't, they become an anchor in the ocean, but they could breathe in space. Yeah, it's
Everyone except from the jacket fruit user.
The only issue with that I have is like Caesar kind of told us like they need oxygen to breathe, like Luffy does, at least specifically. I mean, all of them should. So I mean, it might be Logias don't need.
It could just be a Logia thing. That is fair. That's definitely fair.
It's interesting because obviously Jack has this fishman vibes going on, and he didn't drown, and he was down there for a long time.
Well, we know Brook doesn't need a spacesuit.
Yeah, Brook's already dead.
Oh yeah.
He doesn't have a nose.
Finding a
The nose
helmet
thing was a
like,
mess
fit
up.
around his afro would be such a chore, don't you guys
Oh,
think?
I mean, he's kind of got one right now in Egghead. Remember, it's got
True.
the antenna on. It's like a little football helmet kind of thing.
Imagine a helmet for Ivankov. I just thought of that. Oof.
Oh my goodness.
Wait. Like, well, we're on this. This is an opportunity to shift this towards Brook Spice. So let's go there. Like we're talking about the underground and all that stuff. Like Brook, the word Brook means river, right? And Brook is kind of like the ferryman. So I mean, do we all agree on that concept that like Brook is kind of the ferryman?
Chiron? You mean the Chiron?
Yeah, I mean, Chiron.
Basically,
Pretty
Brook
much,
has
pretty much.
lived. Brook has lived and has died, just like the ferryman. He has experienced both, and can go back and forth in a way. That's
And here's the thing. So Zoro wants to be king of hell, but Zoro gets lost, right? He can't find anything, even in the regular world, that he has directions for. So there's like 0% chance he's going to find the underworld on his own. So maybe Brook will actually act as the ferryman by like taking Zoro to hell one time. I mentioned this briefly in one video. I'm going to expand upon it in a future one, but I think that makes so much sense because Brook and Zoro have already been like they're in Egghead. They were both on the ship. If you go back to Thriller Bark, like they had that close moment with like the Rumbar pirate's grave, and Zoro buried his sword there as well. And I mean, they're both just like swordsmen of the crew. It's just like there's a lot of, you know, and also like they were both right hands of like they're like, you know, Brook was the vice captain or whatever and took over as captain for Yorkie, and you know, so there's a lot of connections there, and obviously hell related. So I think that is what's going to happen is Brook is going to literally ferry him to hell one time with like maybe his awakening or something, and that's how Zoro. You know, there's probably a function for it, maybe like Gorosei related, like he has to go
Saving
to
Luffy, right?
one. But
saving Luffy, surely it's got to be to save.
Oh, that's a cool one too.
I
If
like,
Brook and Zoro go to the underworld to save Luffy, that's my favorite arc in One Piece.
I think it's how like Oda's going to tie up the lifespan thing. That like, yeah, you can die and be reborn with the Gomu, but if you're running so low on lifespan that you start to fade, and like we keep seeing getting old and stuff, it wouldn't surprise me if he died of like old age or something accidentally. And it's like, okay. And then Zoro, he's the last one, you know, like they go all the way from Nami up in the sky, all the way down through the Straw Hats, all the way to Brook ferrying Zoro, and then Zoro, his mission is to not get lost and to save his captain, and then that would be like a mini couple or something.
You know what? Actually, I would add who else, and it would solve the issue with Brook's body being a skeleton. It could be also a thing that if it takes some time, Chopper can also have his shine with his dream, with he's preserving Luffy's body. Like maybe if it's soulless, maybe the body would just decompose. Like maybe Chopper's the reason why he
he'll
has
probably
an
freeze
actual...
it. He'd probably freeze it, I would imagine. Oh man, I had a crazy idea right before that. There's so much here that I think is actually that could make a lot of sense, because like if let's say, because Zoro wants to be king of hell, and let's say they go down to hell to try to save Luffy, and I don't think it's going to be just a situation where they can just walk in and take it. There's probably going to be some defense there. There's probably like a jailer, or you know what I mean, like a warden or something guarding all the souls or lifespan or whatever it is, and Impel Down. So maybe Zoro literally does have to become king of hell to be able to like free whoever he wants. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, well if I'm gonna save Luffy, I gotta run the place. And then that's also a Shiryu connection, because Shiryu was like a jailer of Impel Down, which is a hell parallel. You know, so there's a whole web there for sure.
I do find it interesting that if there's a throwaway line, and when Brook is fighting Zio, that when he uses his cryokinesis powers, that he's summoning ice from a realm of the underworld. So, he could have been connected. He could be connected to the underworld.
Right?
And Soul Solid.
Soul Solid, yeah.
Soul Solid, yeah. Which is, I mean, a great example. Soul Solid, like making the soul solid.
Exactly.
Yeah, the underworld's gonna be cold for sure.
You know what? Actually, I love that you brought that fight, because if you think about it, what a moment in this fight, Brook was able to play music, and the guy was sent to a festival. So maybe his music prowess can play a role in the whole going to hell.
I think that the souls in hell will respond to his music.
Yeah, I can see that.
The Soul King.
Yep, exactly. And just imagine Zoro and Brook in hell, and Zoro's fighting like a literal jailer guy, or like whatever, like some demon thing, and Brook's just playing music over there. Like that would just be like the craziest scene to imagine, like especially from this standpoint, because like we've never been to the underworld or anything. We know it exists, but
bro, this is hella dark. But do y'all think that Devil Fruit users have to go to hell? Like kind of like how in Death Note, if you use the Death Note, you have to go to purgatory. What if Devil Fruit eaters have to go to the underworld? Like there's no heaven for them.
I think that is the case for everyone. Just that there is only an underworld.
Oh, that's dark.
I guess Zoro just didn't find the right way, bro. He was just like, okay, I'm gonna go to hell with Luffy, bro.
Imagine Zoro in paradise. It would be like Frieza in hell.
Zoro really would
That's
go to
very
hell
good
for
stuff.
Luffy though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think an underworld arc, like JB just said in the chat, is like it would be so cool. And like we do get classic like split ups of the crew, like specifically between like the whole Dressrosa situation all the way up to Wano, and even like in Eni's lobby the 1v1s and stuff. So it would be really interesting if that was the thing. Is it like maybe the Devil Fruit users don't go there, or they're the only ones that do, and then like Zoro has to be like the bridge like between like the gap as a proper first mate, which would be so crazy. I've had a theory for a really long time that devil fruits are a way of trapping souls, like kind of like the trees up in like upper yard like area with the Shandians were saying that they can like use the music of the bell to guide the souls to these trees, and it's like a way of like well, shouldn't these souls be going like shouldn't they be passing, shouldn't they be sent like Final Fantasy X, like like to the afterlife, instead of being like held here in the earthly realm? And so what if devil fruit are a way of like preventing the afterlife for a certain type of souls? Yeah, that is crazy that y'all just brought that up.
Yeah, that is crazy.
And in terms of parallel, it would be interesting because the only one who wasn't impelled down was Luffy. So the parallel of the underworld is that Luffy's the only one out there because they're trying to get his soul back.
That'd be
so it's
crazy.
interesting. Imagine Buggy making followers of dead people.
And
dead
here's
people.
and here's another question though: is that if this does happen and like they're able to go to the underworld to try to bring Luffy back or whatever, then I mean Joy Boy's soul, like the original one, is going to be down there, right? Like there's a lot of like I guess I'm just wondering what's going to stop them from doing more than just Luffy or Wake.
Okay. Yeah, I think this could be a little segue. Like, this is total speculation, but I think when you look at the years that Brook was missing from his body when he got lost, it was 50 to 49 years ago, or whatever. And I just have this feeling that like the tattoo on Green Ball, love is suicide on the river Styx. I reckon that ties to the Empress that died at Amazon Lily, and she committed suicide via the love sickness. Which gives you the lover's sickness, and then by the river, I think is the person who originally, the will of the soul fruit originally, one of Joy Boy's Nakama or something, who like maybe ferried Dragon's wife or Luffy's mom or something like that, going on 49 to 50 years ago. And I know that's super wild speculation right there. But that ties me basically to ask, what do we think is going on with the previous empresses at Amazon Lily?
What a segue.
I think Crocodile was
what
the
a
previous
seg-
empress.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I am totally fine with like the Lady Croc theories, but I don't believe in Croco Mob. But like that doesn't exclude any of the other Lady Croc theories, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I feel that.
For me, it's I could see him being a lady from Amazon Lily. That would also explain why no one in the world even recognizes him, even if gender. Like it would explain they're isolated. Very few read the news, and they get it from Hancock or Gloriosa, so it's not been first-hand information they get.
And then there are a lot of parallel. Oh, sorry, go on. Oh,
I'm done.
Okay. There are also a lot of parallels between him and Hancock. Like he keeps a lot of reptiles because he's got the turtle, he's got the two banana types. Because there's the thin one and there's the big one. He's got the frilled lizard runner guys, and then like in Amazon Lily, how they have a mammal and a bird in the form of a panther, and the hawk. He has the unluckies, which is a vulture and an otter.
That's honestly a really sick connection. I've never thought about it like that, ever.
Me too.
And obviously I'm a huge fan of the crocodile trans theory. I think that's one of my favorites in One Piece because it's so like subtle, but like there's so many little things where you're like, oh wait, that could happen, and then that could happen. It all like links together like that, and I feel like with it. And are we presuming that he is like from Amazon Lily, or just like an empress, or just from like how specific are we getting here? Because the Sir thing denotes like royalty in a way.
I mean,
that
I'm
could easily
open to
lead the
Combatant
Empress.
Kingdom personally. Like, maybe the heir to Kamabaka or something like that.
Mm.
Oh wow. I mean, that'd be
For
so
me,
crazy.
For me,
Okay.
No, who's gonna go?
I'm gonna go. I want to shout out Vex because he's done it 3 times and hasn't shouted himself out yet. Homie has dropped 30 gift subs since we've started streaming. So W Vex moment. I just want to shout that out.
Yeah, Wexy. Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
I just want everyone to be able to spam, the Nakama emote. That's the dream.
Yeah, let's get the spam started in chat.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay,
there we
right.
go.
We can bring it back to the list if we want. We still got like tons of egghead to cook, really. Well, not tons, but let's go soft. Dak, this week, who do you think the man marked by flames is?
Oh, definitely still Deuce for sure.
Let's go.
Oh yeah.
Chunk dude.
Oh, 100%. Oh, 100%. And it's not going to change. I think Oda is purposefully trying to throw a bunch of little options at us because he's just a troll. Like think about Saul for example. And then also even Aokiji, because Aokiji, remember like in the Blackbeard, like it was like chapter 1081 when we see him join the crew. He pulls his shirt back. He's like, "Oh, I got a burn scar," and it's like Oda is purposefully trying to throw a bunch of options at us. So I think like we're gonna and like the one of the recent flashbacks with like Ace, like that warlord that he defeated. I think Oda's trolling us, like trying to give us a bunch of options. But I'm committed. I'm married to the cause.
I love that you brought up the Aokiji or the Kuzan. Sorry, I'm not gonna use his dead name, but the Kuzan like moment where he's like, "Look, I got a burn scar," because it's so funny to me, like the little moments where you could tell Oda is like absolutely trolling, almost to the point of like I would say like gaslighting the theory community.
100%.
Like with Ivankov, like One Piece's best theorist, like stuff like that. It's absolutely crazy to me, like those little moments where he's just like, "You guys thought you had it figured out. Let me just like completely pull the whole tablecloth from under like whatever y'all got going on." And shout out to Young Usopp in the chat. What is good? If you got the time, hop in on the call. We'd love to have you on.
Young Usopp,
one of the goats for sure. I think he just dropped the song earlier today.
Absolutely.
Check that out.
Yeah, everyone go check that out. Link in the description for Young Usopp. Ghost Train should be joining soon as well. Tainted Marth once he gets out of work. We've got so many goats. This has been such a crazy stream, you guys. I am on the freaking moon right now with how happy I am. So thank everybody for being here in the call and in the chat. You guys are amazing.
Thank you for the invitation.
And happy birthday again, Lucas.
Yeah, love, bro.
Happy birthday, Lucas.
Yeah, again.
Happy birthday, G.
I think Lonely Mage had to dip because they are about to start their One Piece D&D campaign, like the session 31. Link in the description for that as well over on Dire Regulus's channel.
Oof. Okay. Nice. Okay, Chestnut, go on. Were you going to say something, brother?
Yeah, I was gonna say it got brought up. I'm very curious if anyone has any theories for who Ace beat, because I'm pretty sure it's very open and up in the air. Just because it was Dak brought it up.
I have one idea. In the manga that Bocce did for One Piece, covering Ace's story with Mass Deuce and all that, there's this one weird giraffe guy that he lights up. I don't know if it's a giraffe make or someone with the Uchi no Mi model giraffe, but like I think it was him, the giraffe guy. I think he was the warlord that Ace defeated.
Yeah, but he wouldn't be alive anymore because of the fruit.
Yeah, he killed him.
Yeah.
When the chapter dropped, and maybe I'm crazy for this, but I said, what if it was Alvida? Because why else was she shown with all the other warlords, like dead center, in between all of their panels?
There's no way.
And then it would be a parallel to Luffy. Like,
I think it was just shown to contextualize where Kube was at that point in time, because Kube is a prominent figure. I remember you said this on chat whenever the chapter dropped.
In between the other warlords is a very interesting place to place that specific panel.
I'm with Shiny Charizard. I think it would be cool if it was like Wang Ji or if it was like some other like I don't think it's gonna be just a random new character that gets off-screened or anything like that.
Off
I
screen
think
before they're
that-
on screened.
I know, right? Like preemptively, like, but like it is pretty open, and I don't know if it's gonna be something that he actually brings up in panels. It might be something that somebody asked about at SBS, and he's like, "Oh, I thought I told you guys already." Like, you know, like,
That's so Oda. That's
Yeah,
so
I
Oda.
agree,
Just
though.
saying.
I think it's Wang Ji. It
I
would just make sense.
personally, I personally don't think it could be anyone from the Rocks, because if the world government is trying to erase Rocks from history, why in the world would they ever put someone from that group in their organization? And that's why the Yonko are all Rocks pirates.
And he held Hachinosu until like the time skip. So it's like if he's gonna lose as a warlord back then, how's he not gonna lose his island? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I think it could be Green Bull because like you would think his biggest weakness would be fire, and Green Bull like really looks up to Akianu like so much, and like it would make sense. Well, he made made donuts with Ace, so yeah, Green Bull looks up to him so much that he wants to like, yeah, you beat my arch nemesis who beat me.
that would be insane. Real quick, I'm gonna let Chestnut cook because she was about to speak on Wang Ji, but I gotta read JB's $10 super chat. Joyboy Theory said, "Rip to my headphones, but incredible stream. You guys are goated. Thanks for inviting me and keep cooking. We love you, JB. You're welcome on the channel.
Yeah, we do.
Literally anytime. It's been like this is what like some of my favorite times, you know, cooking with you on stream. We also got another super chat from Young Usopp, the goat. $4.99. Said, question for everyone: do y'all think that Kube and Helmeppo are going to fight Zoro and Luffy before the end of the story? Helmeppo versus Zoro, Kube versus Luffy. We'll cook on that for a bit, but Chestnut, go ahead and let us know what your Wang Ji thoughts are, because I know you're about to cook as well.
Yeah, I just think it'd be really interesting if like most of the characters that we know from like the Rocks Pirates had some sort of like basically pull within the story. I think that especially somebody like Wang Ji, like it doesn't make sense that for Hachinosu, like it would just be controlled by this former rock pirate unless they had some sort of like tie with the world government. And that's what I always thought, is that the reason that it was like the Rocky Port incident was such a big deal is because although he had lost his warlord position after being defeated by Ace, the world government just basically said, well, you know, you're not going to attack anybody, you can have this island. Because it really wasn't a big deal until Blackbeard took it over. Like, that island, I think, was very strategic, and it's one of the reasons why the Marines were able to go back and forth to the island. It makes sense that somebody on there had a connection with the world government, and that's why I think it is. I just think that, like, after Ace defeated him, it was like, okay, well, you were a former warlord, you're not going to do anything, like, keep the island as long as we're able to do stuff. So I think it was a very strategic type thing.
If that's true, then yeah, like Ace beat Wang Ji, Blackbeard beat Wang Ji, like it, or Blackbeard beat Ace. I mean, yeah, so it would like follow like a pattern, one beat the other.
That's actually sick, yeah.
like
To
that.
answer to Young Usopp though, are we gonna get like a rematch like post Water 7 or post Eddie's Lobby with Helmeppo and Kube versus Zoro and Luffy? I am firmly on the position that I think that Kube will be Admiral level absolutely by the end. Maybe not Fleet Admiral. I hope that's like, you know, like Smoker or Fujitora if Smoker actually does something to earn it. But Fujitora for sure. But I'm somebody who has said this countless times. Helmeppo has 2 supreme grade blades with his kukri knives. Zoro's gonna have a tough time keeping up. I'm just gonna say that. What do you
Helmeppo is turning those into black blades, and by the way, we're gonna get team ups where it's Helmeppo and Zoro versus 2 people, and Kube and Luffy versus 2 people.
There's
Because
supreme.
remember Garp and Roger teamed up at God Valley, so Kube and Luffy, the next iteration of those 2 people, need to team up at some point for some Rocks level threat, I think.
Yeah, I think in the fight with the Blackbeard pirates, I think while Luffy is fighting Blackbeard, Kobe is gonna fight Aokiji.
Whoa.
I like that.
Oh wow,
That's pretty dope.
Actually, that's crazy.
That's pretty dope.
That's actually,
Do we
that's
think
absolutely-
Fuji's surviving all the way?
I think so.
To the end of the story?
Fuji?
Yeah.
I could see
I'm not
Fuji dying because like the government like kills him because he disobeys again or something. Because like Green Bull was already fighting him once, and Green Bull seems to be more on Akainu's side, like a lot more. because Akainu like banned Fujitora from every base or whatever. So because like remember Myosgard's getting executed right now, and he's a celestial dragon because he was doing good things. So I could see a scenario where Fuji gets killed by the government, or like they want to at least.
I think like I want to see him become the fleet admiral, and that there's like a bit of a reinvention of what the world government leadership is, and the Navy and the Marines specifically, and if maybe he's using them to the same facet but for good, and I don't know, it'd be like kind of like maybe an inversion on the whole blind leading the blind thing. Like I don't know, I think that would be so cool. But who else is like actually fleet admiral material once like all the dust clears in the final war? I would love it to be Fuji more than pretty much anyone else as it currently stands.
Smoker and Kobe.
Smoker was the one I was thinking maybe.
Smoker, then hand it off to Kobe after like 10 years when Kobe's like old enough to have respect from every person.
I think they're gonna be the next generation of admirals. If Smoker and Kobe, maybe someone else.
Are we even gonna have the Marines by the end of the story?
Like, is there gonna be a next gen?
I'm thinking Aokiji at the top of the new version of Sword, which makes the new Navy, and then under him would be Smoker, and Smoker's Justice would be Tashigi.
Who is this
Or should
Smoker
we call that
character?
Kuina? Whoa.
What was it, Polypede?
No, I'm sorry, I interrupted. Go on.
I think he said, "Who is the Smoker character?" Because
oh my God.
Sounds like
Smoker's MIA.
He's like someone with a lot of L's.
Whoa.
I'm sorry, I
Oh,
interrupted for my dumb joke.
No,
I apologize.
You're good. You're good. Real quick, I
No,
got a
no.
shout out. We got another $9.99 from Kenneth Adams. Said, "Man marked by flames is Robin's dad. It was his research Olvia went out to sea for, and Man marked by flames connection to the world government has been hinted by the Blackbeard pirates, which is why he couldn't come to Ohara beforehand." That's Kush Daddy himself right there. Also want to say shout out to. Also want to say shout out to Elson in the chat, an absolute goat, like practically like a day one with TLA. We love you, Elson. But yeah, that is crazy as far as the whole Man marked by flames. I didn't even think about Robin's dad.
I'm not sure, man. Robin's dad might be Dragon. Is that the hot take? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I heard the theory a lot. I don't know if I really.
Okay.
Hold on.
Dragon abandoned a second kid. Crazy.
Well, and just Dragon spent time with Robin, and for that to not come to light would be the most absurd thing. You know, like that's my issue.
The thing, though, is the fact that he actually spent time with her. I think is enough to discredit the fact that she would be his.
Yep.
Kid.
Yep.
So Kuma
Yep.
put the pieces together and
Exactly.
sent Robin to their revos. Like,
Nah, bro. I don't know. That's crazy.
Nah.
For Luffy to have a stepsister on the crew the entire time
Well,
is insane.
Hear me out. What if he meant to send Robin to Boa Hancock's island, and he meant to send Luffy to Dragon?
Bruh.
Well, since Dragon told Kuma like I forget what the line was, but like if you keep talking about my son, you might as well kill me. I'm gonna. Kuma seems too nice to do that. I would think, knowing that would just give some trauma.
I think that like whatever Rayleigh and Kuma had their little like whisper off or whatever, that might have been like what he said to Kuma is like, yo, send him to here, because we know Rayleigh obviously has ties to the Roger Pirates in general, but obviously to Amazon Lily with his relationship with Shaki. So I mean I think that it was definitely chosen that he was going to go to Amazon Lily a little bit ahead of time, and coincidentally enough, I know somebody said this in Dax Live as well, we never saw Amazon Lily on the list of places that Kuma was searching for medicines, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct. It was like one of two-ish places, I think, that we didn't see.
Yeah, like Brooke, we didn't see where Brooke went either, and I had a theory that I put on the TLA TikTok a while back about the whole summoning circles, like, maybe interfering with that, so like, but we didn't see where Brooke went, and we didn't see where Luffy went, but every other place we saw in that chapter.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think the reason he sent him to Amazon Lily, like, I don't know how the story would work, but it's just that Luffy's mom is probably from there, or tied to there at least. Like, I don't know how it would work exactly.
We were just talking about Crocodile being from there. I'm weak.
Stop. Oh no. Mr. Bushido again with another €2 super chat. Robin's dad is Roger, a Rev, or a Gorosei undercover. You're spreading your blanket really wide.
Yeah,
babe.
that's a wide yeah.
Whoa.
Narrow it
have
down
to
for a little.
Yeah, I have to step away for like 3 minutes. Let my dog go outside real quick. I'm just gonna
All
meet
right.
up. I will be right back. Y'all keep cooking. This has been such fun. I'll be right back, y'all.
Well, what about
So,
this idea? Oh,
no, go on, Dak. Go on.
okay.
Pepper us.
Real quick for Robin's dad, if he's even alive, because like I forget exactly what the discussion is on him, but like he could just not even be alive. But what if it's Wang Ji? I know it's because like he's old enough, and he like you would think that Rox needed someone on his crew to read poneglyphs probably, and what if like and he's been on Pirate Island, so like what if the reason why he couldn't come to Ohara isn't that he's part of the government or anything, like so it would reveal it, but he's holding down Pirate Island this whole time, which is like essential because he knows something of the future, and he's like, if I give this up, you know, it's like basically like whenever he lost it, he probably knows the future is like, you know, the dawn's almost here or whatever, but like he had to hold it in the meantime to like balance power for some, I don't know. There could be some story there, but it's just Rox probably needed someone who read the poneglyphs, and Wang Ji could, maybe being from Ohara or something, could be the answer maybe.
Interesting, and like held Hachinosu down over the decades, sort of thing. Like that's interesting.
Because like who knows how many poneglyphs are hidden in that island? Like you would think if there's a place with a lot of poneglyphs, it's probably Paradise Island, because like Big Mom has 3. So
yeah, I agree. Like I think Hachinosu definitely seems like an important island. Obviously, it's like the pirate island as well, like the capital almost of pirates. So it's always like felt significant. So yeah, I imagine there'll be a reason to it in this. Maybe
Alright, cool.
it's a Choku, right? Who's Wang Ji?
yeah, exactly. Well, I think it's also supposed to be pronounced like Wang Zhe, but you know,
Wang.
we all say Wang Ji. And that's actually, it's funny because that's actually my next video is about Wang Ji. Like not exactly what we just said, but a bunch of other stuff. And at the very end, I was thinking about talking about this Robin's dad idea, so I was like, all right, I'm going to mention it here. And if everyone just doesn't like it, then I won't mention it. But you guys didn't seem to bat it down, so I'm gonna put that in the video.
Dak testing.
No.
Yep.
Like, how do you guys feel about Robin's dad?
Yo, so it's crazy too, bringing up the poneglyphs significance. By the way, I'm back, y'all. I'll get to Mr.
Welcome back.
Bushido super chat in just a second, but mentioning Wang Ji and the poneglyphs, it's crazy because we see that like it seems like information is weaponized, you know, like to a degree with like the Gorosei like restricting it and things like that and holding things over on the entire world for potentially, you know, like centuries. But in the real world, Wang Zhe, it was like he was like a real dude he was the first person who brought, I think, like modern like weaponry and like that kind of like ballistic tech to Japan from China, I believe. He was an actual like Chinese pirate. I could be wrong. I'm paraphrasing hard right now. Also, shout out to Ghost Train of Thought who just joined the call. What's good, brother?
Yo, buddy.
Hello, everybody. How's everyone doing?
My guy.
I've been listening while I was at work the whole time, so.
Oh, good man.
Then, real quick, I also got a shout out to Bushido once again with €2 more. Said Vivi is a true queen of Amazon Lily and Alabasta. I don't know about both, bro, but that's crazy. But yeah, welcome in, Ghost. I've been seeing you the entire time in the chat. So glad to have you on finally.
Yeah, thanks for the invite. Glad to finally be in.
Yeah, definitely. Welcome. Is there anything you want to go straight in with that you were just hearing us talk about, or?
No, I don't want to disrupt the flow. You guys can keep going on what you were doing.
Okay.
I really like what you said on the chat though. Hinoki can be translated to Cyprus as in copper, so you think it's copper gaban or something?
Oh, that's wild. That is wild.
Okay. Who's this? The man marked by flames?
Yeah, Alson on the chat.
Oh, Elson. Okay, yeah. If Elson said it, it's probably true, to be honest.
Elson is basically like our resident translator. I have never seen somebody so tapped into a lot of like the Gorowase and like the little like like little puns that Oda does like across languages and things like that.
Mhm.
Elson is always like a wellspring of knowledge, and I love cooking with him on like VCs, even though he's muted up the whole time. But we love you, Elson. That is fire. That's actually really crazy. I think that Scopper Gabon has to be important at some point. You know, like
He's not coming back, bro. I'm sorry.
Oh, I knew. I was waiting for Chester
lost.
to say something. and that's what he said.
Listen. Scopper Gabon is one of those characters that I love to meme with. I think he's funny. World's greatest axeman, right? Like, but it has been so long since we've seen him in the story. There's no hints. Like, people thought he was the man marked by flames. Like, I'm sorry. I don't think he's coming back. I think he's lost to history.
I feel like so many people want him back because they like Sanji, and they think he's the Sanji of Roger's crew. So he has to be relevant, right? I feel like that's the main reason people want him in the story.
Right.
Like, why isn't Sunbell as important as Scopper Gabon? You know what I mean? Why isn't that Viking looking dude? Why is, you know what I mean? Like, it's ridiculous.
Well, I think a big
Someone
factor.
in the chat is saying Scopper is Bogart.
Bogart.
Wild.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Don't say that. I mean, hey, look, Bogart barely even has a name. All right, it was in the credits. All right, Scopper it has actually been on screen. But here's the thing. But the thing for me is that we've seen Roger pirates at each like major stage of the journey. Like we saw like Crocus at the very beginning, then we saw Rayleigh halfway through to get us under the red line, and then now like it's just Scopper just seems like if you were to pick one, he's like the natural choice to be somewhere, which I think Lodestar is. That's always been my guess, because that is the equivalent of the other two. You know, like it's like the final island that you would run. Like Laugh Tale's technically the real final island, but that's the final like one sequentially in a new world.
They're like benchmark placement,
Yes.
I get like little buoys like for like
Exactly.
distance markers,
Exactly, they're checkpoints.
His
I
role
love
would
it.
be more informational, like Crocus, then. Probably.
Yes.
I gotta cook with my guy Dire Regulus, who just joined. What's good, brother? How you been?
Hello.
Glad to have you. Glad to have you. I know you guys will be going live in a little bit. I put a link in the description whenever they do Group 3 TLA One Piece D&D. They got their session 31 happening in a little bit. But thank you for joining us before y'all go and cook on that.
Yeah. And to add to Scopper, I have a nowhere take that has no proof, but my guess is Scopper is the one that's riding that black ship that makes whirlpools.
Oh, the man more by
Yeah.
Yo, what if Scopper Gabon is just Ben Beckman?
Oh my goodness.
Has no glasses. He was already an established pirate, and he's just like, screw it. Do it again.
One Piece has proven that you can change your hair color. It has not proven that you can lose your glasses.
Listen, he was wearing sunglasses though. I'm
Actually, no, Denjiro.
But Denjiro
That is true.
He wasn't wearing his glasses when he was.
That's true. His vision
Denjiro
improved.
proves the hair
He
and
was
the
so
glasses.
pissed off that it fixed his vision.
That's how he fooled them.
That's crazy.
So like, what if that's the reason
never
that he's
saw it
with
coming.
Tanks? Like,
I mean, he was
look,
constantly
he's old.
squinting, so he was really focused, like compared to what he was doing. Like,
Real quick, guys, we got 2 more super chats just in. We got Ocelot231K with a $5 super chat. Said, any thoughts on Gloriosa being Yamato's mother? She did have a love sickness. Yamato has a white serpent attack, and snakes being connected to Amazon Lily. That's very interesting. And then Bushido with another €2 said, Caribou kidnaps Robin. Lucci stops him. His prey. Oh wow, that's a lot to unpack. Let's hit up Gloriosa thoughts real quick.
Yeah, wasn't kind of like a teen back then. I don't think that would fit. But also,
Yeah.
Dwight's in love with Luffy.
You guys think Yamato might be a clone? Like not. I don't know, not like an actual like offspring child. Like what if she doesn't have a mom?
like a single parent donor.
like a test tube baby, like made in the lab kind of deal. Like the thing
Like
with
all
Gloriosa
Germa.
is if you go to that panel, like the way that I read it is like obviously like Miss Buckingham is like all over Whitebeard, but it seems like Gloriosa likes someone else who's not in the panel because like she isn't on, you know, like because like literally Miss Buckingham's like riding on Whitebeard's shoulder. And like the way the dialogue is like Gloriosa does like someone, but since she's not with anyone, I assume it's someone not in the panel, which would make me think Rox is like the the other option there. So it's tough to say if that would work, but maybe like a DNA thing would work.
Yeah,
more
I don't
so.
like Clone Piece. Like, I know a lot of people shit on Clone Piece, and I'm not gonna sit here and be like, well, this person's obviously, but like, it's just like we know that Kaido was experimented on for quite a while, and the timelines of that kind of actually do potentially match up a little
That
bit.
means a lot to me, bro. I'm glad, man. How was work, G? How you feeling? And I hope you drive home safe, bro.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It'd be really interesting. Like, honestly. Anyone else have any other thoughts on like Gloriosa potentially being like important in the story? Like,
yes,
I think that
You
she
go
might have
first.
been in love with someone like Rox or something. Yeah, I think that's a good take, personally.
was it she was riding on somebody's back, right? Like, who was it?
That was Stussy, right? in the white
Yeah,
boots,
Sussy. Gloriosa was standing by
Just
herself,
standing.
and the dialogue makes it seem like she does like someone else, and so I think it has to be Rox, because otherwise she would be with that. Like if it was Kaido, she'd be with Kaido at that point.
Yeah, they want to get cheeky with Shiki.
Yo, I would be cool with
Well,
it.
wasn't Kaido underage at that point?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, One Piece hasn't shied away from.
Oh my goodness.
that.
No, but I think, hear me
Bonnie.
out. I like the Shiki idea because like how, what if you think like maybe if like Amazon Lily wasn't always in the Calm Belt, but Shiki, who we know like could lift up. Well, I mean, we don't know it because like Strong World technically isn't canon, but we've seen islands being picked up like by Kaido and things like that. So I think that it'd be interesting if Shiki was like partially involved in the placement of that as well. That'd be like super cool.
We also have in Skype here a lady called Amazon, right? And by a lady, I mean a really old woman.
All right, yeah. She's the one that has the toll. She makes people pay the toll.
John Sherrod on all social media with a $50 super chat said,
My
"Put
goat.
me in code."
Yo.
JJ, you
bro.
can hop into the server and you should be able to see us all on this call and join anytime you want.
Absolutely.
We would love to have you on.
Yeah,
You
Vex
did
will
not
let you
have to
hop into
go-
his house for 50 bucks.
Please.
Yeah, probably. But you did not have to go that hard, but we love you for it, brother. The OPU
Damn.
crew is like cousins to TLA, and that was actually one of the first streams I was ever on and hosting with TLA. Was like the first time we covered the live action trailer release back in like the Tudum, way back. Like it feels like a long time ago now, but yes, JJ, come in and cook like whenever, bro.
One thing I want to say about Gloriosa real quick is remember, thanks to ACAT, we're getting proof that like they tested on the Rocks Pirates, and so a clone like Yamato being a result of Gloriosa or something with Vegapunk is definitely possible.
That's true.
JJ.
Oh, hello, JJ.
Yo.
Yo.
Yeah, I was just spitting your praises, brother. How you been?
JJ, if you're talking, the mic ain't working, but you're not muted.
We can
I ain't said nothing yet. I was just trying to get myself together.
I was gonna say, should have
What's
spent that
going on, family? How we doing?
on a new mic situation. No, I remember
Yeah.
giving you crap. I remember giving you
We
crap
can
in the
hear you,
OPU stream about it, but yeah,
Listen.
we can hear you. What's good, bro?
I'm about to say technology is hard, man.
Yeah, it really is.
Listen,
Thanks
man,
for
I
the
just figured, I treat TLA like I treat my women. If I throw some money at y'all, y'all let me slide. If I just dip in and out real quick. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, yo.
You know what I'm saying?
I had to unmute to say that was the most out of pocket thing I've heard all stream.
Oh my
That was
God. We've been
amazing.
doing pretty good.
I
Yeah.
love having you, JJ.
I
love having you,
apologize.
brother.
Listen, I've been listening to
No,
the stream.
no,
Everybody
you-
come in. We do our everybody at their theories and everything. I'm like, yo, I don't know how I'm supposed to slide in here. These boys is over here cooking. I should be microwaving my food, but I'm just definitely enjoying the show.
Just put on a hat and just start just throwing pans around. You don't even have to be doing anything. Just what's up, guys?
Yo, that background's
yeah.
clean, JJ.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
link
Yes,
in
sir.
link in the description. OPU is actually going to be over on Marshall D Preach's channel. They'll be starting in a little bit, right? Y'all will have the Rocks review on, and y'all will be ranking every single Egghead chapter from 2023. If I got that right?
Oh, absolutely,
that's right.
yes, sir.
Let's go. Yeah, those streams have been pretty popping, right, Dak? Like those types of
Oh, yeah.
streams.
Oh, dude, those are the best streams. I'm actually kind of pumped to see it because like I didn't want to watch any before I did my own, you know, because I didn't want to get influenced. Now I got to see if I was like even close to other people. So I put 1102 number one. I don't know about you guys, but
I think rightfully.
I
like,
actually
it's up
I
there.
picked that too. Like when I
It's
no, I
up
didn't
there.
do like a full stream, but like when I was asked like what my favorite chapter was, bro, that one is.
Yeah.
I cried.
said
I
it-
cried so hard.
I've been
said
crying
it
like the
in-
past 15 chapters. I don't. It's
Yeah.
hard for me to pick which one had the most tears coming out of my eyes, but yeah, 1102 was amazing.
Much love from you, Dak, but I'm not gonna lie.
Bro.
And I said it in your chat. I think you were kind of glazing 1079 a little bit. It was a good chapter, but.
I mean the only thing that really happened there was the Shanks, you know, obliterating Kid
Yeah.
moment. Like that's the only thing. Which like yeah, that
It
that
does
earns you a
carry a
high
lot of
spot.
weight.
But when we're talking, like I was saying with like 1086, I think, right? Like I was saying, it's so underrated. Like look, the Shanks thing is cool, but with like it just on paper, if you compare it to all the Gorosei name reveals, Mother Flame reveal, Emu name reveal, like the Nerona part, that was all in the same chapter, and like the
Yeah, that was
Ivankov
wild.
theorizing. I'm like, on paper, 1086 should be better, but I get the hype behind 1079.
Yes, Chaozu is correct. I am a 1082 glazer. You know, I'm guilty. I saw you
That's
in
fair.
that.
It's a
stream as well.
banger chapter. I mean,
It's
what
like-
what else needs to be said? What else needs to be
That's
said?
another
I
reason
just have
why
to-
I wanted
I have
jump
to
on
jump in
today
real
because-
quick and say 1102 was so sad that I read it at work and had to go to the bathroom because I was like sobbing. So very, very on brand to put it at number one.
Oh, Vex, come on. Clean. Jeez.
If we're going for best chapters of the year, I'd pick 1080 Galaxy Impact. Oh man, that's amazing.
I'm going with 10. I was going to come in and drop my spoiler real quick. I was going to tell you my favorite chapter of 2023. I'm giving it to 1088, the final lesson where Garb got caught in Pirate
Oh.
Island.
Yep.
My thought
Great
process
chapter.
is like if you know somebody that's not a One Piece fan and they jumped into like you just give them a story, like that chapter is a whole story within itself. And then I just feel like that's a good chapter where the person will want to find out a little bit more what happened to Garb. I mean, you know, it's been 15 chapters, we ain't found out nothing yet, but like I just feel like from beginning to end, like that's a great short story all within itself. And I just think if I had to just show somebody something that could just bring them to the story, I think that would be perfect. And everybody showed out on that chapter.
I love that
Top
chapter.
tier. It was my
El
fourth
Meppo.
chapter of the year.
El Meppo, though, like that's all I'm gonna say. Is it like my
El
Yes,
Meppo stepped up.
sir.
Everyone showed up.
Oh man, but you're absolutely right.
I
You're gonna
think you
hear
mean
first. Folks.
Chad
Like,
Meppo?
Bro.
Chad Meppo, him Leppo.
Chad
Him
Meppo, bro.
He did. He
And
set the
Leppo
pick,
was
man.
crazy.
He set the pick for Kobe to get up
Just
there.
slam dunk.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
alley oop.
Oh my goodness.
Honesty
Yeah.
Impact was really good. I think a lot of people thought that name was cheesy. I loved it, honestly. It just fits Kobe too well.
Honestly,
I thought it was. I thought because we, you know, most of us read scans and things like that. I thought that it was gonna get like a completely different name. Like I thought it was a mistranslation when it first came out, and then like in the officials, it was still called Honesty Impact. I was like, really? So I mean, it's not a bad name,
Yeah.
but I thought they were gonna cook on that a little more, honestly.
I mean,
Yeah, I agree with that. I think
it's
it
garbage, but
perfectly
honest.
Sums up.
You know.
Yeah, I think it perfectly sums up Kobe's character. I agree, Ghost, 100%.
Yeah, since he got tricked, I was really upset about that, but he kind of made up for it with that attack.
When do
I
you
think
guys
him
think we'll
getting-
get to see the Holy Knights?
Oh
action.
man.
Ooh.
I think
Probably
Elbaf
very
is.
soon.
Yeah, and it's Mr. Bushido actually did a super chat that kind of ties to when I think that'll come into play is in Elbaf, and he gave another €2 and said Shiki is Killer's dad and in Elbaf. But I don't know about the Shiki stuff, but I definitely think that if there's one more major. If there's one more major island we're going to, I feel like all of the big players are coming out of the woodwork. I mean, I imagine there's going to be a war on like 6 fronts, you know, because we have Cross Guild, we have the world government, and that's even divided into Cypher Pool, the Gorosei, and the Marines, which is, you know, kind of 3 separate semi-autonomous entities in and of themselves. And then we have like the Revolutionaries, we have the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, like there's so many different like factions that are all gonna have to come into play, and seeing
people.
like different
Yeah.
Yonko as well, like the red hair, like their grand fleet, because we saw like his little like puddle pirate fodder, collection that he's got going on. But like I'm sure some of them are probably actually, comparable in the new world if they're like surviving and things. So there's just so many different people that are all gonna have to come into play. And Elbaf is probably gonna be one of the last like major islands we go to. If it doesn't happen there, it'll happen like, I don't know, like maybe like at Marie-Joie, but I don't know if I really believe that everyone's going up there.
Somebody else in chat just asked, does everybody think Garp is gonna die, or is he gonna be good?
Oh, he's
He should die.
Last year, I would have went with a hard
Doesn't
yes,
make
because
sense
at
to
this
do
point
so.
last year, he had just started the stuff in Hachinosu. After what we saw, I'm not so sure. He could stay alive, especially it's
Blackbeard has
Oda. He
a
doesn't like
plan
killing
what he
people.
wanted to do.
Yeah, let's get
Blackbeard
three
had a
fake
plan,
outfits.
and
Like,
for the
let's-
plan, you need something to give to the government. So he needs him alive.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Blackbeard's pull against
Yeah,
the government.
because from what
the
we know,
government
Garp
kinda
is not
hates
part of
Garp.
Sword, right?
Yeah,
he's
he
not.
died.
So he cannot be dismissed. Plus, he's the hero of the Marines. There's like a public gravitas to letting him there if you do that. So they kind of have to do something.
Listen, I
True.
think that man is cooked, bro. I think that man is 10 feet under. They're about to go give his head on a silver platter.
He's gonna get the
Nope,
Polnareff. He's gonna be in a wheelchair.
Not the
Oh my
Polnareff, bro.
No,
did not.
don't do it.
Bro's about to get the Darth Maul treatment, bro.
Why?
Oh my god.
I mean, you know
Who
what would be
invited-
great? You know what would be crazy, actually? You know, pirates used to do this thing that we haven't seen yet in One Piece. And we could have in, like, chapter 100-ish, which is a beheading. If Garp gets beheaded, that would be mental. That would be
have you ever heard
actually
of-
What is
I've
going
never heard
on
of
here?
that.
Like,
Wow, we're just
everyone's
fan.
going crazy.
That's
If
how
it
we're
becomes-
jumping jump.
Garp's
No, hold
head
on, hold
becomes
on.
a bow on Blackbeard's ship.
Have you
Yeah,
heard of
yeah,
keel hauling?
They
Keel
need to
hauling
make
is
someone.
crazy.
They need to make someone walk the plank. Like someone with a devil fruit power
Bro.
needs to walk the plank and jump into
No,
the
but
water.
see, walking the plank isn't actually something that pirates used to do. That's just kind of like what like that's kind of like a Disneyfication, but like what they
But
actually
still.
used to
Hollywood.
do.
Wait,
is called-
Disney piece.
But hold on, it's called keel hauling.
Yep.
Is the thing that they actually used to do, which is
What
similar
they did
to
to
what
Odin.
Whitebeard. It's similar to what Whitebeard did to Odin, but instead of dragging behind the ship, it's dragging underneath the ship.
Yo,
So
that's
they'll tie
crazy.
you. They'll tie you at like around like, and then they'll like drop you overboard, and they'll like literally like Chingy with a t-shirt, like pull you all underneath and like have you scrape against barnacles and smack your head on the keel and stuff like that. It's like super brutal.
And you basically break all your bones going over like the
Yeah, you're
apex
dead.
of
There's
the
no
bottom.
way you're surviving that.
What is happening right now, though, guys?
Yeah,
But didn't they
you
do that
got
to Odin?
They dragged him behind the ship, but they didn't drag him underneath the ship. You know what I mean?
Fair,
Like,
fair.
Yeah, keel hauling is like crazy, bro.
Rough.
Like, and we haven't seen anything like that. You know? Well, I mean,
No.
kind of.
They'll keel haul Blackbeard.
Oh my goodness.
You
he's gonna
can
be
take it.
missing. He's gonna be missing more teeth. Like,
Yeah,
Your
the most
teeth is
pirate moment.
crazy.
I would say the most pirate moment in the series so far was when Blackbeard and his crew jumped Whitebeard, and they all just banked him and shot him up. Like that was probably the most shiesty, like pirate-like moment.
Yeah, it is crazy.
Valid.
As they should, honestly. Whitebeard deserved it for.
Wow.
Whoa.
Now you're just saying
That's wild.
Whitebeard deserved it is crazy.
That is wild.
Links in the
Nah,
description. for Chester.
Whitebeard didn't deserve what they did to him in the anime. The manga version was better.
Oh my goodness. Bro, Dead with the links in the description for Chestnut is wild. Real quick, I got a shout out to, we got Grand Line Bound member of 4 months, who's actually an actual member of TLA, and that's our emergency food supply and our Dr. Vega Smokes, Smoky Chopper. He said, my team, TLA, is gonna host the Reverie one day. Baby win. But we love you, Smokey. We had you on at the beginning. If you could pop in any other time, bro, come on in, brother.
Yeah, give us another 60 seconds. That's all we get. So like, just give us the blast and then.
little snippets.
Bro,
Yeah.
just Smokey popping
much,
in,
too
and being the whole vibe for all of about a minute and a half and then dipping is so on brand. But yeah, but we love you, Smokey. Thank you for that.
Speaking of the fact, I gotta go hop on my squad now. But oh geez, pause. But I'm gonna.
Whoa, bro.
Let him hop first.
I'm the pause guy, but
Hey,
I'm
Philly, we
gonna
don't
definitely see if I can come back, holler at you guys a little bit later on. But you know, OPU, we do what we do. I gotta go give 1088 some love. Vex, don't be talking about no more Frankie Glaze, no more. Don't disrespect the cyborg pervert, man. Don't do that no more,
bro.
Yeah.
We love you, JJ.
Yeah, give my best
For
to
sure. We love you,
Zane,
brother.
and Preach,
Love
and
you.
Rox Review, and Prince, and I guess Crow too. You know, all the homies now. But yeah, we got mad love for OPU here at TLA. Big shout outs to you guys. I hope it's a dope stream.
y'all cousins for real. Y'all be safe. I'll check y'all in a minute. Peace.
Cheers.
Take it easy, bro.
But before its relevance goes away, I want to talk about Blackbeard using Garp as a bargaining chip. When that was coming out, I had this kind of a it was a theory. I was saying, what if he's trying to bribe? Well, he's trying to bribe the government to secure his place as a king and become the king of Pirate Island, which would be he would essentially cheat his way to Pirate King without ever having to get the One Piece, which I feel is very in line with him. What are your guys' thoughts on Blackbeard kind of cheating the system like that? Like, it doesn't matter what other pirates say. What matters is the eye of the populace, and you know, if they believe it, who cares what a few other pirates think?
All right, so let me spit a little bit about what I think Blackbeard's gonna do as the #1 Blackbeard supporter, ever in the history of the world.
Oh god.
So personally,
There's that right next to Dak. That's crazy.
listen, bro, did Dak get his teeth taken out to look like Blackbeard? I don't think so.
Oh my
Whoa. I don't know if I need that kind of dedication, you know, to prove my fellowship to the cause.
I'm just kidding, Dak.
There's a lot of options. You can get really fat too.
This is when Chestnut takes her teeth out and she's like, it's not that hard.
Listen, bro. But actually, I do have my teeth taken out, but that's because I'm getting implants. So I am actually missing a few teeth. But
Chestnut finally getting some grills.
I feel so bad for what I put in the chat. I said Chestnut is reading Toothpiece.
Straight to hell.
Oh my God. That's crazy. I didn't know that when I typed that. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm literally missing like 3 of my front teeth. I have like a retainer with teeth on it until like July when I've asked to get anime girl sharp like cat teeth in my mouth, like literally the anime girl teeth. So 17 grand on that. We love to see it. I'm dropping big bucks on this. So right now I look like Blackbeard, but I do want to spin on Blackbeard a little bit. Because I think that when Blackbeard shows up to Egghead, that's when he's going to get like his world government affiliation. Because when you think about it, like Blackbeard always shows up at the last minute, always is able to spin things in his, like for his agenda. So my thing is that Blackbeard is going to show up to the island. I personally think Saturn's going to die, but I think that what Blackbeard is going to do is help save the Marines. Blame everything on Luffy, and then because of that, what's going to happen is that he's going to kind of go to the world government and be like, listen, like, I have all of this stuff, like, I'm this strong, Luffy is taking out, like, Saturn and all of these other people, like, you need somebody to combat him. And I think that's the moment when they're going to, like, officially make Hachinosu a part of the world government. Because I think Blackbeard is going to spin the entire story, like, look, Vegapunk was killed, like, Luffy did all of this stuff, because they already have that Luffy kidnapped Vegapunk, right? So it's like, if Vegapunk dies, Saturn dies, Blackbeard comes to the island and saves a bunch of Marines, what's going to happen?
Yes, I just got to say, me, Vex, and Cody touched on this on an episode of Chadmirals not too long ago, so I agree with you 100%. I think, I don't know if Blackbeard's going to kill Saturn, but I do think Saturn is going to go out on Egghead in that Luffy will take the blame. But I really love the Blackbeard angle that you're bringing into it.
Yeah, I think specifically it's like the authority, like the whole hierarchy and things like that. Like he might have been going to Egghead just to like get like a Vegapunk authority chip, because he's like Kobe's isn't good enough, or maybe Kobe like broke his or whatever. But like if he were to take the Seraphim, that's a huge blow to not only the world government but also a buff to him and his forces and things like that. And then he just so happens to like stumble upon like, oh, look at that, there's a Gorosei here, even better. Like and he like that's like my whole reasoning as to maybe why he's there. But then yeah, like the whole like Blackbeard taking on Saturn thing is like one of the, like I remember Cody brought it up to me and he was like the first person who like I really spit with that. And then Bushido has his theory that maybe Blackbeard steals Saturn's memories with pudding and things like that. There's so much crazy like spice around like that whole thing. I really hope we get that soon, and it's not like another year before we see Blackbeard actually hit Egghead, you know. Like,
do you think that the world government is going to take what Blackbeard has to say seriously when like the competitor is Big News Morgan?
Well, they know Morgan lies, right?
I think they'll find a kindred spirit within each other if like there's an interaction between Blackbeard and Saturn, and if he's gonna end up helping the Marines, why wouldn't he end up helping Saturn and be like, yeah, let's crush these insects together?
True.
I don't know, man.
So what you're saying is Blackbeard, that was his ship, that was him. He is at Egghead then, or he's gonna end up there. Because yeah, we saw his rafter, a little ship at Egghead. We haven't seen any.
All his ships look the same.
Yeah.
Like all his fleet looks the same. Like all his ships, they're all just log ships.
I wanted to real quick. I'm sorry. I just wanted to spit it just.
Does that mean he has no shipwright?
But I wanted to spit. No, Jesus Burgess is the shipwright, I think. But specifically, or no, he's the helmsman. I don't remember. But major shout out to Desnus, the dwarf, who had to hop off. An absolute goat. Links for he's got a new like thing on YouTube and TikTok called Junk Records, but you also probably have seen his channel because he's been blowing up lately. But he had to go. Dude has been here since literally the very second we went live, and even like was pre-gaming with us for like 20 something minutes. So absolute goat. It's been like hours of us cooking, and so I just wanted to make sure we said, you know, goodbye to him. Everybody, make sure you check out his content. I'm sorry, go ahead, Polypede.
Shout out to Desnus. He's a good dude. I had this theory, right? Because well, I heard of it and then I added on to it because I got the theory from a caller on that One Piece talk because I think he made a very good point. York is going to be Blackbeard's Frankie because right now, Teach does not have any smart guys in his cabinet as far as we know. He's got Burgess, but Burgess is the helmsman. Doc Hughes, a doctor, etc., etc. We don't know much about like Avala Pizarro, but again, his powers don't really reflect that he's a smart guy. He's just an island. So it would be interesting if he got York. Now, York is comparable to Frankie because Frankie doesn't look like he's a smart guy. He looks like a big like beach bro. Like I don't know if you know Johnny Bravo back in the day, that cartoon.
Hey, mama.
So you think Blackbeard will like convince York, be like, hey, I'll make you something better, like bigger than a celestial dragon if you join me? Because he wanted Bonnie to follow him, and Bonnie was like, nah. So yeah, you could find York. York could get with him instead.
And then York is the only one who wears underwear.
Real quick, if I could, doesn't Lafitte show above average intelligence though in Blackbeard's crew?
Absolutely, except for wasn't he the one who was talking like in front of like Kuzan about like we can't trust him, and then Kuzan like was that Van Auger or was it Lafitte?
Lafitte.
I think that was Van Auger. It was Lafitte. Okay.
Yeah, that would be like that's probably the dumbest thing he's ever done in the story. But other than that, he's pretty smart, you know.
And he's a navigator.
Real quick, I got a shout out to Mr. Bushido with another super chat, 2 more euros, and said Blackbeard takes down Emu to take the empty throne. I mean, yeah, I think that's a pretty common theory, but there's a lot of things that dominoes that have to fall into place before anything like that can happen. Yeah.
Yeah, what I think is gonna happen is I think whoever is from Blackbeard's crew is gonna kidnap Edison, and York is gonna end up with the world government.
I honestly think York is gonna get ragdolled and probably not gonna make it off this island. I think that the ambition and the connivingness is going to bite her in the ass. Like I hope she doesn't make it off the island. I don't know. I'm a major York hater though. It was like my least favorite chapter in all of it.
You never know what's gonna happen.
I mean, speaking of Blackbeard, it's kind of crazy that within the whole year that just went, he still has pudding with him, and we still have no extra clues of what he wants to do
Yeah,
with her.
when's
True.
the Blackbeard slander? Because he hasn't done anything for like a whole year. No, I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. Don't come at me,
There's
Chestnut.
more
Don't.
salt coming out. Like,
Chestnut, you said you gotta go. You want to spit to
Yeah.
the folks real quick? Say what's up.
Yo, yeah, thank you so much for having me on. I super appreciate it. We also had that VOD yesterday. That was pretty fun that we did. So make sure you guys go check that out too. But
Oh, yeah.
unfortunately, my parents are yelling at me, so I got to get off right now. But
No sweat. Yeah, check out Chadmirals and Chibi Girls. It was super fire. And then y'all did a really crazy cool bingo stream with Geo. And then tell them where you're gonna be later tonight.
oh yeah, so like I think Hime actually wants to do a solo leveling stream at 8 because the new episode did come out. So we'll probably do that on her channel, and then later, the new episode of Egghead is coming out. So we got the first episode, so that'll be at 10:15 if you guys want to pop by. But again, thank you so much. If I have some time before everything happens and you guys are still on, I'll definitely try to pop back in. But it was nice talking to you guys.
Take it easy.
thank you for rolling through. Have a good night. We'll see you on the stream probably at some point.
Yeah, link in the description for Chestnut and Hime's first episode of Egghead stream. So everyone go check that out for sure. Absolutely goated. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, thank you.
And then,
Alright.
Go ahead. Yeah, and then we got another goat who is joining us, a friend of the entire Discord, my crew's W Helmsman in our One Piece D&D stuff over on my channel. We have Tori Mori, aka Mikey D.
Mikey.
Yo,
what is good, brother?
What's good, everybody?
Yo, Tori.
So happy
I've been
to have
busy on the house cleaning, but I've been tuning in the whole time, and I'm finally at the place where I can hop on and hopefully cook with you lads.
Hell yeah. Wild. So glad to have you, brother. Yeah, we've been going for like 4 hours straight at this point. We're past the halfway point, but yeah, we're
Right on the
we're
bean.
straight. We're straight cooking. It is
Pure
wild.
fire, yeah, pure fire the whole time.
Oh man. But yeah, we were talking about like I don't know. Does anyone else have any takes on York while we were talking about her? Because like honestly,
The reveal was trash.
Yeah.
Shaka better be revealed to be the actual traitor. I'm gonna cry.
Oh my god.
That's my take.
I
Oh
don't
no,
know.
no. I do have a take. How does Oda handle the whole situation with like nutrition for the satellites? I don't get that. Like, if like she could just put them all out of action by not eating, you know.
But then she'd also be killing herself then.
But they can still eat on their own. It's just it's more convenient for them to let her eat instead.
Yeah.
Well, can they?
I'd be impressed to see Pythagoras poop.
Bro.
Wow.
Well, Pythagoras is dead, so we don't have to worry about that.
He'll never poop again.
Yeah, until I see the poop, I don't believe it. Yeah.
That's so
What a
crazy
nightmare.
too, because Luffy is like famous for asking a bunch of people like, do you poop? And like, it's so funny that he didn't ask anybody this whole arc. You know, like,
Yeah.
oh man,
It's been a little busy.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I feel like I'm in a Luffy versus Blackbeard situation when they say this cherry pie tastes terrible, this cherry pie is great. Because everyone hates York. She's literally one of my favorite females in One Piece.
What has she
That's
done?
funny.
Because I guess it's implication of what she can be.
Oh, that's fair.
Oh, I think Oda has fun drawing her in the manga. Like,
Yeah.
bro.
Hold on. Is York the one I'm thinking of?
York is the gluttony one, the desire one. Or
The one that looks like Ginny, Bonnie, all them.
The freckles, yes.
Yo, I'm just gonna say it. Derek Miles in the chat, you are wilding, bro. That is so crazy. I'm not gonna read that out loud, but dang, bro.
I mean, fair enough.
But no, I agree, and I fell asleep in Dak's stream, and I don't actually recall like where he ranked it, but like in my opinion specifically, the York reveal has literally been the like most like I don't think there's been a bad chapter in Egghead, but the bottom, like the absolute bottom of the barrel as far as like what we got. in recent and like everything since Egghead started. It was like so lackluster for me, and I hope that the anime, now that we're getting there, will kind of like spend some more time on it to make it like I don't mind that York is the traitor. There wasn't like I feel like proper setup for it. So I'm hoping the anime takes a little bit more time to, because like that was like such a hype string of chapters where we're like, who's the traitor? Who's the traitor? And like I like the whole like murder mystery kind of vibe, like and the whole who done it and things like that. So I was really, really on board until we got the reveal, and then I was like, wow, that feels weak.
It did feel really like, I don't know, like it seemed very obvious to me. Like as soon as I saw like, okay, your function is to basically do nothing, but you're also like greed. Like obviously you're gonna be the traitor.
in a video when I was talking about who the traitor would be, that is something that I covered. I covered every single satellite, and except for York, and I said because I mean York seems the obvious red herring, right? Like, and who wants it to be York? No one. And boom, it was. I was like, oh fuck. But yeah, hopefully there's more to it. Like,
but yeah, she wants to be like. Was she insinuating that she wants to be like the wives, or how many wives were there they mentioned recently? Like the 7th wife, the 8th wife.
Oh my god, no! She wants to be an absolute like an actual celestial dragon from the way that she worded it.
And not just a pet.
But they might do that. They might do that to her. They're like, yeah, we'll make you one, but they just make her like a test subject. Yeah.
Her away. Yeah.
And she gets what she deserves, I guess, and she doesn't die. Like we get to see her more, and she gets bad things happen.
Fate
to her.
worse than
win-win.
death.
Yeah.
Yo, deserves is crazy, bro. Oh my god. But oh man, I think that's like literally the only low I had in all of Egghead so far. Like everything else has been so ridiculous. Like Egghead Oda is built completely different, but that was like the only moment, in my opinion, that wasn't like absolutely on point.
Yeah, that and
really.
I think another one part for me that really I mentioned earlier was when Kube got tricked, and then it led to all of Garb's downfall. I'm like, really? Come on, Kube! Like I was so upset. I was so upset. Yeah,
that's like plays in with the whole honesty side of honesty.
Yeah, yes.
And Kev, I hear you chiming in, and I know you want to spit about how mid you think the Luffy Kizaru fight was. I know
do.
That's what.
Like, bro, chapter Luffy versus Kizaru and Atlas and Sanji are more shown than their fight. Come on, bro.
Oh my goodness.
Come
Again,
on.
I'm hoping that the anime absolutely like blows me away with that, because
of course it'll be way better. It'll be way better.
In panels there's only so much that you can kind of get, but when you adapt that over like and I was just talking with Dill, the Frontline Combatant of the last arc, about this like last night after Chadmirals, but like whenever like Green Bull just shows up and completely like no diffs King and Queen, it's like a half a panel, like, you know, in the actual manga. But then in the anime, we got like Queen breakdancing and doing backflips and doing all this crazy stuff and stuff. So I mean, like, I feel like there's just gonna be a lot more added to that string of moments, and I am so hyped to actually see Kizaru, kind of flexing. I don't think it's a full flex, but kind of flexing, animated. Because
it's hard to panel his Logia because he's light. Once he's using his ability, you don't see him. Like Magma, you can kind of, you know, have tangible still. Ice, you can still kind of see, but once you're light, it's just like, okay, big white panel, blinding light.
So the thing about that whole situation is the hype was still there. I don't know if it fully delivered on the hype. I hear you there, but the hype was still there. I feel like the York reveal completely leached any enthusiasm I had like during that whole chapter. So I don't put him in the same barrel, but I understand like where you sit on that. And
I feel like high expectations and low output is infinitely worse than no expectations, low output. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because the expectations come from prior stuff.
Exactly.
In the story, yeah.
I want to shout out the Marines, the fodder Marines from one of the recent chapters for getting a W. They actually captured the world's strongest defense, Sentomaru. Like, I was like, damn. That's like the one W.
Maybe Bluegrass will do more things. Maybe maybe that one vice admiral that looks like a worm will do more things.
I heard if you say Bluegrass 3 times really fast, Dak's gonna unmute and go on a tirade.
Oh my God.
I heard that somewhere. I heard that, you know.
See, but if
We're
Dahl was
never
the one
gonna
that
see
showed
Bluegrass
up,
ever
if Dahl
again.
was the one that showed up, no one will complain. It's just because Bluegrass looks like that. If Dahl was the one, if you gave Bluegrass Dahl's design, no one would bat an eye. But Bluegrass looks like a gross old gremlin.
And that's why
lady.
Oda is a
That's
genius.
why
The
people
fruit is
are annoyed.
ridiculous. So unnecessary.
gave-
Didn't need it.
If you gave somebody who looked like Doll the ride fruit, we would still never hear the end from the fan base.
Oh yeah, never.
Like, that'd be so out of pocket, bro. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, but giving Suru's granddaughter the whip fruit was
Oh yeah,
I
she
mean,
was
almost
great.
that level
Yeah,
too.
we got the whip fruit, the ride fruit. I mean,
Oda's on some
You do
info
anything
down-
I want once you're whipped.
Yeah,
man.
Oda's on some
It's
info
like, yep.
downtime. Like, it's crazy. Like, that is hilarious. Oh my goodness.
Mm. I have one major gripe with Egghead so far, and it's just the lack of interaction between Frankie and Vegapunk.
Oh, they're literally
Valid.
side by side right now. They're
It's
like
dude,
right
you
there,
stu-
and they're not.
You
talking.
studied the man for 2 years, everything he did in his lab, and you're not gonna even like just start a convo with him. And that's
I think they're gonna have like a really like quick interaction as they're trying to escape because he was really interested
already
in
have.
the fact that he had the cola propulsion system. He's probably gonna give him something that's a lot stronger, and they're gonna go way too far.
I think it could be the other way around. Vegapunk has the one thing Vegapunk struggles with is the famous source of energy
Restraint.
that he can't replicate, and I think
far.
cola might be the modern answer to that.
We're gonna skip Elbaf because they're gonna get shot too far.
They're gonna be shot over the red line.
No.
They're just
Back
gonna
these
off
two.
screen. They're just gonna off screen all of Elbaf. Actually, like it's gonna happen, but we're not gonna see it.
I've had this theory since the beginning of Egghead, and if it comes true, it's gonna be my biggest W. Is they're not gonna go to Elbaf. They're gonna get flown either through Kuma's fruit before he dies, or something like that, or Vegapunk's new power system. They're gonna get shot over the red line into the Florian Triangle, where all those whirlpools are, and they have to navigate it, and that's where the man with the burned scar is. They're gonna have to like essentially do a like rerun of the Grand Line like Roger did, but they're gonna be at the end of the Grand Line, so they're just gonna have to catch up real quick. That'll be their
Bro.
quote unquote time skip. They just have to
Wait,
do
can you-
this quick little run again.
Can you just hold on? So
Yes, sir.
they're getting teleported with Kuma's fruit, right? I get that, but why there in specific?
So if you remember at the end of Thriller Bark, those massive monsters, everyone thinks it's the Umi Bozu or whatever, or somehow affiliated with Emu. I think much like Laboon got separated from the rest of his pod, that's the rest of Zunisha's herd. And we need them, or at least need something like them. And they're probably guarding something, creating all these whirlpools within the Florian Triangle, making it like inaccessible and giving it like that smoke screen as well. So if you also remember, Dak will probably remember this because this is Long Ring, Long Land. You have when they're going around the perimeter of the island, which is basically mimicking Paradise and the New World. There's a portion where Usopp has to slam them with the impact dial over a whirlpool, and then once again over a circular construct that I would say is supposed to be like the red line. And then also along that route is like all the coral and whirlpools that kind of snug up into like a corner where you would have adjacent to Fishman Island. So just like we didn't go to Fishman Island when we were supposed to, we're not going to go to Elbaf like we're supposed to. That's kind of my theory. Because it's all the same players, all the same things are happening. And then I could even see Moria coming back up since Kuma and Moria also had interaction within Thriller Bark. And there's a couple parallels here too.
Moria has been set up to come back in Hachinosu.
What if,
so-
what if he's actually the one on Blackbeard's ship? Like Kobe saves him, whatever. It's been like a couple days in between all these events. He's shipping up to Egghead
That
for
is
whatever
wild.
reason, or just happens upon it.
I've
is so
seen for a while that I want Moria to join Cross Guild.
Yeah, I would love that. I think
That'd be
that's a
sick.
great
That's
way
happening.
for his character to grow.
So, what do y'all think about the pile of food that's with Luffy right now on Egghead? Like,
Who brought
What
it?
if there's like a fruit with all that food that's there, and like Kuma is like I'm guessing at the verge of dying, and he's literally like they're all like very close to each other, like super close.
No, listen. The tree on the ship, it's gotta happen.
Oh, the
it has been-
orange.
People have been
I
wanting
can't.
that since Punk Hazard. Since Monet died, people thought the fruit would come back in Nami's orange tree.
Like, bruh.
The snow bunny theory.
If they get away and Kuma's body is still on the Sunny, like as he's passing away, then there's a chance. But like Monet wasn't even close to the Sunny when they passed away. Neither was Smiley and all that. So
No, but the theory back then was that the Sunny had the closest tree, since Punk Hazard has no vegetation.
But then you also see in the same arc,
Yeah, it was just a random
spawning on a picked fruit.
A basket of fruit. Yeah, that's right. There's a pile of fruit next to Luffy, and they're all like technically side by side, like Kuma, Vegapunk.
Luffy's
Kizaru,
gotta
Luffy.
eat that. He's gotta eat that ASAP, man. It's gotta go to the ship.
But I think I think maybe Frankie could eat it, because I think there's been theories that Kuma was gonna join the crew, and like Frankie was supposed to eat the Meta no Mi, but he ended up not getting it. And yeah, I could see Frankie maybe eating that fruit. Luffy handing it to him, but yeah.
I know.
But there has to be. That's if there's a fruit. It could just be a pile of meat for all we know. I don't know.
Den put it on his bingo card and made like multiple videos about it. Like he really wants Frankie to get
Kuma.
Yeah,
That would be interesting
because dropping Monday about Frankie getting Kuma's food as well.
The interesting part about that is that aside Sabo, I don't think we've ever seen anyone gain a fruit mid-story.
Alvida.
No, there were.
I mean, that was almost the first thing she did, but I guess that's midway through her
and he's
story,
lobby, right? Well,
Kaku and Kawu.
Yeah, and he's
Yeah,
lobby.
that's true. That's true. Yeah, there's
Yeah, there are a few people.
It's a rare thing, and that actually kind of like I wanted to ask you guys a little bit as well. Is like if we're talking about devil fruits like popping, like is there a chance that it gets put into an item, like or if we see another devil fruit item? I know like Zoans are like, the only thing we've seen so far
Has
as
to.
far as getting put in items, but is there like we're literally at the place where this could be brought up and it hasn't been brought up yet? Do y'all think that we'll get anything like about that? Well,
yeah, the Straw Hat could get a devil fruit maybe.
Oh my god.
I would like the Sunny to get a fruit, if anything.
I was just gonna say, think about Film Red with
oh yeah,
Sunny coming alive.
Sunny Kun.
I'm not
Sunny
saying
Kun.
that.
Because I'm a
saying-
fervent defender of the Sunny being the 10th crewmate, so I'd be down to give it more relevance.
Do you guys subscribe to the idea that you can use the devil fruits to predict the next Straw Hat? It's the one
like
through
the
10.
numerology stuff.
Yeah.
The Niku, I saw.
And
Oh my goodness, I don't remember.
Kuma's fruit is the last one that fills everything.
Technically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, I like the idea that Vivi would eat the paw fruit. Also,
Yeah, that
every
was-
time
yeah.
the paw fruit, we were talking about the paw fruit, there was a symbolism of the cat, not the bear.
I think
Yeah,
it's
I gotta
also
say
goes
the
into
biggest-
a lot of people thought like whenever they said that the blunder made by Lily like all those centuries ago, like where she like somehow like the vexing relics were scattered, like if there was a theory that maybe she had the paw fruit way back then, so this would be like a full circling of another Nefeltari getting the paw fruit. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really like. I really have a horse in that race. I hope Kuma lives. I know it's not gonna happen, but
No. It's not set up to. It's really not set up to.
I feel like it's just as likely that Lily just had access or a relationship with many ancient giants, just like the one that has the skull in Onigashima.
Continent.
So like that, they would be moving the poneglyphs, just tossing them around. Like, think like something that big could literally just toss something halfway across the world.
Yeah, I mean, Jinbei moved a poneglyph, so we know it's not like impossible, especially if you're like Or's caliber or even bigger.
Right, so you don't necessarily need the pawpaw fruit to do that. You just need someone willing and physically capable. Like the numbers, like someone who can walk through the water, someone that can not be affected by the fact that the world's flooded. and just plop it where they need to.
I'm laughing at Cody in the chat calling you direct Regulus instead of
Future third burner.
Oh my goodness, that is hilarious. But
Dank Regil, Dire Cellulus, Direct Regulus.
no, it's Vampire Hunter. Vampire Hunter Dank Regil. Okay, you gotta get it right.
This is J8 Goaty.
Goaty. That is.
Woody.
Oh, man. I'm so upset that you're not cooking with us today. I hope you're having safe travels. But yeah, we love Cody, guys. Check out the links in the description. See his Twitch and his TikTok linked. Dude is absolutely like a unit of like he's beaming with enthusiasm and energy, and we love Cody. And this stream would be so much more out of pocket with you, brother. Like, oh man,
really would be.
If the Always Sunny got the fruit, it would like they words. Wow. It would be like they had a permanent dial on it to always push the ship forward. And I think I like that.
But also Frankie
You can
has
map
been
itself
depicted
to
as
locations.
a ship. That's like his wanted poster, right? A ship. So if he were to get the devil fruit, it would be he would be the new ship, and he'd have a ship with the devil fruit. Be both.
Was it Par who put out that video like a long time ago? Like, if a ship had a devil fruit, would it still float? Like,
that's a good question.
Yeah, that too.
Like, would it still float? Like, or I mean, the thing is though, is that they know somebody who could coat. So I mean, it could just be like, I don't know. Like, this is crazy. Yeah, like, I think that the idea of Frankie Voltroning the Sunny and so if Frankie gets the fruit, it could be like if the Sunny got the fruit as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Having a devil fruit user within a construct, kind of like how Moria was within ores.
Yeah, and the thing is that if that construct was not like confined by the curse of the sea or whatever, then the devil fruit user could be subaquatic without having to have the effects of the curse. So like if Frankie and I know that's part of the videos that have been going around, like because Frankie's also already part robotic, but like if you would have some sort of self-propulsion or like mechanized method of transportation, then eating a devil fruit wouldn't technically make you immobile in water. So that would be crazy. But
Sun Wolf can still walk in water because he's big enough.
You have to be submerged a certain amount, and boats like float natural, like physically. You know what I mean? It's not like the boat is putting any effort into float. Like it's just
man.
So they'd be on top of the water. But one thing I want to say about getting a devil fruit is I feel like the Sunny getting a fruit, or even Frankie getting a fruit himself, which like I like Hidden's green blood idea that he does that because then it's like temporary and there's different abilities. That might be kind of cool. But I think the issue with the Sunny getting a fruit is it does undermine some of the Klabautermon stuff, like the self-propulsion aspect. I think it might be better if it was like the Klabautermon was, like rowing the oars or something to make the boat go or something like that, because then that ties back to a lot of the important stuff we've already seen. The Sunny doesn't have a Klabautermon yet. And also Frankie's trying to make the Sunny, like the greatest ship ever, and I feel like if you just give it a fruit to like make it OP, then it's kind of like, well, I get like Frankie's, work along with it would be why it's so amazing, but I think it does undermine a little bit of like Frankie's awesomeness in that regard. So I want it to be more Klabautermon based, but Frankie, docking with it and using powers himself. Now that's definitely possible.
Well, there has to be something utilized in that chamber, like 00, right? Because there are like 6 chambers in the docking system. So like I think that has something to do with it. Like there's going to be more upgrades that come in.
Guys, I gotta shout it to the GOAT Manacrow again with a 55 euro super chat. Thank you so much. They asked, hi, do you think we will see any of these places before or after Elbaf, if at all? The place where Hirluk went to in the west, O'Hara in the west, Jerma, which was formerly in the north, Shanks's birthplace in the west, Brooke's birthplace in the west, possibly Toroa Kingdom. Lots of West Blue love. Yeah. Do you guys think we're gonna go to any of those places, and if so, before or after Elbaf?
I don't think we will go to them because it's just like the crew I mean, like with the way the stories, we're wrapping up, in the grand scheme of things. Like there's only so many side quests the crew can do, but will we go there in terms of us readers seeing events there, either in the past or other side characters going there? Almost all those places, yes. Like Shank's birthplace in the West, definitely going to get that. Brooks going to give us a big flashback for him. We're definitely going to see more Ohara stuff and probably someone even going there. But the crew, I don't know if they would be able to go.
I don't think they can go to Ohara.
No, we'll get just little
What?
side
Dyer?
quests,
What are
kind
you
of like
talking
Egghead has been.
I
We'll see
think
just
that
little
if
side
somebody,
quests all going on.
if somebody does get like Kuma's powers or something like that, it would be, I think there could be a few more like Dreamscape or like flashback like arcs, like where somebody gets to like live through somebody else's memories. So I think there is a small chance that we could go to Ohara. Right?
Hold up a minute. Bonnie didn't eat a fruit technically. Could she not take it?
No.
Oh, that'd be
It would be the same sort of thing like the Seraphim. Like they have their injection and then they still have their
curse
drawbacks
from the
and
bubbles.
curse. Yeah.
I mean, it's still the power of a fruit. She just didn't eat it directly.
Yeah,
I mean,
because they said the fruit was useless after, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yes, it did.
So it's as if
Yeah,
she ate it. Yeah.
That would be crazy. And I remember, I think it was Hidden, like, who had a theory about the green blood, and specific. I know he cooked on like green blood and Frankie, but like specifically, I remember like somebody else brought up made me think like, those little canisters. What if you like mix them up and like, could you have two different types of green blood to give you two different like pseudo paramecia powers or something like that? Like so. I think like because like somehow it has to make sense that Blackbeard has this all going on, right? What's good, Edens? Welcome to the chat, brother. Thank you so much for joining us.
I think you would end up still having the same like outcome as eating two devil fruits. Like they say, you would explode if you tried to do the whole green blood thing, like mixing them, because then that would be like a bad blood transfusion, right? And it's rejecting, and it's just no good. I think it would just be the exact same thing.
What do you think, Eden's Blue? You think that there's some other form of getting like two devil fruits? That's what we're kind of cooking on right now.
Like two devil fruits at once, like what Blackbeard's doing?
Yeah, like if maybe like because Bonnie didn't technically consume her fruit that was proposed.
It was
And
inherited.
also- yeah, and then there's also the green blood, like the canisters and things. Like, do you think there's any merit to that, or do you have any theories on that?
Honestly, I never really thought about. First of all, I want to say like, thank you for having me on. But honestly, I never really thought about the green blood and the recent stuff with Bonnie being like that. That like I actually like that idea because my whole like idea on it was it's like specifically Blackbeard who can do this because of the darkness fruit. Because he's like a weird Logia. And I assume like he's somehow able to like store a fruit within like some kind of like vortex or black hole, which again he's I think they called him a darkness man or something like that, despite not having the intangible body or something. Because I think he even said like he couldn't do his whole plan without that fruit, and part of the plan was getting Whitebeards. So like that always had me thinking that it was the requirement of the darkness fruit. But I like this idea that you just brought to me about the whole thing with Bonnie and the green blood. So I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised now if Oda tries to like give multiple people like two devil fruits now. Like once you brought that up to me.
I mean, yeah, like when we get to the final saga, there's got to be like some kind of gloves coming off. Like, and I'm thinking like obviously we're gonna see like crazy levels of advanced hockey like we've never seen before, but and like more devil fruit awakenings, but that would be like an even crazier way of cracking things wide open. You were on with Dax like top 30 stream like 2 nights ago. I wanted to shout out to you because I'm not even gonna lie, dude, I was modding in the chat pretty hard and then I fell asleep in like the last 30 minutes, but I thought you had the most fire list. I was right
Thank
there
you,
with
thank you.
Every
thank you. thank you. I wasn't sure because like I'm not too like deep into the power scale and Twitter because I know that stuff is chaotic. So I was just hoping I had something decent.
But yeah, as far as next topics, I don't know if we got. Let me check in with Den Kushi. I think he might be AFK right now, but if let me see if there was any other parts of Egghead that you guys were possibly most likely or like most excited about, as far as once, because we're getting into it in the anime now. We were talking about this a little bit on Chat Rolls last night, but what do you think might be the absolute most ridiculous thing that we'll see once, like, you know, Egghead actually starts full swing in the anime?
Lucy fighting Luffy.
Yeah,
that clash. You gotta see that clash.
And also the shadows in with Imu and Sabo. That episode is gonna be wild.
Yeah, the Gorosei reveals are going to be immaculate.
I just really hope we get it paced well and no flashbacks for like every few minutes. Just pure fire. I just want pure fire, just fire. No.
Please,
there's not going to be any time for
Luffy yelling
flashbacks,
Rebecca.
except for the flashback.
Except for the flashbacks, yeah.
Except for that flashback.
Yeah, that's what I hope. Yeah, because like the last time we got the reverie, it was just like recap, like 2 minutes of reverie.
Oh
more
yeah.
Also, this is on some Coom piece type stuff, but film law is going to be kind of interesting to see animated. Female law.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
Let's go.
Yes.
We're not ready. We're not ready.
Let's go.
Shout out to Dill, the Frontline Combatant of the last arc, joining us. What's good, brother? How you been?
Oh, everyone's cooking. I just decided to pop. Been viewing in the stream for a while now.
Yeah, we're glad to have you, brother. Like, it's been such a fire stream so far. I know you were on Chat Rolls with you know, me, Lucas, and the Chibi girls last night. But you know, if there's anything else, like I don't like some of the most fire things. Like I already mentioned it. I cannot wait to see like the Kizaru Luffy fight animated, because I think it's gonna actually do it justice. But
oh yeah.
Let's see. Terrible TJ also with a $5 super chat said, if Blackbeard can use his devil fruit to get another, can Luffy manipulate his body to make a second stomach or separate his stomach? He can manifest items out of nothing. That is crazy. Like, I
mean, he had like actual physical arms when he was doing that Kong organ gun. That wasn't just After Effects. That was his arms. So yeah, he could.
I think he could technically, but Luffy is not smart enough to do that.
Gonna say
exactly. He probably didn't even realize that he had more arms.
We find Luffy reading an anatomy book in the corner and like an Egghead panel. Hey, yo, shout out to Tainted Marth, finally with us after all this time, brother. How you doing?
Oh, hey
yo.
there. Name's Tainted Marth. You might know me from theories like Emo is a clown, or Hattori is Lafitte, or maybe even Buggy kills Shanks. But I have many more cool theories that are even better, and that's why you should check out my channel and subscribe to it. And when this awesome stream is over, go there and watch all my videos. And
every
also
single
subscribe to every single creator in here, because they are all goats.
Oh, absolutely.
And my camera is not working. God damn it.
I want to add something. Somebody in the chat was asking, like, what are y'all thoughts on the Hattori Lafitte theory?
I like that.
I was like, Mart's not here. Where's Mart? Somebody.
I'm here. Shit.
Now he's here. Now Mart's here. Whoever said that.
I made the whole thing like with taking off my shades and all that, and now my camera's not working. God damn it.
But yeah, link in the description for all of these goats. I'll get Eden's added on in a bit. Give me just a second. There he is. Let's get
there. He is. Oh man, I fucked up big time. Hey guys, thanks
Yeah.
for having me.
No, yeah,
Just do it again. It's fine. Take it from the top.
No.
Run it back. Run it back for us. Yeah,
listen, guys. I was listening in while working the whole time, and it's a freaking torture. Not gonna lie. Like I wasn't able to say anything to all this. Man.
You said you wanted to bring up the Man Marked by Flames again. Is that correct?
No, it was Ace fighting the Warlord.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go.
All right. Yeah. So you want to know who Ace defeated, and I tell you, it's Foxy. Yeah. And why that is?
Warlord Shishibukai Foxy. That's the
right. Okay. So
Buggy exists.
So we leave the Reaver card of Foxy aside. This is just camouflage, right? So what you got to know is Foxy, right? we see, I don't know which chapter it is, it was a rather recent one, and we see
Yeah.
like a flashback where the Gorosei is talking to a Marine, and the Marine has a split head hair, like basically it looks like Foxy in my opinion. And so I came up with the fun idea, what if Foxy actually was not even only like an admiral or something below it, that answered to the Gorosei? What if Foxy even was a celestial dragon actually? Because now look at me. Okay, think about it. Think about Foxy's hair, right? He's a split head, right? Now, what happens if you bring the hair together? Exactly. The hairstyle of the celestial dragon. There you go. The first thing that Foxy does when we see him, he shoots a horse for no damn reason. The only people I know who do that are celestial dragons.
Hold on.
Right.
It wasn't a horse. It was a horse. I'm sorry.
You gotta say it slow.
Well, look, there's one problem though, Mart. There's one big problem, and I'm disappointed that you disrespected my guy Foxy like this.
What do you
Foxy was undefeated until he faced Luffy. So how's he gonna be losing to Ace?
927.
Yeah, well, that's just what he's saying, right? Like
Ace
Whoa,
didn't
no.
Look.
People
you
don't
gotta
lie.
No,
see-
Foxy is. I was gonna say he's an honorable man, but he's not. But he's not gonna lie about that. He's he's upfront about the record.
You have to think about it. The guy was once a celestial dragon. Then he, for some reason, he became an admiral or a vice admiral or something like that. And even after this, he had to step in for some reason as a Shishibukai, and then he got defeated. So he went all the. He's basically the reverse Buggy. He went all the way down, and and then he encountered Ace. Like he kicked his ass, and now he's just some random pirate. And that's why he's so proud. Like whenever he gets insulted, he's so down. Like he's so depressed because he once was up there, all the way up there, and now he's all the way down there. Yeah.
I guess the question to ask is, for his win-loss record, is he only referring to the Davy Beck fight, or like?
No, he was a world champion boxer. He was literally like a world champion boxer before getting into Davy Beck fight, or I think before being a pirate. I'm not sure, but
Yes.
his timeline is a little weird because
So
he's
if-
got gray hair, but he's like only 40 years old. So
If
And
Ace
also
didn't
in
box
regards
him-
to in regards to Ace too, even if it was just Davy back fights, Ace is the same way as Luffy, where if Foxy comes up to Ace and is like, I challenge you to a Davy back fight, Ace is gonna agree because he's just just a hothead. Like he's gonna do like a lot of other. If it was anyone else that wasn't that close to Luffy, I might buy that. They're like, screw that, I'm just gonna beat you up. Like we don't have to do the whole thing. But Ace, he would definitely agree. So.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a fun take anyway. But
No, I love
imagine if that was true. Like that Marine basically has Foxy's hair. I don't know which chapter it was. I have to find it.
I'm definitely down for that to be like Foxy's dad or something, or
Yeah.
something.
Even that,
relative.
I
But guys,
totally-
real quick though, guys, I do need to go. I need to go get some stuff done today, unfortunately. But excellent stream so far. I mean, and I'm sure it'll continue being great. Great group of guys here. Everyone needs to subscribe to TLA if you have not already. And like the stream, which I know we got like way more likes than viewers right now, so I feel like most people have. But if you haven't, you know what to do. But thank you so much for inviting me. This was great. At least, I mean, I didn't get to watch the first part of it, but the 3 hours I was here, fantastic.
yeah, you're a goat, bro. Thank you
keep
for
cooking.
that. We appreciate you so much. It's always a pleasure. You are always welcome on the channel. And yeah, you've been putting out so much fire content this week. We had to try and keep up and pull a 7-hour stream. Just to.
Hey, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate all the support from you and many other people here. It means a lot. And yeah, be on the lookout for the Wang Ji video next week. It'll be a good one. All right, y'all have a good one.
You too.
So everybody, make sure you check out the links in the description. I just added Eden's into the description, and Dak has 2 channels there. Which, if you guys have not already subscribed to Redacted, make sure you go do that. He's been trying to get that channel popped up a little bit. He's gonna be doing some not just One Piece but other anime and manga content over there. So definitely check out that as well. Tons of links in the description for all of these wonderful, wonderful people. Yeah, this has been like a dream come true, guys. I seriously cannot thank you all enough. We're coming up on 5 hours of cooking, like of straight cooking. I'm so happy every single one of you is here.
So, Marth, when did you join CP0?
Oh my god.
Are we sure Marth isn't Lafitte?
Well, yeah.
Too much facial hair.
Oh my god. That is wild. And Cody, I'm gonna need you to chill in the chat, brother. I love you so much, but you. Also, what's good, Ragnar? I see you in the chat. What's good, brother? If you want to hop in, you should be permed as well. Come on in and cook with us.
Cody, don't chill in the chat. Just keep going at it.
Oh my god.
Oh, wow. You have permission to go.
Oh my goodness. No, I'm gonna need you to take it down. You're at like a 10 right now. I'm gonna need you to be like 7, all right? Like, this dude is unhinged in the chat right now. Dyer, what time do y'all start? How much longer do we have?
I'm still gonna be around here for another hour, I'd say. We start at 6:05 p.m. Eastern.
Nice, nice. Yeah, linked in the description for that as well. But that is enough from me. Is there any other Egghead related topics that
I have a
anybody
question.
wanted to- Yeah, go.
I have one. Does anyone have a take on what Zoro wants from Vegapunk? Remember when Zoro said, like, you better not mess with me?
Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
But yeah, that's one that's been working me out because I have no clue what Zoro could want out of a scientist.
I feel like it was more of a general statement, like what? Because I went back to read it like on the actual Shonen Jump app, and it seems a lot more just like we just have questions for you, as opposed to him having a specific question for Vegapunk. It's just like we're gonna have need for you, sort of thing.
Okay.
I think if it does come
I'm not
back to
tripping,
Zoro
right?
having a question, he could question the will of swords through Vegapunk.
There was a lightsaber like shown early on in Egghead, right?
Yeah, Bonnie
Yeah.
had it.
Yeah, Bonnie had it. Yeah.
It gives Zoro a lightsaber.
I don't think he needs a light.
Need a log pound, throw it.
But
He
which
thinks he's
sword?
fine.
Which sword would he replace with it? Like,
Yeah, that's
Or
it. That's the
swords.
thing. The sword
Fourth
roster is
one in his
pretty.
ass.
yeah.
He wants a mechanical eye because he lost his eye.
That would be.
Candy.
Guys,
I think his
he's
eyes just
gonna
closed.
try
I don't
and
think he
log
lost
pound.
it.
Well,
He's
hopefully
gonna
we
try
don't
and
know.
log
He's,
pound,
he hasn't
throw the
opened it.
lightsaber and it just cuts his arm off.
Oh my god. TJ in the chat with his $2 super chat says Zoro wants a Kuina clone so he can.
Oh my
beat her.
god.
Oh no.
Wow.
The clone comes out. Zoro's just like, come downstairs with me.
Oh my god.
Let's check your fortitude.
Well, lucky enough, Egghead only has escalators.
And magnetic boots, so you can't even fall.
Oh my god. Wouldn't you know it? You know.
Fall.
I will,
These stairs have been defeated. Very good.
I will say, if I'm not entirely sure if this is going to be, fleshed out like right now because things are seemingly coming to a point. But I assumed it was going to do something with, because I feel like one of Zoro's best scenes in Wano, especially since it was like in the earlier half, was when he was seeing the people of Ibisu Town react to Yasu's execution, and that scene I felt really like heightened Zoro's character. I'm like, oh, you could tell this really affected him, and this really like rubbed him the wrong way. And him knowing that Caesar is connected to Vegapunk from Punk Hazard, I think he would put that together and maybe ask him like maybe if there's a way to cure it, because Chopper obviously didn't in Wano, so maybe he would ask Vegapunk if there's a way to do it, which actually might possibly still happen, because now we have this whole thing about Vegapunk being able to cure diseases like with Bonnie, so maybe that could still be brought up, but it's pretty late in the arc, so I'm not entirely sure on that now.
I don't know if it's like that late into the arc though. Like I know there's like I think there's still a lot more that's got to get unpacked, and even like retroactively partially, like the like half a day that we missed, right? Like I don't know. I was saying this the other day. A lot of people seem to be thinking that obviously Egghead is winding up for the big finish. I kind of hope we get like a whole nother year of Egghead.
Whoa.
Is that just me? Like,
I mean, if it's
I'll
gonna
take
be
6 months,
quality,
maybe
I'll
not a
take
year,
it.
but 6 months, I'm down.
I'll just wait. If Egghead goes the way of Wano fatigue, I will be impossibly surprised because it's just like everyone's saying this is like one of the best arcs of One Piece ever, and like it's absolutely fantastic. If this goes on for another year, I'll just kind of be looking with like a Grinch smile just to see like what are people gonna think of this now?
Yeah.
What's going on? What's going on?
But just kind of going back to what Zoro actually said, just I have it pulled up. He said, "Hey Vegapunk, we've got some demands, and you're going to listen." Got that? So it's like he's just kind of like saying, "We have business here."
Yeah, that is crazy. Like, how many other moments, like the whole like mother frame thing, like how many other moments have we had like that with, I guess, like scan translations, like kind of getting us falsely hyped up about certain things, you know, like
Depends which scans you're reading. Some
No,
give more questions than others.
Segue.
Now
Yo,
a word from our
terrible
sponsor.
TJ. Terrible
I actually
TJ
did have
actually joining us. Like, sorry, let me intro this goat real quick. I go so far back with this guy. One of the first people I was ever chilling with back in the day in live chats when I first got out of my shell and entered into the community. How are you today, brother?
Doing good, doing good. Thanks for having me. Just got off work, eating this food, listening to you guys.
Let's go, let's go.
He's cooking and eating at the same time.
Yeah.
Hey, multitasking.
Yeah, but
Thank you for the
TJ
level
is
TikTok.
TJ's got 2 different TikToks, which I'll get some links in the description, like throw it into the chat. But make sure you go check him out. He is Terrible TJ, as well as the Little Garden, the absolute legend. But go ahead, Kev. Sorry, I cut you off. I just had to spit to
No, it's
myself
okay.
here.
What's it called? When I was reading the chapter, I was kind of confused on something, and I'm not sure how normal this was in the One Piece world, but there were just normal people talking about Ohara, right? Which is really strange, because I feel like people shouldn't know about that, right? Like it should be something the government tried to cover up. Has that been a thing that people just knew?
I think it
Ohara
was just the
happened?
reason was covered up. Like they made a different reason. Like they were the devils of Ohara. They were like trying to overthrow the government, not their
So they knew it
archaeologists
was
reading
siege,
books.
but they didn't know it was like why.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
to
made
the,
way
to the eyes
more
of
sense.
everyone, it's like the government did a good thing to help.
Yeah, I feel like the
world.
knowledge of a Buster Call is widespread, and then just like announced, just like, oh shit, this is
I
happening.
mean, it would have to be for people to really see it as a legitimate threat. Like, if someone's just like, we're gonna Buster Call your island, and they're like, you're gonna what? Like, they would have to know what a Buster Call is in order for it to be something that is like threatening and
yeah.
You know, like.
No, but I assume, from what I remember, because obviously they kept the whole thing hush hush, you know, why they did it. I thought they just kept it like, oh, no one knew it happened, and because everyone in Ohara is pretty much dead anyway. You know,
It feels like the same thing, like saying
the whole world knows it happened.
Like
that's why like Robin was being chased around.
it's like saying Cypherpol is a secret agency, and everyone knows what Cypherpol is, right? It's like,
Well, so Cypherpol 9 is the only one that's technical, or like. I think CP0 is public knowledge, but the rest of them are supposed to be secret. But Cypherpol 9 is supposed to be the most secret, whatever that means.
The most secretive one.
It's kind of like the CIA. You know they're around, but don't know like exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
Who's watching? Who's watching me?
Bruh. But yeah, put links in the chat for Terrible TJ and for the Little Garden over on TikTok. Make sure you check out the goat. I have your YouTube like put into the description, just tagged in the description, bro. But I had to make the links right in the chat. That's what I do. I'm the Lincoln legend. But
Oh, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
got you, brother. Yeah, and then there was let me pull up another topic real quick. But y'all continue to cook a little bit on like. I don't know, like, do you think there's any other places that might have been previously, like, Buster called? Like, because we've really only technically seen it, like 1.5 times, right? Like, or like, I don't know, like, just the one, like, Annie's lobby kind of counts, right? Like,
Oh yeah, I would say God Valley after the culling game.
the culling game.
yeah.
The Purge.
After the Hunger Games.
Yeah, I think after that whole scenario ended up transpiring and taking place a few days later, it was no longer on the map due to a Buster Call.
Easiest way to clean up the mess is just put it in the ocean.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because they were already planning on executing the people of the island anyways.
It's more fun for them that way.
I did have another topic that I had to like pull up sorry, I'm a mess right now. I just had to take my dog out and hang out with my nephews for a second, so I was muted up. But yeah, while we have you here, Ghost, I know a topic you love to cover over on your TikTok is ancient weapons.
Ah, yes.
And it's unfortunate that Dak left because I know he's also a big fan of Pluton specifically. But you've got some Uranus theories, right? Like let's.
Yeah, I'm like the only person I feel that actually has this theory. I've got a couple people on my side now, but with the least amount of context to this ancient weapon, Uranus has to be the most powerful. Like, we haven't heard really anything about it. People assume it's a sky weapon because, you know, Uranus is a sky god. Makes sense. But Uranus also is depicted as a man who holds up a ring that holds up the water levels of a flat Earth. That sounds like the red line to me. But further to that, you have the red line, and also red poneglyphs and blue poneglyphs. Why that's important is that the rings of Uranus in real life go from red to blue as you get closer to the surface. Both are indestructible stone. Both are very mysterious in their, you know, just mysterious. But I think that Uranus being the ancient weapon, as the planet itself, explains the breath of all things and the voice of all things too. So you have all these things that are basically sentient, like cursed swords or just blades that have some sort of soul. You have Cloboterman, and just the breath of all things being able to be manipulated by just normal people or special people. And then the voice of all things having different adaptations and progressions throughout the story. Luffy obviously is going to be the most important, so it's being saved for last. He's been able to hear and communicate with the people who can communicate with ancient weapon or ancient weapon adjacent items like Zunisha. His last step is he's going to be able to commune with Uranus. The sun god Nika communing with the planet only makes sense to me as well. And that's where I kind of say, if he's going to quote-unquote destroy the red line, what's stopping that from it just coming off the surface in kind of like an inverse of what Long Ring Long Land was, where the water levels come up and submerge? You would have the red line just extending back off the planet. So there's a lot of weird things to it, but the breath of all things, the voice of all things is kind of explained through Big Mom's fruit and the Soul. You see it all through Whole Cake Island. You see how the homies come up and how they interact. And I don't know, her acquirement of her fruit feels like how maybe the planet was infused with a devil fruit, accidentally ate the fruit. And that's how it became the ancient weapon Uranus. It could have been the first Logia fruit. Because if you look at Green Bull's fruit, it's a Logia, but also kind of operates differently than other Logia fruits. It doesn't just produce one substance like ice or magma. It's producing different types of foliage that you would see within a forest, the forest floor, flowers. It's like pre-planet status. So if you have, the Kilo and the Ton fruit, what's stopping there for being the forest and some sort of planetary Hoshi no Mi, right? Like a star fruit.
That'd be sick. Oh my god.
On the planet connection that you touched on, Big Mom does have a weird relation to this painting, and I believe it's called Saturn Eats His Own Children.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that whole thing is very interesting that you bring up Saturn, because this is going to draw back to Skypiea a little bit too. So you have Saturn, who actually usurped Uranus in Greek mythology by taking off his golden balls, as you will. And where the golden balls come is Enel activating Death Pia from this throne. And it takes the 2 balls and he's putting his hands on it and activating it. Which makes me think it takes like 2 sovereigns, you know, perhaps to operate Uranus. You know, we have that whole thing from Fishman Island or pre-Fishman Island talking about 2 sovereigns coming about. Maybe that's pertinent to Uranus, not just Poseidon.
That makes sense to me.
And then it would also like kind of make sense why Vivi is important or more important, because there's another theory that Emu and Lily are basically inhabiting the same body by some means, like whether through the personality swap, and Emu just is like a parasite at this point to Lily's body. But that could be that pseudo 2 sovereigns trying to activate Uranus from the throne, but as the unrightful king or queen, can't do it. So you need the Gum Gum fruit. You need the Nika fruit to actually attain this. That is the key. But it's been evading them because why would you want something to go against your best interest as the Nika fruit?
True.
You might be the single person who has thought the most about Uranus, I think.
Well, yeah. Well, if you actually just like the little like fun facts about it got me the most interested, is because you look at Uranus itself. There's a portion of Uranus that's permanently facing the sun, and it's always illuminated. That's like Enni's lobby. And then on the other side, there's these red blemishes. It's like 4 really distinct ones, and then a 5th kind of faint one. You could argue that's the 4 road poneglyphs leading to the final island, or, you know, just the 5 elder stars if you're going to go the 5 route. But there is like that red distinction on that side. And then
I put in.
Go ahead.
I put it in chat, and I was like wondering, maybe could it come into play of like it's positive and negative, like you need 2 sides of the same coin?
Possibly, and maybe that's why he has the picture of Luffy and Blackbeard.
And Blackbeard,
and the reason their fruits look so similar, they're basically yin and yang, or yin and yang, whatever.
It is crazy because we haven't really seen like any other devil fruits that look that closely to another one. And Oda's like especially recently gone out of his way to make like devil fruits look like bizarre. Like look at the Jiki Jiki. Like who would eat that? But they're literally almost identical, except for like one is just slightly more round, and plump, I guess. And then
one's more like ripened. Blackbeard's actually has like foliage on top. It's like more ripened, more bursty, fluffy.
And then the spirals are just in opposite directions. But aside from that, they're like nearly identical, which is really crazy. And like I had the crackpot theory like a while back that doesn't really relate to this, but it's kind of like if Shanks was pursuing a fruit, or you know, we know Shanks was pursuing the Nika, the Gomu Gomu. We really don't have confirmation on if he knew if it was the Hito Hito mythical model Nika at that point, but he was pursuing that when he, you know, took on the Cypher Pole ship many moons ago. And then specifically, we know Teach was also pursuing a fruit that he saw. Like, is there a chance that like Shanks was actually looking for the Yami Yami, but got that one instead? And you know, like, because we know that Vegapunk said that the Gomu Gomu wasn't in encyclopedias earlier into this arc, so it, like, I don't know, it's weird because like they look so similar, and I'm just like, why is that? What is the reasoning for them to like? And so there has to be some form of significance, you know.
Yeah, that is interesting, because if they did change the name, obviously they're not going to put Nika fruit Hito Hito in the encyclopedia if they're trying to expunge that from history. So it's like it's a double.
Yeah, but even like Gomu Gomu, I think is what he specifically said, is like that wasn't like in the actual like encyclopedias whenever Vegapunk was talking about it. So how would Shanks have known about it? Unless it's like some Final Island stuff that we'll get more contextualization on once we get there. But it's it's really curious as to why those two fruits do look the same. So I love that TJ brought that up, and that we kind of made that connection to what you were spitting on previously, is like the whole negative and positive aspect, the sun and the moon, the light and the dark, parallels.
Small. Oh, sorry. Continue. Small thing though. So the gum gum fruit, or the gum gum no mi, is in the modern day encyclopedias, but the Hito, or the human fruit model Nika, is in the original Delphi encyclopedia. At least that's what I remember Vegapunk saying back when he gave the whole Delphi explanation. So in the original encyclopedia, there is no gum gum fruit because it's a cover up. But in like future editions, they remove the human fruit model Nika and replace it with the gum gum fruit.
I guess that makes sense, because they are discussing amongst themselves that they did just change the name, so it had to have been recorded.
So that kind of opens it up then, like if maybe Teach wasn't looking for the Yami Yami, but was looking for the Nika instead. Like if he had an older book, like I don't know, like either way, it could be like maybe Shanks was looking for the Yami but found the Nika instead, or maybe Teach was looking for the Nika but found the Yami instead, just because they're so similar. And those are obviously two end game figures that are going to have crazy amounts of information comparatively to like where we as the viewers are right now. So I don't know. That's something that always kind of bothered me. I'm like, why do these look so similar? Maybe it's this, maybe it's that, and then like, yeah, like Egghead has given us like so much, like so many little tiny details, and like especially with, like I said, like this the misscanlations, like that we've been getting like here and there. It's that like is this actual definitive like confirmation or debunking of like all of these little tiny like theories, or is this like a legitimate connection that actually like is feasible to buy into or read into a little bit more? So it's really, really crazy, you know what I mean? Like I'm super interested to see, like, I really hope that we get a lot more of Egghead. I'm just saying that. And
Oh,
like
yeah.
if we do stay here and we if the Stella or any of the Vegapunks do survive through this whole siege barricade Egghead incident or whatever, like this would be the perfect place for us to figure out more about ancient weapons. Like a lot of people speculate that whatever Uranus's significance is, it's going to be an Elbaf and things like that. But this would be like, because he's literally basing things off of ancient technology already. I think if anybody would have like surface level information, like we saw the Galley Law individuals, like Vegapunk has got to be the guy, right? Like, and there's just so much more that we need from this character. I don't know. I just really don't see this arc winding it down anytime soon. But I mean, obviously a lot of people do. But does anybody else have any other like ancient weapon kind of like theories? Because we did just get like in post Wano, especially in the anime, it just happened, like the Pluton setup and things like that. We know where it's at. Does anybody have any like crazy theories on all that?
I wouldn't say I have a theory, but I have this fun idea. I've brought it up before, but so what if the ancient weapons existed in the past, like in the Void Century, but in that time they were mechanical, like they were created, but what we have now are more organic, like it's people taking place of the weapons. But the weapons in the past were more like a Megazord. They were all in different parts of the world. They were like underground, like the ones under Wano. And when they're called on, but in this, like in my way, it would be like the drums of liberation is basically like what is the catalyst. And when they hear this certain sound, the drums of liberation, they all combine and make the Megazord. It's just a dumb idea, but I thought you guys might like it.
It makes sense. I mean, that's how the ancient giant woke up, was through the drums of liberation, or at least like the will of rebellion being strong enough around the world.
Kind of what was implied, right?
Yeah, and that kind of ties back to what Vegapunk was saying about the ancient energy source, and like the world is absolutely teeming with it, and that kind of reinforced in my mind that Uranus was the planet. It's just like he just didn't know how to access it. He just doesn't have the means to properly, do his science, because it's literally impossible to do without this magical aspect.
Yep, I agree. You need that knowledge of the past in order to do it.
So I got this older theory about Buggy that he's probably maybe gonna be the one who controls Uranus because when we remember when he was on Roger's ship, right? The closer they got to Lovetail, suddenly he would get sick for some reason, right? And everyone thinks that that Momo might be the one to control the other ancient weapon, and he kind of behaved similar when he first encountered like Zunisha talking to him. So I thought like maybe the egg on Roger's ship, like some people already theorize on this, right? So maybe the egg on Roger's ship was actually or is Uranus, right? And the closer they got to Lovetail, the egg probably would resonate with Lovetail for whatever reason. And since Buggy maybe probably is the conduit, he would react to it in a way by getting sick. And when they came back and got further away from Lovetail again, like Buggy got better and all that. But it's just an idea. Like I go a bit more in depth in the video, but yeah, since you asked, I thought I put my 2 cents on it.
I like where you're going. I actually released a TikTok in like the last like month or so where I talked about what if Usopp got sick before reaching Laughtail, and it'd be very similar to Buggy, but it'd also be very similar to Nami catching, what was it, the 5-day fever from Little Garden and not, being able to go straight to Alabasta. What if right after Egghead he gets something similar and they're supposed to go straight to Elbaf, so what if they can't?
Bruh.
Or what if he can't? What if he can't reach the
I-
island because he gets sick?
I thought it was just the I can't go on that island disease. Isn't it like well known across the world? Like really common. But no, but
Yeah,
back with
what if
with
he
Marth,
literally gets it?
what Martha was saying about Buggy maybe Uranus. I recently I had made a video about Buggy and how his nose could be like a horn, like kind of connected to the Book of Revelation and like Judgment Day, kind of like the horn is what he could. And in the anime, they've showed the horn honking, and then recently in the manga cover, they showed the horn could mean his nose could come off. And yeah, I just found him. He honks it. There's 7 seraphim, the 7 seals, the 7 angels, the 7 trumpets. The trumpet's a horn. Some cool connections right there.
He's
I'm with
gonna
it.
he's gonna destroy the red line like the walls of Jericho with his horn.
Yeah.
Dude just gotta blow his nose.
He's just gotta make him real sad.
I have a video of it on my channel. Pretty badass.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite videos. Like any theory video that's came out like in 2023, it's up there. I absolutely recommend it. Check out Star Knight Andy Lex in the description. Got a shout out to Elson who joined us here, and then we also got brother Ragnar, Lord Vegeta.
Ragnar.
What's up, brother? We're cooking ancient weapons, and then you specifically talking about like I don't know like I also had a curious thought, like what do you all think would be actually at Laughtail? Like let's do this. Let's get really tinfoil. Let's go even further than the Final War, right?
A big barrel of sake.
Exactly.
Something funny.
I mean, I know like there's the Afro piece and like Lafro Tail, agenda, which I'm a huge fan of. And then like I remember like Artur's like sake theory. I've heard people like spitting about how they think that it could be just like the first volume of One Piece. Like, and it's
The
like
first volume of One Piece.
like the One Piece is the One Piece,
I think there'll be a couple of things at Laughter. I think one thing for sure could be a dial, and it could be a recording from Joyboy himself, who's got so much of a future sight that he's actually able to have conversations with the people who come to Laughtail, kind of like a phone call kind of thing. But a second one, which I think will be interesting, is that Gold Roger, his name, the D is added to the word goal, right? So it becomes Gordo de Roger in Japanese. But if you make it so that the D is actually attached to the Roger, what's that?
Yeah, the stream like stopped and then restarted. We still have like I don't know what happened with it.
Oh shit.
No, I mean we're still going. Like I'm watching
Okay.
it right now, but People are still in the chat and everything. Otherwise, I would have been like, hold up. But yeah, we're still good.
Wait,
Go
sorry,
ahead.
sorry.
Yeah, you're spitting on a goal, Roger. What's up?
All right, so if you add the D to the Roger part of it, in Japanese it becomes goru, doroja, which means the goal is an earthen jar. And so what I believe is that at Laughter we're going to have an earthen jar or an earthen vase, or a bath if you would like, which is going to hold Binks' sake, which is going to be made from the fruits of devil fruits, and it's going to hold the memories of the Void Century. And therefore, whoever goes to Laughtale and drinks the sake will not only become brotherhood with Joy Boy himself, like a Sakazuki, but will also obtain knowledge of the Void Century, and that will create the question of, okay, what do we do with this knowledge? And that will give them the choice to create the future, I guess. So that's my idea.
Ayahuasca
piece.
I like that.
Ayahuasca piece. So you say sake made from devil fruits.
Yeah. So on Zoe, right, there's actually a monkey called Monji, and he actually makes fruits. He makes sake out of fruits from Zoe, and he calls it monkey brew. And it's an actual thing that you have in nature, in our world, in our world, where monkeys, they put like fruits in the holes of trees and stuff, and then it ferments and it becomes sake. So I think that a monkey mink was actually Binks, who created the Binks' sake, and it holds the powers or the knowledge that devil fruits had.
That is insane. That is such a wow.
But wait for it. Wait for it. So, you know how Oda he references a lot of like famous actors and stuff. You know, with all the admirals, they're all based on like really famous Japanese actors and whatnot. Well, I found out who Binks is actually who Oda has referenced as the actor for Binks. There's actually an actor called Binks who plays in Ace Ventura. I don't know if you guys know Ace Ventura.
Pet detective.
Yes. And so the monkey in Ace Ventura, his name is Ace, right? Which is kind of funny in itself. But the actor's name, the monkey actor's name, is actually called Binks. And so my idea is that Binks was a monkey king, basically like Hanuman kind of thing, right? Who created the Binks' sake, and he was also the king of the minks. And so Luffy is actually a descendant of Bink, whose full name was Monkey D. Bink.
Yeah, it is.
I know it's completely unhinged.
Also, I want to just add a little thing. This is all on Kuso's Christmas video on his channel. I recently saw it. Like,
go check it out.
Yes, check it out, please.
Yeah, that is absolutely wild. Like I love that Josh just put the "I got a jar of dirt" in the text chat. It was just hilarious.
Yeah, bro, and you know how Oda's a fan of One Piece. Sorry, not One Piece. He's obviously a fan of One Piece, but he's a fan of Star Wars as well. And who do we have? A character called Jar Jar Binks.
Oh,
there we go with Star Wars.
I'm just trolling them. I'm just trolling.
That would be a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one, right? Like, or whatever the meme is. But that is crazy. I know Smokey, our doctor and emergency food supply. He is he's a main disco piece kind of guy, and he thinks that there's going to be a disco ball at the end, and you can check out link in the description for his channel, his disco piece video, which is I think it's such a wacky and kooky theory as well. It's not like quite as intricate as what you just spit, but I think it like Oda is on that kind of timing where I wouldn't put it past him to have it be something like exactly that goofy. Or like along the lines of that, or like an afro even, which is great.
How amazing would that be? Just an
So
afro.
here's my take on it. On Laugh Tale, there might be another poneglyph or something where there's something written on it, and it tells the story of Emu the clown. Yeah.
Oh god.
Their love, and everything else is history. And when Roger went to Laugh Tale, and they read about that mysterious person who had like a red nose they instantly had to think of Buggy, and it made them laugh. I swear, I'm not only here to troll today, but I mean,
Oh, that is also a video on Marth's
Think
channel.
about it.
You should check it out. Pretty good. Pretty good.
The thing is, though, Marth,
Yeah,
there is actually a chapter cover where we see Buggy with like he's got these cubes attached to him. They kind of look like poneglyphs, and there's a monkey standing in front of him with a T-shirt that says puzzle. And I swear to God, it's like Buggy is basically this weird like transformer thing that's got all these cubes. That kind of feels like, okay, yeah, maybe that's a thing. Maybe Buggy is somehow tied to the poneglyphs, and I don't know, maybe Laughtail.
Because of Marth, whenever I see a character with blue hair, I'm just Buggy, emo connection. It's now that's.
listen. Vythor in the chat wrote pause, and he's right. Yeah, everyone was baffled. That's why there was silence. It was not because people thought that's totally idiotic. Like they were all baffled. That's it. I go back to eating my dinner. Sorry.
So, Onad, what I think the One Piece is I was looking at some SBSs recently, and there's one where Oda's saying, folks, when it comes to me, there's only one thing more important than 3 meals a day, one thing more important than the SBS, and that porno magazines. That's one pretty good too. What? Wow, that is one hot curve. And look at those bazongas. I mean, they're busting out of the how damn horny am I supposed to be anyway? Stop making me look bad. And I'm like, why else would Roger laugh? Because it's a bunch of pornos. Or another theory I have is, what if the One Piece is like, pirates, they love treasure, and what pirate wouldn't love a big chest? As in Nami is the One Piece, because Oda married the actress that played Nami in like a play or live action thingy from a long time ago. So he loves Nami, or just in general. That's his like One Piece practically. And who yeah, pirates go for the booty. All right. Done.
Oh my goodness. You're unhinged. But I wouldn't put it past Oda, which is the funniest thing. Like, honestly.
That's crazy.
That is crazy, bro.
I said it earlier this stream. I'll say it again. It's going to be like Bionicle. Laughtail is a giant robot. It's going to stand up, and the One Piece is a giant swimsuit that it's wearing.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Bro.
Laughtail could be a giant clown robot. I don't know.
You had me up until you said it was a freaking bathing suit.
No,
well, it's a One Piece.
Yeah. It's literally One Piece. It's in the name.
That's why
I had it in the first half, not gonna lie.
I was totally complaining about this some days ago. Like, whenever I type in Google and I'm looking for some pictures for my videos or whatever, I type in One Piece and a word, and it will always get bathing suits. So yeah, I can totally see that.
Yeah, like I want, like, for my thumbnails, and it was like clickbait for my live reaction, so I'll look up sexy One Piece, like for the females, and I just get like people like in bathing suits, like in real life. I'm like, no, that's not what I want.
Think about it though. You need Joy Boy and like the Drums of Liberation to get the robots up and moving. Roger was too early. Luffy's gonna show up.
Turns out the drums of liberation are just the steel drums in the old Girls Gone Wild commercial.
Oh my God.
No, but I meme on the two pieces reel all the time, because when Straw Hat Lucas gets to, I think, 3K on his TikTok, he's doing a bikini stream. So the two piece is real, guys. But the bathing suit connections are absolutely there. They've been being made for decades, man.
A bikini stream is crazy.
That's wild. But yeah, make sure you go check out the links in the description. Straw Hat Lucas has been on this call the entire time, just hanging out while he's been at work. But yeah, you can check out some of his unhingedness, which is like Andy Lex was kind of reminding me of some of that. You're tapping into that same kind of energy. But make sure to go check out Straw Hat Lucas, he's so hype about all of this, but he could not get out of work. But he's been here in spirit and literally muted up in the VC the entire time.
Speaking of being here the entire time, I'm gonna go. I might be back in like 30 minutes or an hour, but I've been here since you've went live.
Yeah, we appreciate you, brother. It has been so great. And
Yeah.
Elson putting in the chat bikini right now is so crazy. I'm
That is
sorry.
wild right now.
I am dead.
What the one the dream said? Oh my god.
Okay, wow.
Yeah. Topping in the that's how I'm feeling about that.
But Tree, thank you so much. Yeah, if you
Yeah,
feel like
bye.
hopping back on, if we're still live, feel free. We'll be cooking for another little while here. But
I was
you
gonna
go do
say,
you.
how late is this going?
Probably another hour and a half ish. Like as what our scheduled time is until I think 6 p.m. 7 p.m. EST. So a minute, yeah, a good minute will be going on still.
Okay. Yeah, I might come back after I eat. I don't know.
You guys had me
But-
worried.
Well,
I thought it
definitely
crashed
everybody-
here a minute ago.
I'll catch you guys later.
Yeah, take it easy.
Ciao,
Everyone
brother.
go
See you,
check
man.
go check out Tree the Wolf on TikTok and Twitch. Tree the Wolf everywhere. Yeah, he is an absolute goat. He's been on a few chat rolls with us. Dude has some interesting takes. Like Alvita is the person that Ace took down for the Warlords. No, I'm kidding. But does anybody else have any like specifically like laugh tail theories? Like why did Roger's crew laugh? Like that aren't so unhinged as Andy's.
Wait, mine wasn't unhinged. Okay.
Oh, bro, it's not a contest. We're trying to go the other direction now. But
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like you touched all of the stuff you touched earlier. I was like, oh, I want to talk about it. I want to talk about it. And since I'm here, I'm like, nothing.
I am curious
nothing
about
comes up.
that. I am curious about that quote about like how that place they said is out of this world or something. Do you guys remember that quote?
Space Beats. Like,
Well, I mean, yeah, or a different dimension, like mirror world or something, or I don't know.
Wait, who's
And,
that?
might have been
Roger.
Silver's Rally or something.
I think it was Roger. Like
Was it Roger? Yeah.
Well, he was talking about that place and the treasure that Joy Boy left, and he's like, what it would have been to be alive in like your time or whatever. Like I don't like I'm pretty sure it was Roger who said it. Like all of that place, mentions, because it would have had to be someone from his crew, if not him.
I do like the idea also that maybe it's some sort of a timing thing, like the fact that Roger and Chloe, they were like, look, we just weren't, we were too early, and so maybe there's something that has to happen in Luffy's time right now in the current time. Maybe like a planetary alignment kind of thing. Maybe there's some sort of a moon orbiting the planet, for example, and maybe it's to line up with the reverse mountain or something. I don't know.
You're spitting, bro.
I know. I could be wrong, but I know part of that has to do with like Shirahoshi's birth, because they said like she was a requirement, but Roger like knew he wasn't gonna last that long.
Exactly.
Because that was a decade off.
100%. But like it's like Oda always feels like he's kind of setting up pieces of a chessboard kind of thing. And so I feel like that's one aspect, and then I feel like there's going to be other elements that also have to align somehow.
I agree.
And like, I think that like it's been like a thing. Like they mentioned that nobody has awakened the Nika fruit in 800 years, but there had to have been previous users, even though they didn't awaken it, right?
Or
And so
candidates at least, yeah.
Yeah, it could have been like just like constantly like more pieces of the puzzle getting added on throughout the 800 years to get to the point where like Luffy can be this prominent of a figure who awakens his devil fruit, and while Shirahoshi is of like comparable maturity to be able to tap into her power, like Elson said in the chat. But it's not just the Poseidon thing. I think it's like literally like every single domino has to fall into place perfectly.
I think there was only two. I think that the only two users in recorded history, or in general history, I guess you could say, of the Gomu Gomu no Mi would be the first Joy Boy and Luffy. And it's kind of like an Old Testament and New Testament thing, where it's like he's essentially embodying a biblical figure, And when we're told about the time when the last Joy Boy had reign over the earth, it was during the Ancient Kingdom. That's like 800 years ago. So I think that we're only gonna ever find out about Luffy and then the first Joy Boy.
I think the question we should rather ask is when Who's Who was carrying the fruit to Marie Joas. Like, where did they get that from? Someone must have possessed it before. I don't think it was just hanging on a tree for 800 years.
I have a theory on where he got the fruit from. I think that's what Lucci was doing when he was like 13 years old on that island where he killed 500 people. Because that timeline lines up exactly with the time where Who's Who got caught closely after.
But isn't that film material?
It's what?
I don't think it was. I don't think it was.
No, that's official.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
official.
like-
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Lucci
official.
spawned
Lucci
and
killed like
everybody
500
was
people on that
spawned.
island. I think it's straight up the fruit was on that island. The world government told him, go get it, no witnesses.
Dark, but real.
I wouldn't put it past Oda. It's like, like that's crazy.
The best
And
writer
then
ever.
Who's Who was the one in charge of transporting it, and that's where he dropped the ball.
That also adds to like him being spiteful of Rob Lucci, like,
Yeah.
like because he's just a little taxi driver, whereas Rob Lucci was the actual like trigger man, you know.
Yep.
That's wild. Like, yeah, I never really thought about that. Like, man. But yeah, I mean,
Even that fruit, like they gave Lucci the more powerful version of the cat fruit, probably because of that blunder, maybe.
Could be. That would make sense too. Yeah, you get the ancient Zoan one, but actually the leopard's better than the saber tooth.
bro. I mean, I think it's really just about like I don't know, like I think that ancient Zoans are just typically gonna be cut different like than normal Zoans. It's just about the user. Lucci's just a better like user. Like you remember Doriki, like the power scaling system that was introduced in Enies Lobby and never brought up again. Like,
Oh yeah.
I would love to see where post time skip Lucci is on the Doriki scale and see where Who's Who was to like just. But like I'm almost positive Lucci's just a better combatant than Who's Who is, especially because Who's Who was more concerned with casual racism than actually putting up a fight. You know, like against Jinbei.
Actually,
Which is the only showing we had from.
I have an idea on that, or like not really a theory, but like I was wondering why Lucci and all the others were like promoted if they in fact like didn't deliver at Enies Lobby and Water 7 and all that. So like usually they would like be punished for that, but it seems like they're promoted. But what if like going from where they were to CP0 is actually like a punishment instead? Like, what if the CP0 is more like a suicide squad, which is sent on missions that don't show any great chances of success anyway? Something like that.
I like that. I like that, and it also could tie into, hey, this is something that we need someone to be stealthy and covert. If you're over first like for Pole Zero, you can only go on as being this masked person who nobody sees, nobody knows about as you carry out your mission.
Yeah.
Like the
Yeah, and they all seem to be people who have either been cast away or wronged the world government entirely. Seems like an elite slave position. The Suicide Squad, yeah, that's a really good way to put it.
It's a best way to put it.
I wanna know more about like how that hierarchy lines up, where the Aegis term comes from. I know there's a lot of theories about the actual shield Aegis, how that ties into Amazon Lily, kind of digresses at that point. But yeah, that's definitely the vibe there.
Speaking of it depends on the user. What you were saying about Lucci. I don't know if you guys have already gotten into speaking about the intricacies of devil fruits or not. So if you have, I apologize. But I saw a Chestnut video where she was basically explaining about what we learned about Bonnie's fruit in the new chapter, about how basically her ability can't work if she doesn't believe that her desired reality is possible. And then she started basically theorizing that devil fruit powers are fueled by belief. And that made me start wondering, do you think that any devil fruit user can do any ability? Like, they're not limited to the concept that their devil fruit embodies. They're just capable of whatever they can imagine. And the reason I say that is because, like you said, it just depends on the user. Like, how Katakuri has the mochi fruit, but he can make it like he's essentially a Logia because of how he imagines it. Do you think that's applicable to any devil fruit?
Yes, real quick. Kev, you just put in the chat. You're gonna have to dip. We appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for coming on and spitting with us for as long as you did. We appreciate you. I'm so glad you're feeling better. I know you were feeling a little rough last week, but Happy New Year. Thank you so much for being a part of the stream. We appreciate it, brother.
Love, Kev.
But
peace out, Kev.
Yeah,
Later, Kev.
Everybody make sure to go check him out. Link in the
Later, Kev.
description. Dude's an absolute goat in the community. We love Kev. But I was literally just cooking with Chestnut last night in our Chad Rolls and Chibi Girls stream about like what the confines of Devil Fruit abilities could potentially be. And like specifically I said like I don't believe that there are only 3 types of Devil Fruit. I don't believe there are only 3 types of hockey. I think that that's just been propaganda that's been spit throughout the centuries from the world government since its formation and things like that. Because if they were to put these concepts within these boundaries, put them in a box, that it would limit people's imaginations. If you tell people this is the cat fruit, you can only do cat things, then cool, they're gonna just immediately go into it knowing that they can only do cat things, but that isn't like a actual truth. That's just what they're told. So the government has just been constantly making these powers within their confines and restricting people's actual imaginative capabilities within what this power system entails. So yeah, I think that I don't know about every devil fruit can do everything, but I think that the limits are mostly set by the user.
But how do you explain someone that doesn't know which fruit he's eating then?
Well, just like how Roger could, with the voice of all things, could hear like the poneglyphs and things like that. We can like, and the fact that the Nika fruit itself was evading the government somehow, and like was like somehow like it wasn't evading Luffy fruits, especially Zoan fruits, which they refer to like them is they have a will of their own. But like, what if like every fruit's technically a Zoan fruit or something like along
That
those
I would believe.
Yeah,
That I would absolutely
I don't
believe.
think it would make sense if it was just zones. Like I understand in theory how, that's the only one that we know about so far. But I think logically, since devil fruits have to come from the same place, they would all theoretically also have to have a will of their own.
Yeah, because my thought is almost the opposite of what you're saying, Vex. Like you're saying there's more than 3 types. I think there's just the one.
Well,
Right.
yeah, I mean, either way, like I don't know. It's just I think that most of the things that we know, and especially the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, it's like specifically, like with them saying like with Vegapunk saying that like the Nika fruit isn't in them and things like that. It's clearly propaganda. And like so them spreading these agendas that this is the name of your fruit, this is all you can do and stuff like that. It's at this point common knowledge. So even if you aren't aware of what fruit you just ate, the world is aware to a degree, and like I don't know, like if that makes sense, but
Yeah,
The
it does.
world's
'Cause-
belief in your power also limits you.
Well,
Exactly.
just look at Sabo and Ace. Even Sabo, who I don't know if he saw Ace use the fruit, but in any case, Sabo does not use the fruit like Ace did.
No,
Not
Even in,
exactly the same.
I think Luffy is gonna be what really proves that to be the case. Like I think Luffy is what really canonizes this theory, because he was told in the beginning, hey, you just ate a fruit that makes your body like rubber,
Mhm.
and then he's been emulating that, but he's the sun god Nika. So I feel like he's gonna be the proof that your power is just limited to what you personally think you can do, and as he figures that out, other people will figure that out.
Yeah, I really like that idea as well. And as Wood of Dreams in the chat said, Kagu didn't know what fruit he had, but he said he likes giraffes. And I thought the same. Like Kagu was eating this fruit, and because he likes giraffes so much, all he knew was that it's a zone, right? So naturally, if that's the case, what you just said earlier, he would like think, or in his back of his mind he would think like, maybe I get the giraffe fruit, and that's what he gets. Like Lucci just got like the cat fruit because like his whole mentality is like a predator and stuff like that. Like the other guy got the wolf fruit. Sorry, I'm bad with names right now. And
Jabbar.
Yeah, Jabra, thank you. And all that, I really like that idea. That would also connect why Vegapunk said, he said something like, what people can make up with their minds or their dreams, something like that, right? So I really like what you said there. That could really be the case that people just like hear what they imagine or what they would love to be, and then they eat the devil fruit, and this actually happens, that they become a giraffe, a wolf, or whatever. I can totally see that.
Yeah, and in that chapter where they eat the fruit, I think they are like, "What do we like? How do we know what it is?" I think Lucci even says something like, "You just know once you eat it." Like you, yeah, and I think I don't know. He may have just been referring to zones in general, maybe because like they have a will of their own, maybe, but maybe he meant all devil fruits also. But yeah, I found that really interesting. And then you all were saying like he became a giraffe, like all ties in.
I think there's definitely a distinction, like a hard distinction between a lot of categories, because Vegapunk then would have at this point been able to put whole devil fruits into weapons, and he's saying like the only thing I can do that with is Zoans, and the only thing I can do with Paramecias is this workaround, and I can't do this with Logias. So it's like there's these hard divides on what you can do with certain types of devil fruits. So it's like I understand like there being like one maybe like fundamental branch that it starts from, but at this point they are now different.
The desire. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
The desire thing is interesting because Bonnie, we now find out, has had her fruit since she was an infant, or at least the essence of the fruit, and she only tapped into its power when she wanted to become older so she could become better. So it's interesting. I wonder how much weight desire has after getting the power.
So are all the powers just lies then? Like our desires or dreams or whatever is what actually makes the power of the fruit. Like everything that they were fruit encyclopedia is just what they research they've gotten, but that's all like could mean nothing. Like
with what Olipede was saying, I think the seed was already there for it, but her desire and drive to actually be able to manifest that power to that extent of, hey, I want to age myself to where I can go on adventures with my father. That was her desire.
Yes.
That's what became of her fruit.
Or for example, Ace, like he has a very fiery character, right? Like because he was angry that everyone was like talking smack on him because Roger was his dad. Or oh my god, I almost say it like Andy. Akainu. Like Akainu is like such an angry man, so like he has very let's call it hot passion to be nice, and of course he would like develop magma and all that stuff. Like I can totally see that. I think that could make sense. Like Kusan is more like the cool guy that's a bit more chill, and he got the ice fruit.
Yeah, and like Will of Dreams put in the chat that Khalifa liked clean things and not to be touched by dirty people like Iceberg. So like I don't know, it's but you did give some pretty interesting pushback, Ghost, on that there are some restrictions and things like that. And I think that it could just be simple stages of like devil fruit use and things like that. Like maybe like a more of an underdeveloped devil fruit, because like we've all heard, I'm sure, the theory that like it's kind of like an all for one type of situation, like like where a part of the previous users are carried along with the fruit for all of the future users, like how Ace it maybe is still a little bit partially alive within Sabo currently because of the transferring of the fruit, and like that goes in hand with inherited will. So maybe there are just certain fruit that are more primordial and haven't been refined to a more mammal-like species like humanoids throughout compiling of several different like lineage factors or wills throughout hundreds and thousands of years. So maybe Zoans are just, and especially mythical Zoans, are like the peakest of peak as far as like devil fruit evolution goes. And then there are more like primal sides of things that you get out of like Paramecias and Logias.
Yeah.
And
I have a couple of.
Go for it.
Sorry, I have a couple of questions regarding devil fruits, but do you guys think that there could have been like a first devil fruit kind of thing, like the very first devil fruit, And also, what do people think is the origin of devil fruits?
Oh man, yeah.
Yes to the first part, but what the devil fruit is specifically, it's hard to say.
Hey, Dire
call
Regulus, you
it-
want to spit on this for a bit?
Yeah,
Uranus.
I got a take.
I gotta take. Yeah.
I got a take. I
Hey.
don't think the devil fruits were fruits in the first place. I think it's people that infuse their will into fruits, so their will could keep living on into other people. So Nika would have been one of like the first people to ever do that. Maybe some others, but it's the Vegapunk concept of you people you stop believing they could fly, so they no longer fly. Well, at some point, people started believing they could transfer their will into a fruit, and from there, it started happening. And like someone like Usopp, for example, could end up transferring his will and create something like the liar fruit or something like that.
I love it. Yes. I've been
The fable
preaching
fruit.
Yep.
Something like that, yeah.
I want you guys to know I'm at work sitting here just heavily breathing, thinking about all these devil fruits.
That is
not to plug myself, but I've got a huge theory coming out on what I think actually causes devil fruits to be born. Make sure you guys check it out. Watch out for it. It's going to drop on the Den Kushi channel. Yeah, I think dragon fruits are dragon fruits. Devil fruits are definitely born from a strong will. Maybe at the moment of death, we'll see.
Absolutely.
I can't click on it too much right now, but there's a lot of moments of what could be considered human sacrifices in the story with like great cleansing and things of that nature. I think the devil fruits may be born out of those. Like if you were, being burnt to death or something, your will in that moment would be, I wish I could control this fire. And that is the ultimate point of will because you're in your last moments before your life ends.
To touch
that is crazy. Oh, go ahead.
To plug myself because we're shilling every day, all day.
Yes. Let's go.
I did a video a while ago on it's called Swirls, and it's about how devil fruits come from the thought, like actual desire, and that's why the fruits themselves have swirls because they're just copies of the brain. They're the thought patterns, or like how the brain has it when it's depicted in like a cartoon fashion, the lobes and muscles are like depicted as swirls.
Yep.
That's how I think devil fruits are formed because devil fruits are the ideas of concepts and beings and animals and such, and then that goes into like say mythical zoans like your Nika fruits or your fish fruit model as your dragons. The reason why I say Luffy awakens and Kaido does not, because Luffy has always lived like Nika. He's lived the legend of Nika. Kaido gave up. The first time we see him, he's literally falling from the sky, trying to commit the S word that I don't think we can say on YouTube.
Commit Sia.
Yes, Sia.
Self-unaliving.
He's trying to Minecraft himself.
Yes, very
He's digging straight down.
But he literally falls. He doesn't rise up the waterfall like the carp going up the waterfall through the gate to become the dragon that his fruit sort of represents. So
well, to add to your thing, Kaido's fruit, the dragon it's based on, is a guardian deity in China or Japan. I can't remember which country. But both. So yeah, it's a guardian deity. Kaido is not very guardian at all. He's quite the opposite.
No.
Someone who does have the same fruit as Kaido is pretty guardian-like though, and that's Momo. So I think he may in the future awaken Kaido's fruit.
In a twisted way, Kaido was still a guardian though because he was preventing people like the admirals coming in and taking Wano, right? So in a way, in a very twisted way,
he was protecting his horde.
He that's more protecting your own resources than guarding, because he's not guarding.
I have a problem with that because Kaido may have been keeping the admirals and shit out, but Orochi was literally dealing straight with the world government.
Yeah.
True, because of the CP agents that were there.
He didn't like Orochi at all the whole time. Like he's just like you know what? I've never liked you. Like so. I mean,
I get that. But he easily could have killed Orochi at any point of time through all of this. As he killed the old hag, he could have killed Orochi.
Yeah,
Popped
but
off as
Did
a
anyone like
to the-
Orochi though? Like, did anyone like Orochi like at all?
No.
I love his voice
I have
acting.
not heard one Orochi stand in my
One
life.
one of the best Japanese voice acting like performances ever. Like, dude had a crazy good VA. But no, to get back to the Seiryu like fruit, like yeah, Polypede, you are absolutely cooking. I'm curious to think. Do you guys think any of the other auspicious beasts will make an appearance in fruits like Genbu or Byaku or
I'd wish to.
the Suzaku as well? Like, they're like, it would be so cool to see. Like, I don't know if we need a whole bunch more mythical Zoans at the point we're at in the story, but it'd be freaking cool, right? Like, you think some God Knights are gonna whip those out or what?
Yeah. I'm leaning. I'll be quick. I was just saying, like, I always thought potentially one of the Gorosei could have one, but now it's looking like that's not the case. So if the Gods Knights are more than like swordsmen, like, and they actually have devil fruits, then I could see like one of them having it.
Their swords could have a devil fruit. I've been
That
cool to
too.
actually see an actual swordsman
too.
actually take advantage of that. Might versus Spandaman, whatever his name is.
Spandam.
Spandam. He doesn't even know
Spandam Man,
he is not a fighter. He is not a fighter, but he's got a devil fruit sword.
Spandam Man will forever live rent free in my brain.
Spandam. Yeah. Okay. So
Spandam is the true
Spandam
king
Man.
of failing upwards.
That gimp mask on.
Can I give my take on where I think the death fruits came from?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so I had two theories, like and in my latest, I was thinking, how did the nations actually beat the ancient kingdom if it was so advanced and all that, right? So my take was on it on this was more like they actually really summoned the devil, and he gave him the devil fruits. So, and they used these to fight against the ancient kingdom and beat it. That was more like my take on it. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I've heard a few similar takes, and like I was saying earlier in the stream, I'm not sure if you were there for it, Marth, or not, but like, is that I've kind of seen Devil Fruits since before I was even caught up with the series, and I was still going through Whole Cake and stuff, but like as something that might potentially be like a trapping of souls, so that you don't actually go to the appropriate afterlife, like the underworld, or like it's called like the Pure Lands in Naruto and stuff like that. So if there is like a heaven and a hell in the One Piece verse, like like completely blocking you there and keeping you bound earthly, like the trees in Shandora, where like when the bell rings, it like guides the souls of their ancestors to those trees. Well, why would they want to be in these trees, which are earthly bound, instead of the actual afterlife? It like, so it gets it like a little bit Scientology, like, you know.
I was
that,
actually just gonna say that.
Yeah, everyone, make sure you check your Thetan levels daily. By
The
the
One
way.
Piece is L. Ron Hubbard. Yay.
No, but like legitimately, that's like a thought that I had like a long time ago when I was watching a lot of Tom Cruise movies. No, I'm kidding. But it's like a, like, if it's like way of gatekeeping the afterlife from like wills that are just too, like, I don't know, maybe too strong or maybe too weak. I don't know. Like, it's a pretty half cooked theory, but like it kind of goes a little bit alongside like what you're saying. And then I've heard other people spitting on the whole deal with the devil type shit, which stay tuned for some TOA spice on that.
And we can even in a way connect this, because my first theory on this was that there still is like I called it the devil tree in Marie Joas, which like it could combine both of my theories. Like the devil gave them basically this tree. You guys remember the garden where Emu's running in all the time?
Yeah, the butterfly garden.
Yeah. Exactly. I think there might be standing a tree where all these devil fruits originated from, and maybe there even still some new devil fruits originating in. Because my take on Emu's powers is that Emu can like take devil fruit powers from users and then grant them to others. That's what I think is how the Gorosei forms came to be. Like what we saw in Marie Joas, right? So, and I hope that's not too confusing, but you guys remember the jailers in Impel Down, like these jailer beasts?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Those were
these are-
overtaken, yeah.
Yeah, these are like soulless husks in a way, right? Like they cannot go back to their human form and all that. So my thought on that was that they were forced to eat the devil fruits that they got up there, and they were forced to transform into these forms. And then Emu would pull out the powers of these, so Emu can store it with whatever power Emu has. I think it's a power like that. And
Like a
then
battery.
these people
Yeah.
would stay in these weird animal forms, because we have seen awakened Zoans and they don't look anything like the jailer beasts, but they are saying the jailer beasts are awakened Zoans.
Yeah.
They don't look anything like that. So I say Emu's putting out the power of these so it can give these powers to other people, like for example the Gorosei, and these useless jailer beasts, like these people, maybe slaves that were forced to transform. All they are good for now is like following simple commands. So they are sent down to Impeldown to live their life there as jailer beasts, and they can never go back to normal again. And then we see, for example, when Sabo was up there in the throne room with King Cobra, right? We see how the Gorosei take on these animal forms, but Saturn takes on a way different form than what we see in Egghead. So that's why I think. Oh, someone left because it was so boring. Sorry, but I think. but I think that Emu can give them different forms. That's why he's summoned to Egghead. He maybe is even still at the ship, but they are getting their powers from Emu, and this is how he was when he was up in the throne room. There, he was, I don't know, it looked like a cow or a bull or something like that. If he was still standing in the same place, and
That
now
could just be their full Zoan form.
Yeah, that.
Something
Real
like
quick, real quick. I want to let Dyer spit because I know he's got a dip, right?
Yeah,
Like, you
sorry,
gotta-
I was holding a long monologue there, but yeah, tell me later what you think about this.
I mean, I don't have much to add to that. I don't know where you were going with it, but I'm just
No,
gonna
but
say bye to
let
everyone.
let the people know what you got going on, real quick. I know you're about to be hosting your own stream, like literally right now, right?
In 5 minutes, yeah. So Dire Regulus is the channel, home of the Blotto Pirates One Piece D&D campaign. That is the creation of the last arc here. So come watch that. I got a few theories on the channel as well. That devil fruit thing I spoke about is largely covered, and hopefully more content in the future. So
Let's go.
otherwise, thanks for having me, and thank you everyone for sharing the ideas and talking.
Yeah, we love you, Dyer. You're always welcome. It's been so crazy that I have never been on a stream with you for all of the time that I've known you.
That is the first time. It is true.
Absolutely wild. But yeah, me and him are peeling through Doctor Who currently, and he's one of my closest friends at this point. We love you, Dyer. You're literally always welcome. Thank you so much for cooking with us for as long as you did, and have a wonderful session with you and all of the rest of your
Telling you
crew.
this is better.
Okay.
Take care,
fair.
Yeah, thank you
everyone.
very much for coming, Dyer. I just gotta say, it's
I
crazy that
almost
this was
brought
your
in
first last
Cellulus,
arc
but
stream.
he's a talker, so
Make sure you also let the Lonely Mage know happy birthday from all of us once again.
we
Big
will.
facts.
I'll
Yes.
drop it on him in the stream.
Let's go, let's go. But yeah, take it easy. I'm so sorry to cut anybody off. I just I know he's got a dip like right now.
Yeah. Take care, everyone. Bye.
Take care.
Bye bye.
Peace out, Dyer.
But no, so yeah, Marth, as far as like your like devil fruit origin theories, like I really like that. It's like it's kind of like placeholders or almost like batteries to like a fuel greater, like maybe like an amalgam like type of like a devil fruit conglomerate that the Gorosei might be in certain power and control of. That's like is that kind of like where you're going with that?
Yeah, basically, the gist of this is that Emu can take devil fruit powers from other people and store them within them, and then give them to the Gorosei or whoever if they want to. Like
I agree with that.
version of that.
I have something to add to that. It's similar to Enel being able to like tap his different drums and summon different lightning beasts. It's following that same motif. And another parallel I see with that, we're talking about the souls going up and being captured or lost, or staying earthbound on these trees. You have that parallel to the golden bell being lost. So all these souls are just kind of being lost to something, I think that parallel would be Emu being like the one at the top of the world, catching all those souls, remanifesting them into some sort of power for themselves, potentially. But that whole drawing in the devil fruit powers, like when they ate Sabo's flame, and then immediately they're using the mother flame. I know that was just kind of like a nice little panel side by side thing, but to power the ancient energy source or to combust it, why not use something that you just got? Something very highly flammable, like a fire fist. So it's like they are able to take things in, and I think that is going to extend to Blackbeard. Because if you look at his devil fruit power now, he's able to draw in the body of a user, and then when he has contact with them, negate that power. The next logical conclusion, if he was to awaken that ability, is to either temporarily or permanently just suck out the devil fruit and use that.
Yep.
Yeah, that
Sounds
is
awesome.
crazy.
I like
Yeah.
it.
Like, and I think that kind of also goes into the like obviously we were given partway into this arc like the vampire like like a theory crafting like everyone's been kind of cooking on like that whole thing like Lelucia was like there were people with actual fangs there. We've seen individuals with like wings and like in the past as well like one of Big Mom's kids and like I think Magellans were just cosplay, right? Those weren't confirmed to be actual wings.
Yeah, all the
But then-
Impel Down guards and everything is all
Yeah.
costume.
But then,
Yeah.
like the Stussy stuff that we got, it's absolutely crazy to be thinking, like if there is like I know a friend of the channel Tachi was also spitting on like the Neurona like what that possibly means and how that relates to like old school like vampire lore and things like that. But so you saying like sucked the powers out just kind of reminded me of that. You guys think there's any chance that Emu's like potentially a vampire?
I don't know.
Yep.
I could see them being some sort of crustacean or like shelled creature, so they could be like a dial.
Well, to think about it is that vampires are effectively ageless, so it would make sense that somehow they have persisted this long, maybe without the perpetual youth surgery. And also another thing is that like you can't travel across like bodies of water, right? And like they're surrounded by water on both sides. Like so maybe they're like stuck in Marie Joie to a degree. I don't know. There's like a lot that just kind of clicked in my mind whenever you just said suck the powers right out of them. Like like so I'm just like going crazy theory brain right now.
Oh,
So just
another
that-
little crazy theory brain thing. I posted a video about this either earlier today or yesterday. I can't quite remember, but just talking about Blackbeard and taking out the power and being able to use it. That's kind of like how when Oars received Luffy's shadow and was able to extend and utilize the rubbery properties of that fruit. So what if the actual fight against Blackbeard starts with an Oars-esque fight where they're having to jump him because Luffy's exhausted like he usually gets before the final fight and needs time. So they actually jump him and then he comes in like Nightmare Luffy basically in like he's going to force himself to awaken again because Blackbeard stole his power to a degree or is utilizing half of it. So Nightmare Luffy is going to be like that Dark Scarf awakening for Luffy possibly to end up being that darkness before the dawn and then take out Blackbeard being like in the final fight.
Ghost, I fucking love that.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Well, and then like
I fucking love
it draws
you.
back to what we were just talking about with the souls because right after that fighting is Nightmare Luffy or just coming off of being Nightmare Luffy, Moria is taking in those 1,000 souls and becoming massive.
Yeah.
Like drawing in all the powers of all the beings around him. So what's to say in the final fight he's not going to just like soul or life tap a whole bunch of celestial dragons, just everyone up
Well,
in
it's
Marie
really
Joie.
crazy because
Or just fucking pull in everyone's devil fruit power from around him and use them all for himself.
Or
the
just
name
weaken
of
all the
the-
devil fruit users around the world. Just
Yeah.
Yeah, but the name that Emu's or that not that Emu, the name that Moria specifically used was Shadows Asgard, and like that, like I don't know. That's crazy. Like what that could potentially entail or imply. Wow, holy shit! We got Randy Troy in the chat right now. What is good, bro?
Whoa.
Damn.
Oh, what
Man, if you got time, hit the Discord link in the description, and you are more than welcome to hop in on the call and spit with us, brother. But thank you so much for saying what's up, for stopping by. That's absolutely goated. Thank you. I got word that Par is probably going to be popping in after he's done with the watch party, so a little bit more time on that. And then Desness, who's cooking in the chat right now, said that he'll probably be back to slander Marth. So we have that to
Love
look
Power
forward
Vision.
to.
Who slander me? Come on, man.
He said.
Or
But
here,
yeah.
he
We
has
just
been filming.
manifested Par into the chat as well.
Yeah.
Well, not
Oh,
the chat.
damn.
Yeah,
We speak
Actually,
his
yeah.
name.
Bogard too many times.
No,
Beetle
what's
par,
good,
beetle
brother?
par, beetle par.
Oh my goodness. We're talking about
Bogart
potential
6
devil
times in this
fruit.
year.
We're talking about potential devil fruit origins and maybe emu theories and stuff like that. What's good, Par? How you doing?
Sounds good. Thanks for the invite. I'm doing good. I thought you guys were actually talking about Bogart. I was like,
You had your notes ready.
What I'm thinking, what I'm thinking is that Bogart has the Hito no Mi mythical. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, I mean, did you have Par? Did you have maybe any interesting takes on like I was saying, like, what if Emu's a vampire? But also like if you had any emu takes or like devil fruit origin takes. That's what our most recent topics have been.
I mean, emu, yes, but that's a video one. That's a heavy. Damn, I came in. I thought. Damn, I was listening in. I heard vampires. I didn't know it was like about emu stuff. That's crazy.
Well, I mean, so like my thought was specifically because just to really quick like spark notes it up is like that would be like a potentially ageless form without needing the perpetual youth surgery, if because old school vampires are effectively timeless and immortal. And also like if emu is specifically stuck where they're at because you can't cross over a body of water, and there's bodies of water on both sides of emu, and so like they can only exist on top of the red line. Maybe like I don't know, like there was like some crazy theory brain shit going off because people were talking about sucking up other people's devil fruit powers. And I was like, oh man, what if Emu's a vampire? But yeah, major shout out to you for joining us. Thank you so much, and then also to Randy Troy in the chat. This has been such a crazy stream.
Hey, Randy. So just on the vampire note, do you think they're going the way of the Twilight vampires, where closer to the sun they just start sparkling or something? Like, because I feel like sun is a very because if you're staying in the red line and then they're in the sun, and like we've seen emu get, I mean, silhouette, but they're in the greenhouse, right? And then also that would be kind of like vampire on vampire crime, right? Because Lucia had the teeth people, right? The vampire teeth people. So like emu saw the hood and was just like, yup, we don't need them anymore.
Well, maybe they're like
One's enough.
Yeah, well, maybe they're like dirty mudbloods, and they don't have like the actual like pure lineage.
You
That
just
emu
said mudbloods out with your chest out like that. That's
Oh,
crazy.
man.
Think about it. Sapphire scales. That's what it is, actually. You found the mystery of sapphire scale.
Yep.
It's vampire rejection.
That'd be.
Oh wow, that's actually crazy. That's actually crazy right now. But
it would be, that would be nice too, honestly. Like as far like memes aside, because if you do want to go that route as far as theory crafting, then the sentiment with like when Bonnie was a kid, that kid was like, yeah, you're a vampire, and she's like, I'm in a church. What do you mean? Like that doesn't make sense. But like then if she like her enemies were vampires, then that would have been like super ironic, and then giving the protective charm of the sapphire thing is would be meaningful. But if the sapphire charm were related to something like vampires, right? Like for me, there's so much symbolism that crest, that the necklace like connects to. I think you guys talked about it way earlier in the stream, when I was like in the chat. But like so then it's just be like everybody's major enemy was vampires, and then they all made crests about it. You know what I mean? Like to protect them, and it's like that could make sense, I guess. But like damn, like the vampires won and then they like got rid of themselves. There's only like one left. Like it's kind of interesting, you know? They didn't procreate 800 years. They had a lot of time.
Fun fact as well: the word for vampire in Japanese is kyukitsuki, and ki has a symbol for oni in it. So I don't know if that's relevant at all, but yeah. And then of course we do have Stussy as well, who was also kind of had vampire-esque properties. So we're in Egghead, we're seeing a few examples of vampires already.
Vampires also have like vampires, you know, outside of Twilight, they have like crazy powers too, right? Like I feel like
Bro, you and your Twilight.
Outside
mean,
of Twilight is wild.
Yeah,
all I know,
You know, where they're actually cool.
Twilight agenda.
all I know is that before Twilight and after Twilight, I heard very different things about vampires. I was like, what do they do in Twilight? And then, you know, all the middle school girls were just like, oh, you gotta watch it. I'm like, nah, it's okay. I'm fine. Don't worry about it. And then they tell me they're glittering, and I'm like, ah, it's fine. I don't need.
Even more fine.
Yeah, it's okay. But yeah, I feel like vampires have like the Force, right? Like that's lore, right? So like what Saturn's doing could be, but then like, well, Oda's just gonna be like, you haven't even seen me in my final form yet, and then there's like grow fangs and wings. Like, is that what is coming out of that, or how do you expect like the vampire stuff to come to fruition?
I think it would be cool, so like the Force, like I think it would like with vampires, it's like sangromancy, like being able to like control blood or like blood bending, like the Legend of Korra type shit. But
yeah,
I don't know if I think that all of the Gorosei are that, but I don't want to get too into too much details because they're like you said, there is actually a video in the works about stuff that is very adjacent to this, but if maybe like the Gorosei were like devils and there was specifically a vampire that maybe, you know, like got the better of them or something of that
I
sort.
mean, I think it might not necessarily be vampires in the traditional sense, but it could be that Emu somehow has a power where you can get the blood out of the people that kind of gives them immortality. So maybe that's what
Like
they
basically stealing their life essence to add to their own.
Exactly. So we're getting sort of an idea that's mixing Smoothie's power, but we're also getting a little bit of Big Mom's power as well.
It's basically the dark crystal and the Skeksis drinking the Gelfling's life essence.
Hey, all my Skeksis live in Texas.
I just want to distance myself from all the vampire stuff real quick because that's not what I said at the beginning of this.
No, I know. Like we're just kind of like stacking agendas at this point. It's 6 hours. It's like almost 6.5 hours into the stream, guys. Like, but yeah,
it's okay. I just don't want people to remember me as the vampire guy.
The vampire guy.
No, I think
vampire
I think Par has cemented that within his first 10 minutes into the.
I didn't even say the word vampire at all. Like,
I'm not gonna lie, you have like a vampire aesthetic going on too, and you also have like you kind of sound like if anyone in this chat, right? If someone asked me like who's a vampire here, I'm looking. You got that suave like.
Looking like Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, he has that.
Keanu Reeves.
Keanu Reeves.
No record.
It's like
Josh is Romanian, the closest thing to a vampire.
Yeah, oh my god, you really just said that. Well, yeah, Lelucia was based off of Romania, right?
Probably.
No.
I think there's about maybe 3
guys got
different
milk?
countries. What?
Because Moda
What?
milk, it's a milk country. What do you mean, Lelucia? The one thing we know that they export is milk. Moda, the milkmaid. Hello.
Where are you going with it?
I was just because is Romania big on milk?
I mean, agriculture in general.
I don't know what Romania is known for, but milk would be a cool thing. You know?
I'm sure they have a strong farming community.
They're known for Josh. Like that's what I
Yeah.
like, but no. I don't know. I think that specifically we absolutely need more from the whole like Sphinx Island like situation that we didn't really touch on, and from Stussy's origin. And I really do think that like screams like obviously vampire connection. So I'm really glad that we did talk about that for a little bit, because Stussy is one of my absolute favorite characters that we know almost nothing about. And I don't know. Like, there have been so many places that we've gone that haven't been Egghead within the Egghead arc, but that's like what like, and I feel like a lot of it's like misdirection and like him trying to like subvert some of our it's. I haven't forgotten about Sphinx and about like the Mads reveal, like the clone, the first successful clone and stuff like that, and like what that devil fruit that like I think it was Caesar who was holding it, right?
Yes.
What it looked like. So I mean, like, there's been so much going on. I'm sure a lot of people have forgotten about that specifically. I have not. I really, really, really want more on that, and I don't know. I hope we get it soon.
I
But
can't.
I wanted to ask.
On.
Go ahead.
Since we're 6 hours into the stream and talking and talked about vampires, I wish someone did the account impression for Sesame Street.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
You know the count from Sesame Street? Sorry, I jumped my words.
Oh, no.
Since we're 6 hours.
I've got to say.
Oh, that's Crocodile's laugh.
Yeah, that's
oh,
what I
man.
was gonna say. It's Croc's
Oh,
laugh.
no.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
But seriously, I am very interested with Stussy, especially with her whole bat fruit. I do think the fruit that Caesar Clown has in Vegapunk's whole cover story thing is probably like a artificial bat fruit. I've always thought that. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I can't wait to see what that brings forth in the future.
Yeah, and so there's actually a video game that had was it Patrick Redfield who like had
Yes.
the
Yeah.
bat fruit mythical model vampire, which was a ridiculously cracked fruit that did have a bit of sangromancy, like blood control in with it, but it's not like a canon devil fruit, but it's one of the only other mythical like Zoan type like devil fruits we've seen like outside of the actual canon. That and his pen, which was named like Bato, and it had like a tanuki, like a baka tanuki fruit or something like that, which is really crazy because if he starts pulling from a whole bunch of non-canon sources, I'm just gonna say I called it like so long ago. But,
Which oh, sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
I'm right with you, dog, because I've always thought there probably is going to be a point in which we're getting like two versions of the same fruit, kind of like models, but a little different. Because okay, you have a mythical tanuki in the form of the pen, right? But then in the canon, we have a actual tanuki fruit that was eaten by a teapot. So I think that has some grounds to reoccur in the story. Like, say, I don't know, let's say you have, what's a good example? A snake. And said snake was held as a deity by people, but it's just a snake. So you can have the normal snake as the devil fruit, but then you can have the ideal of the snake as another devil fruit, as a mythical Zoan, in like another form of fruit. So you have the same animal, but two different versions of the same animal: the legendary version and then the regular version. If that makes any sense. I know I jumbled that up a little bit.
No, that makes sense, and that's how I think like Robin's fruit is kind of being shown to be, like it's progressing into something more than what it was. Like we were talking about devil fruits basically evolving into their next step. Like hers is basically becoming a Zoan, and then if you think of even Sabo, he's gaining such notoriety as this flame emperor that once he dies, if he's got enough notoriety and like everyone believes in this flame emperor, it's not going to be the Maramara anymore. It's going to be the flame emperor.
Right.
Like,
It's interesting.
Like the devil child is going to be like what Robin's is going to be.
Oh, that's
respawning as, right?
That is sick. Yeah, I love that. Wild, like
As far as
absolutely wild.
That stuff goes. I don't know if you guys had mentioned this before, but I've been on tight lookout. I put the hit on this like about a year and a half ago, because we still, even though we got the names, even though we see Saturn, it still is dubious about like they, in order to hire the warlords, they use carrier bats. And like I'm just like that's so random, but it's so consistent. Like Oda specifically chose carrier bats, and they're very in your face if you like pay attention to them. When you look at like Buggy, Jinbei, whenever there's a warlord notice, it's right there. And it's like, so then who has it? Is it Emu? But like Emu's not a part of that decision making. It's like the Gorosei. So it's like then someone in the Gorosei just has like pet bats. Like that's a little weird of an obsession. So then maybe someone is a vampire, or maybe that is like maybe that was one of the Gorosei members. But now that we have the Holy Knights, maybe it could be someone there. So like as far as where that, because there was also that dude who had like the antelope mask too. So Oda seemingly is going crazy with like, you know, the thematic with like Garland has a lunar head. The dude in the back had the antelope mask, and then or the gazelle head or whatever. And then he had the really hot chick next to both of them, and I was like who knows if she's the vampire? If she's the vampire, you know, we're chilling, right? But like
I'm down. Yeah,
you
that's
brought up
fine.
the point of like Stussy, right? Stussy showed us the wings, but like has never used that. Like the way Stussy brought out the wings was so random. Just like it was like not meaningful at all. It was just like, haha, I'm an X Rocks clone pirate person, 20-year thing, and the wings were there, but like didn't do anything with the wings. Didn't fly. Didn't transform.
Or like a vestigial limb, like a succubus wing. It's just like it
Yeah, I
doesn't really
think-
do anything.
Well, I think it's a part of being in hybrid form, and like she wouldn't have the teeth to do what she like. I don't know, like because she bit Lucci, right? Like so,
Right.
like
Well-
it might have been like a part of the hybrid form. Is that's what the wings were for? But maybe I don't know. That's just.
But
my
even
theory.
then, was that part necessary, right? Because didn't she? Oh no, she put the sea stone lipstick on his neck and then bit him, right? She did bite him.
Yes. Yeah, she did straight up bite him, and maybe it's like the fangs are like it's like a package deal. If you want the fangs, you need to get like at least the little tiny wings, but maybe there's bigger wings, like Demonio Fleur style.
Right.
You know, if she were to go full and not like hybrid per se, I'm not sure.
And then they can put you to sleep too, right? Because she put Kaku and Lucci to sleep, and they were gone. Like they were in their they were both. No, Lucci wasn't in his. No, Lucci wasn't in his awakened form, wasn't he? Kaku definitely was. And then she just put them both out. Imagine being awakened Zoan and you just get bit by a lady and just get dropped. That's crazy.
Did she put like sea stone lipstick on, or what was the? That's what I thought it was like.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
like,
she had the little plug
what
disguised as
Keystone
her
is
lipstick.
that potent? Like Luffy's out here lifting blocks, you know what I mean? And they did that, but like when he's weakened, he's still like conscious. They don't go fall asleep. That's a little bit different,
That's
right?
got to be a super crazy concentrated little sea stone because, like, you think about the cuffs, they were saying they're weakened so that you can actually work.
Right.
Think about how dense that sea stone is.
But then that would mean that she's not a devil fruit user.
Well, no, the thing is, I think it could be potentially that she used it specifically on a location to make like the durability of like a maybe like a mythic of an awakened zone lesser, so that she could bite around that area. Like I don't like because I don't think she put the lipstick on herself, and I don't think. Yeah, like I don't know. There could be like a few different workarounds. Like
No, she
like
wasn't wearing it.
Smoker-
It's kind of like how Smoker has his weapon tipped with sea
Exactly.
stone, right? Like
Yeah.
she had it in a case so she could just. She doesn't use the lipstick.
You're saying her tip is that strong that she's carrying around?
Yeah, all you need is just the tip, man.
Crazy, dude.
Yeah, it's a power with the sea stone lipstick and her actual devil fruit power. Maybe puts them to sleep too. A combination of both.
It's like a
'Cause
paralytic.
You would think though, like because the way Sea Stone has been portrayed to us, it's like even being near it can affect you if you are a devil fruit user. Like I'm pretty sure when Luffy got near the bars, he got like super drained. It's not necessarily you have to be like touched by it,
yeah.
especially if it's potent. I feel like that was in No, that was in Punk Hazard or Alabasta, one of the two.
I think the Alabasta one he did grab.
He did touch it, yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
I'm
but
trying
what
to
if?
remember.
What if sea stone gets like in your bloodstream? Like, I know in Film Z it happened. Luffy was getting shot. He was getting pissed off by Z with the bullets. But like, what if like they inject you with sea stone or somehow you're able to liquefy it or something? Or
But didn't he and Chopper and Alabasta first fell in the water? Because I think he was also around water.
I mean,
So
he
I'm
fell in
not-
the
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was being like, no, Luffy first fell in the water at Arlong Park. I mean, you're talking about before the Sea Stone to contribute to the weakening, right? Potentially.
Yeah. That would also explain, because he fell into the water. He didn't he was not just on the water like Mrs. Reed. I think he had big part of his body was in the water before that, so it was already weakened. So that could have contributed to the cage thing. I'm not sure.
Interesting.
Seastone.
I just
She feels
like
very
my
mysterious.
theory on that though is that like she just used the the small amount of it like localized so that she could like just basically like because like you gotta think about it like an awakened zone is gonna be ridiculously durable. You know, her teeth are probably gonna go through that, but if she were to just tap like on the arm and all of a sudden the arm is a little bit less durable and less awakened or whatever, then she could just bite right into any part of it. But like I don't know. I think that's really the only reason it was there. It was just for like super durable opponents that she.
It's
couldn't
like
just-
Wiper using the skates with Seastone to be able to actually hit an L with the impact or rejectile. It's like that same sort of concept, like you using one thing to supplement the other.
Well, she also caught them off guard. Like I think if you're like caught off guard, not focusing on a certain spot, like it could hurt you. Like
Can I derail the conversation for a second?
What's it?
What?
Sorry, I've been caught up in when Pa was talking about Holy Knights, and I had a thought. Do we think that the Holy Knights that we see in Kuma's flashback are going to be the same Holy Knights that we're going to see in the final battle? Like, because
why change them?
Well, because they're pretty old. Like, I mean, Garling doesn't have an heir, right? So maybe he's going to stick around, but maybe some of those other people, there might be a new generation of them.
I know Mr. Bushido has a theory that Lucci is going to become a holy knight by the end of the story, and I don't know if I'm fully on board with it, but I think I would be okay with. The thing is that I just don't see how Oda is going to have enough time to introduce all of these new characters. So maybe we see some of them who like Garling, who are like older and who are maybe a little bit past their prime, but are still like on that like like Big Mom, Rayleigh, like the older generation that's still ridiculously like ominously like threatening, like very powerful but a bit past their prime like Garp, right? But I think we'll probably see some current figures that might also be able to be promoted into that, like who knows. I'm like, I don't know if it's crazy because like I would probably don't really mean this, but I would like honestly something like that. I'm pretty sure he's gonna off screen it, like if it's gonna be that deep. You know what I mean?
Probably
But
Shanks' evil twin is in the Holy Knights also.
I just don't see him introducing like 12 new characters, like or like.
I mean, you could
9
probably
new
do it in a single panel, though, right? Like how we see this Shibukai just in a single panel as well.
Well,
Like I don't think you have to spend too much time on it.
He does it every arc though, like just in the
Yeah.
I
We
mean,
gotta
even
keep in mind we
Dress
just
Rosa
got
had like
Vegapunk, and
When
we
it
got
comes-
exactly.
No, sorry. What do you say?
Well, I was just gonna say we got to keep in mind he just introduced Vegapunk, and we didn't just get one; we got 6. We got a ton of Vegapunk.
Yeah, so
and
with
that
the
was
Toby,
like so
the Toby Robo
unexpected.
also. We got a bunch
Yeah.
of them. Yeah.
Yeah,
I just
So I
think
feel like
my
there's
issue with
room.
all that though is like you'd want, as you go down the line, something like named the Holy Knights, right? Like you'd want it to be not one dimensional. And what I mean by that is like it's very obvious that the power is going to be there. We're going to start learning about what this magic is, and that's going to be super interesting. But like, Oda keeps on, I feel like might be like a little bit rude, but it's like I feel like Oda keeps on trying to make it a 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional character for these like secondary groups and tertiary groups, but like he keeps on falling a little flat when it comes to like the scabbards, even Vegapunks, like the satellites that they were introduced in such a strong way, and I feel like even someone as pivotal as York as the trader didn't feel great. Like I think a lot of people could in hindsight be like, oh, that makes sense, but it wasn't their favorite, most satisfying answer. And I feel like when it comes to like something like the Holy Knights, you'd almost want like a warlord situation, to the point where I almost feel like if I were to like extrapolate on Oda's notes that he had about like when he started the series, the warlords weren't a thing, but he did have the end of the series figured out. So you can imagine maybe the Holy Knights are in that picture, and maybe the warlords, just like a lot of other things, were like a stepping stone towards that as a way to stretch the story. So he introduced Mihawk, and a year later is when he decided to establish the warlord. So it was about like right before Nami's the Orangetown arc, or not Orangetown, Kokoyashi. And so maybe it like he does have a full-fledged plan for the Holy Knights, but I agree it's like then we have the Revs and then they're vice captains, and then we have like these other characters we barely know, the Gorosei, and then we have the Void Sentry, and I don't know how all that's gonna go down. And the one thing that I have like thought about as far as like how to wrap my head around it is if Oda were to do like a crazy wonky thing, and again I'm saying wonky because the main issue would be um positioning in the story, is that he could show us like a bit of the Void Century, and if the world government won, then surely it's the Gorosei and their powers would be displayed in the Void Century. So you wouldn't need to like do a full display and explanation for the current characters because you saw it in the Void Century. Then you could focus on the personalities and make them a 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional character. And I hope the Gorosei become like, you know, like Doflamingo level multi-faceted complex characters. But with the amount of time, it's like, yo, Oda, like we need to not introduce more characters and more powers. And I'm low-key still a little upset about the magic circles, but I'm still hoping that he starts he like uses it more, because I feel like if Saturn uses this teleportation circle, right, I'm wondering why he doesn't use it in any of the flashback with Kuma. Like he made a contract with Kuma and it's like on pen and paper, and it's like, bro, just don't see your daughter. And it's like, aren't you like teleporting with Conquer? You could look at someone, blow their head off, and you're not making like a contract where if Kuma sees his daughter, he blows up. Like I don't know why he needs Vegapunk to do all that. And that's literally like what magic circles, like in every other genre, it's like one of the main things is like making like blood contracts, like you guys are talking about blood stuff. And it's like, I wonder what Oda is going to do with that given the time. And we do know that like Oda has come out and said, I think in 2 forms, one in the pilot and one in the recent comments or interview, saying that like he always was going to have magic in the series. So I'm just like, damn, like what is this last saga? What is the pacing? Like are we slowing down? Are we speeding up? Like I have no idea. Elbaf is such a weird arc now because I almost, not that I don't care about the Giants, but I do care about vampires now, and I do care about magic circles now. And but now, like, do the Giants have all that? I don't know. Oh, giant vampire magic circle wielding magician is kind of crazy. I don't think I've ever seen one of those, but if Oda's gonna do that, sure.
Hey,
Loki
hold
could
out
do
for
that.
Loki.
Yeah, that's gonna be say Loki. Yeah.
Hold
Yeah,
out for
Loki.
Prince Loki. I think
Have you
he's
guys-
going to be a pretty pivotal character.
Have you guys talked about Loki? Because that's something that
Not yet.
I need Loki to say fee fi fo fum.
that's the one part of like One Piece I'm just like, yeah, I'll just let Loki hit me with it, you know? Everyone else has come up. I've heard a lot of great Loki theories, so if you guys have any cool ones, let me know. This is
But
exciting.
if you like the devil stuff and all that part, then just check out my Snow Queen emu video. You might like that.
Snow. Oh, wait. I've heard about this one, the Snow Queen one from the Snow people that Usopp and Luffy made, right? It's connecting to that, like it's a future.
Nah, it's a different approach actually.
Oh, but you know about that, right? The Snow Queen.
Yeah,
he
yeah,
made?
I heard about that.
Yeah.
But don't ask me who made it. Was it O'Hara? I have no idea, man. Like
Gotcha. Yeah, no, Luffy and Usopp. So I remember this very. It's on top of my head because that's how we know that Kobe went from chapter 2 Kobe to glow up Kobe in 45 days is because Oda gave us the birthday to that Snow Queen that Usopp made. So Usopp and Luffy made snow people, and then Oda randomly, like 18 years later, was like, hey, by the way, they have birthdays. And I was like, what? And so now we can track from the Thousand Sunny's birthday to the Snowman birthday the amount of time when they entered the Grand Line to the Thousand Sunny being made, and prior to that was 10 days. So it's 35 days from entering Grand Line to Thousand Sunny, and 10 days, about 10 days prior. So fun
I
fact.
didn't even know about that yet. That's fire. Gotta check that out.
Fun stuff.
So all that happened like a month's time? Goodness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fastest glow up in anime. That's for
Man's
sure.
on the roids.
Oh my goodness.
It's oh, you guys want the thing, right? Guess who trained him? Bogard. Haha.
Let's go.
There we go.
Bogard, baby.
It all
said
comes
the
back to
thing.
Bogard. He said no.
It all comes back to Bogart. It's like me with my Thriller Bark agenda. Everything it references back to Thriller Bark. But I got to shout out to Mr. Bushido 56 with another €2. He was saying earlier, y'all are still going, like, but he said, Loki will side with Kid and rebel against Shanks. That's interesting. I don't know. I've seen a lot of theories of Loki being like actually like a good guy recently because of like the little flower, and like I mean, who knows, like really, but like it's crazy to think about, but like my actual like take on the whole Elbaf thing is that like I just like Par was saying, there's just so much to keep cooking on and all these different like plot lines that need to be brought up to the forefront. So I'm just like a huge part of me is so scared that we get like off-screened Elbaf. Like we don't actually go there. Like and like there's been a few different people who have like spit similar like takes in this stream, and I'm really worried about that. Like,
No, I think we have
I
to
don't
go
think.
to Elbaf.
Yeah, I don't think Oda would
Yeah.
do that. Like, yeah, he would. He knows
It's-
people have been waiting for that.
I think
yeah.
giants are integral to the whole story, so I think there's no way that he can off-screen them.
Well, yeah, speaking of Loki, I just thought in the movie The Mask, I don't know if you know what Jim Carrey, that mask that you put on, like it makes your like inner desires, like your dreams, like practically come true. Like what you want to become, that's what you become. Kind of similar to when Usopp wears the Soga King mask. He becomes a great warrior of the sea, and he kind of gets possessed by something. But yeah, in the mask, that mask belonged to Loki.
Loki.
Yeah, and what if like Loki was named after some deity or something on Elbaf, and it connects Usopp to Elbaf if that mask was from Elbaf, and because Usopp is tied to the giants and all that.
Yeah, that's fire, bro.
That's the whole plot of sequel.
Yeah, I have a video about that on my channel.
BRB watching every Jim Carrey movie.
Yeah,
yeah. Toon Force, I'm gonna lose it. Like that would be so crazy.
I think it makes sense that because this goes back to like the elemental hockey theory where the giants, to me, it breaks. Like, my God, last year, I don't know if you guys remember this, before the first chapter of the year, 1071, I believe. That's when we got Kid saying Elbaf, and we didn't know Shanks was there, and it's like he didn't even make it to Elbaf. But memes aside, he before that moment, there was discourse in the community like, "Oh, we're not going to Elbaf," and that was like, I was like, "What do you what?" What happened to the community? What hit us over the head that like people are believing that we're not going to Elbaf, period? And then that chapter came out, and I was like, oh, thank God, Oda. But then it shifted once we saw Kid going there. A bunch of people, and I remember at the reveries too, there were some people were even saying like, we don't go to the Elbaf, like the Straw Hats don't go, like Kid goes. I'm like, that Kid's not us. Like, don't say it like that. Like, if we see Elbaf through anyone other than like Usopp, I don't think it counts. You know what I mean? And I think that would be crazy. But then the other part of it for me is the whole aspect of the history, because that was like the other part of Little Garden that I think was thematic, was that they have these issues from 100 years ago, and it's been so long that they just forgot, and like they just still fight it, and it's out of honor, and it's like that sounds kind of like Void Century a little bit, but then like what, they forgot what they were fighting for, and now they're just like whatever about it, right? And then a random Mr. 3 decides to instigate and push one side over, and it's like I wonder how that all that stuff plays out, because all of that is like important, because the giants live maximum 300 years, something like that. So it's like, as far as thematics go, their race is like pivotal towards One Piece. If we don't go there and we don't learn about them and we don't see the top of their verse, I don't know. And I feel like it would make sense that some of them reach like my favorite part is like Semi Kikan, the
Life
basic
return.
life return. Basically what I've been saying is like what Gear 5 is. It's like the ability to like know your body and freely use it however you want. That Kumadori, I guess, knew his hair. He knew his hair, but he didn't know anything else. He said like you could do anything, you're down to your toes, down to anything, but all he did was hair stuff, which was people are flagging me down for my Nami thumbnail. I'm like, bro, did you see what Kumadori did to Nami? Did you see what people have done to Nami throughout the series? I just put her in a bathtub. But and what's it called? The semi Kikon aspect, it's just like the way he described it, it's like 100 years in the mountains or something like that, and whatever. But it's like the giants have 300 years, so that means that some of them could probably do this. And then I was disappointed, see, with the Big Mom flashback, and I think that's where everybody was coming at last year. They were like, yeah, but the giants suck. Big Mom as a kid took out like all of them, and I'm like, damn, they're right. Like, so then what's up with Loki? And I just can't wrap my head around what Oda's trying to do with Elbaf, because it's not like he created a separate island for where Big Mom was, but we do know it's like there's Warland and whatever, and there might be like different islands, and like the Yeti Cool brothers are from one. So and I know some people have like the 7 realms idea, but as far as Elbaf goes, I just want to go. Like, I've been hearing so many people say, like, so many people I know, theorists, saying like, oh, we're not going. And I'm like, please don't stop saying this. Like, I don't want Oda to look at it and be like, oh yeah, the community doesn't care. We can just skip it, guys.
I think we're definitely gonna go to Elbaf because, like, I guess most of you guys already know that Oda is a big fan of that series, Vicky the Viking. Grew up with it, and there are so many similarities and aspects in it that can be seen throughout One Piece. There's like a little whale that is trapped within a stone wall and all that. That's basically a Laboon reference. There are so many references in this. Like, I made a video on that. Whatever, just watch it over there. But also all the Vikings, or almost all the Vikings you see in Wiki, you can see all their designs throughout One Piece. Like, most of them are actually giants as well. For
I don't mean
example,
to pause you, but guys, he sounds like a Viking now. Like, earlier we were talking about vampires, felt like a vampire. Now he has that Viking sound to him. Like, I'm looking at him, he's turning into Vicky the Viking right now.
Okay, wait.
Oh no!
Let's go!
Do it.
Yo, did I see that? Is that the part vision? I saw it. I saw the Viking.
Yeah, okay, so
The pod version.
For the motherland.
Yo, he just dead ass untied his hair for this. This is crazy.
So yeah, I forgot where I was. Oh yeah, right. So for example, the giants in Annie's lobby. I already said that I'm bad with names today. What was their names?
Oimo and Kashi.
Oimo and Kashi.
Oimo and Kashi, exactly. Like, they are literally copies of 2 of Vicky's crewmates, and it goes on. There are so many similarities throughout Vicky, and I don't think that we are not going to Elbaf. We will definitely go there. So in my opinion, you can sleep in peace, Par, because I think we will go there.
So I want to reiterate, guys. Like, I also have 2 super chats to read out really quickly, but I want to reiterate. I didn't say that I think we're not going there. I said I fear that we're gonna get off screened it
I don't like
slightly.
your
And
fear.
like, okay, I don't like my
Fight your
fear either.
Yeah.
But
Calm
Mr.
your
Fear,
fear. Don't speak them into existence. Stop it.
Mr. I got you, Par. I'll do it just for you. I'll conquer them. But Mr. Bushido 56 with another €5 super chat said Shanks represents Christian Vikings that changed the culture, while Loki represents the Norse who rejected the new teachings, and Shanks kills Barto crew. That is a lot to unpack there. He also said Dory and Brogy broke tradition and betrayed the code. Yeah, I like. There is honestly so much at Elbaf. Like, it would be an absolute shame if my fears did come true. But
hey, careful.
All right, I'm chill.
So-
I'm chilling. I'm big chilling.
So one theory that I've had for a while is that Shanks stole the Bifrost from Loki, and that's how he's able to travel the world so fast. And I think if the Straw Hats go to Elbaf, Loki is going to pose himself as an ally to Luffy, and then at the end he's going to be like, yeah, Shanks is the one that has it. So it's going to be, he's going to be conflicted of, do I help this person who's the person asking me who's the ruler of this nation, or do I help Shanks?
You do gotta ask yourself, like, I've been thinking about this. Like, Shanks's fleet, there's so many issues with their existence where it's like they're so like those old dudes. How are they even sailing through the Grand Line, like the New World, right?
They're probably not.
And so like when you said the Bifrost thing, right? I had the theory that Shanks has like the underwater thing, right?
Yep.
And that would fix that, thing, and Oda could maybe combine the two ideas. But I feel like it does make sense that there's some kind of like, also like think about it. How hard is it to coordinate a meetup? Like you tell your homies to come to your place, and you say 7, some people come at 7:30, some people come at 8. He had across the world his entire fleet just meet up at Elbaf, like in the new world. Like even Whitebeard couldn't show up to Marineford promptly all at the same time, right? Like it's kind of interesting how that works out. But like with the Shanks Elbaf,
does that
what were you saying?
Sorry, does that have something to do with the wedding though? Wasn't there a wedding and kids showing up is kind of arriving at the after party and everybody's kind of getting ready to head out?
Oh, I have no idea. I thought because wasn't the kid part before, like he lost the arm already, but the wedding thing is probably from way before, right? Because Oda put that in the cover story thing.
Yeah, that was in a cover story, but it was, man, I'm forgetting exactly when. Whole Cake, maybe that cover story was on. So I'm not sure. I mean, I could be wrong, but that was kind of the vibe I was picking up, was kids coming in at this like after party, and so maybe that's like the wedding.
Because Shanks went to Wano, right? So
but Wano is like right there, so I guess he could have just gone and come back. I'm not sure. Maybe maybe I'm mistaken on something.
I think he went to Elbaf after he left Wano, and then got caught up in time with Dory and Broggy, and that's what he said whenever they were at the bar. We lost track of time, trying to wait to go to the bar to the Mayo, and now here's Kid right at our doorstep.
Yeah, I would like it if it
yeah,
was
that's
just
a good point.
I think at the beginning too, when he's like at the introduction of the red hairs in Elbaf, they said something that was like a casual meetup, like, oh, this is just supposed to be casual. I don't recall exactly word for word, but I would have liked it if it was a wedding. That would make a little bit more sense to me, honestly. But that's the other, like, as far as like confusion with Elbaf, because now that we tied Shanks, like it was always been like a theory, like a hive mind idea that like Shanks, Elbaf, it's gonna be tied together. But now we have like concrete evidence, like, yo, he's there, he's like the dude, he's that guy, he's even winning women over there too, right? And it's like, as far as Shanks go, how do you possibly stand out of the shadows of Shanks? You know what I mean? Like, how do you beat, like, at that point they're dwarves, like dwarves can be giant too, but like in comparison to Shanks, like this tiny dude, I can't see how the giants like measure up. Like, it's so hard. I don't like. Do you think here's something I've been wondering? Do you feel like the giants have magic circles?
Oh man,
Maybe I feel on the like it'd be more weapons.
Traditional.
I feel like theirs is more combat.
Like circles of protection, maybe.
Circles of protection, because
Like
I
a
feel
druidic
like,
circle.
I feel like, okay, and then here's another question that I'll ask a separate thing, but like Egghead, like Vegapunk's very obviously like a cornerstone character for like the entire world. Like even Morgans was saying that. So like anything that happens in Egghead, we realize like, oh, like this is gonna have effect on the greater story and all that stuff. But there was also this like separation too, like the traitor. The traitor felt really big until it wasn't, because it became like a arc-centric, plot-driven kind of thing. But then when the Gorosei came, then it became like, oh, this is a bigger deal. And I almost wonder if like Loki, do you guys feel like Loki is gonna go the way of York, where it's like a very arc-centric thing, and then Shanks is like the Vegapunk that makes it like the world important kind of arc? Or do you feel like the giants themselves can contribute to the story in the same way as Vegapunk on his own? Do you know what? If hopefully that made sense, because that's where I'm kind of like, are the giants that important that they equate like a Vegapunk? And if the Elbaf comes after Egghead, that means it's a little bit more important. And that's why I'm like, maybe the magic circles come there. And since they're recluse, nobody knows about the magic circles. Like, I don't know. It's a weird one.
Yeah, they're not gonna show their hand and use all their magic circles on one child.
Yeah.
Like that's wreaking havoc.
What Miguel
I'm
Miguel said in
thinking.
the chat is that the Giants most likely have magic runes, and that's absolutely
Yeah.
something I could see happening.
Mhm.
And also, my thought is that I don't think Shanks is still on Elbaf because he was like about to leave like as soon as we saw him like, and so I think that like it'll be like another situation where like Luffy just missed him, and they won't really
Yeah.
catch up until like the final war actually begins. But I don't know if we're actually going to see. It's not. I don't think it's guaranteed that we'll actually see Shanks at Elbaf.
You
Because
just
he was
shot a
like,
bunch of people in the heart because they think that Shanks and Luffy are gonna Davy back fight or do something on Elbaf.
I
So
mean, it could
I'm
happen.
not
But I
saying
just
I'm one
don't
of them.
think
I'm
it'll
just
happen.
saying.
Yeah,
I'm just
I think it could
just saying.
happen. I just don't think it's going to happen on Elbaf.
Why you call me out like that? Of course I want to
So,
take the Davy back fight. Why you call me out
So,
like
Par,
that?
Par, I have something. I want to challenge actually what you said. You're
I just
shocked
wanted
about.
to answer what he said.
Sorry.
Good. No, I said I just wanted to answer what he had said, but you're good. Go ahead.
Yeah. So Par, you're shocked about Shanks' ally being at Elbaf. Are you no more shocked about Strussen being alone at Elbaf by himself in Big Mom's flashback? Because that's the wildest thing. The dude had no one, and he was in Elbaf.
All right. What theory are you trying to sell to me? Okay.
No, nothing.
No,
I'm not saying anything.
I thought about that too. Like, is it like I think around your video a lot more people. Oh no, it was around SBS when Oda said that Strawson was essentially like her Big Mom's like right hand or the whatever pivotal character. And then I think it was floating around. I forget if I brought it up on stream around that when we are covering the SBS, but I feel like a lot of people came to conclusion like, or theoretical conclusion that like maybe Strawson was like Cypher Pole Plant, like maybe he was grooming her to do this stuff in the entire time. Because at the end of the day, Big Mom wasn't like she, as far as world government goes, she was the least antagonizing because she just had her emperor and she threw parties and invited them over. So it's like she wasn't really doing much against them, and was that Strawson's doing? So I don't know. I do find that crazy. Also, he's very small, so like I don't know how like it's like he's not even close to being a giant or even a normal dude. So something odds there, that's for sure. I think like I think the weirdest thing my expectations are for as far as curious people tied to Elbaf, right? Strawson being one of them. I don't know if we'll ever get that answered. I would like seeing Big Mom's story come like more full circle there, which that's a whole big question mark. Most people, not most, like I'd say like 40% of the people I see like on the internet are like, "Ah, she's dead." And I'm like, I don't know. I feel like she's alive. That's
Also,
kind of crazy.
Exactly.
I need to support you on the thing earlier before I lose the thought. Like you said that people were like, but how did Big Mom beat all these giants, right?
Yeah.
But they are Viking like. So basically, in the village there were mostly like younger giants and elderly giants and kid giants, right?
Yeah.
So and we still have to consider, even though she was a kid, Big Mom became a Yonko, and that's the factor you have to consider. And she's unleashing this power in her rage that's still not really explained. And I think it's not so unlikely that she actually beats all these giants, because they may be giants, but they might just be normal giants amongst
saying
other
the-
very strong giants. Like all
Wasn't the guy the ex-captain of the Giants pirate? You're saying that he got old and slow? Are you saying old
That's
people?
literally no, but that's the
Literally-
thing. Like
Yeah,
they
yeah, yeah.
literally said that about him, is that he wouldn't be able to like from falling from that height at his current age, he would not be able to survive.
Yeah.
Like they
Yo,
literally-
imagine being that big that just falling kills you. That's crazy. Like
So, yeah.
7-6
Yeah.
people. Gotta
So,
watch
yeah,
out.
Exactly. So basically, like all the strong dudes, they are just sailing around and pillaging villages or whatever they do, right? They do Viking things. So I
Yeah.
don't think it's so unlikely that Big Mom just went on her rampage and took all these guys out.
But I wouldn't scale like kid Big Mom, like little Lin, like in infancy still. I wouldn't scale her to like Dorian Brogy or Oimo and Kashi. But I get what you're saying, Marth. Is that those?
No, she was
were, like-
taking out giant fodder as if like regular
But-
citizens.
Yeah, but Oima and Kashi also were like, how old were they? Like they were teens,
Yeah, they're
giant
children,
teens back
right?
then. So yeah.
Yeah. Like Hyruden just had to watch his entire village get slaughtered, and it's just like he got Sasuke'd by Big Mom, you know, by he, like, watched.
And there's
Bro.
definitely something weird to Big Mom because it's still unexplained. Her like her hunger pangs and all that. Why
Yeah.
is she getting so strong like that? There must be a reason behind
You know
this. I
what?
think it's still worth like looking more into this.
I got a new agenda. I'm gonna make a video. Hyruden has to kill Big Mom. HKB. Yo, Hyruden.
I'm down.
Yeah, like think about it. He got done so dirty. He's just watching, and then even in Dressrosa, he never got his like he did the like a 10,000 kilo punch, but like that punch, maybe it's for Big Mom. We see her going like blasting off away like Team Rocket or something. I don't know, but dang, like there's so many in this conversation. I feel like I forgot so much about how like Wano is connected to the rest of the story in so many ways, and so is Elbaf, and I knew that, but like there's so many angles that like are so small, and I feel like, what do you guys think? Because now that we know the different islands, but like I feel like the Yeti Cool brothers are weird. I feel like the Yeti Cool brothers are weird, and then because they're like Yetis and they're giants, but like we've
somebody
never
spit
seen them.
earlier that they think
Yeah,
that they're
me.
half mink, half giant.
Yeah,
Mink.
that's all it would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I made a video about that a couple months ago too, saying that they're probably like, if there's giant human hybrids, why not mink giant hybrids?
Yeah, you can explain
And you
lots
have
of species.
you have Wotan, which are giant fishmen. It's the same sort of thing. Big Mom and a Tontata made a child, so it's like it happens.
Oda told us their race is like I think special giant. I think he wrote that in the Viver cards, and I don't know if that was before. It's probably before Zoe. So like maybe you're onto something. Maybe he said special because we didn't know fully.
I'm gonna do double check.
But then wait, hold on. If they're they're Sulong. Sulong Yeti.
Couldn't you apply that to humans though too?
I just gotta say real quick that if we're talking about Big Mom and having children, oh, that's a boy. Like, I have to every time
Lucas is right here, guys.
Bro.
About these giants.
You guys forgot that I'm a Big Mom fan.
But no, I think Polypede was about to spit something.
Oh yeah, like I have joined the club because I also made a short about them being half mink, half giant. It would be really cool if the proper term was frost giant, but I could see them being called Yetis because when you always get giant hybrids, they're always called something else like Waltons with a big pan. It would be also cool if Loki was a frost giant, if frost giant is the proper term.
This comes full circle. Like I wasn't there earlier. Sorry, I have to say this because I literally have the video on this. I'm so sorry. I will shut up for the rest of the stream. But Philibak was addressed earlier, right? The big shadows.
Yes.
Yes.
My theory on this is that they are frost giants, and because I made like a little bit more scientific approach on this. Like fog above the water. It comes into existence when there is something really cold above the water or like in the water, which is
like
I don't
ice?
know. Yes, for example, and in North creation myth, right? There are these two things. I'm not too sure about the names. Like there's this ice side and there's the fire side, and the middle it's called the Ginnungagap, right? It's basically the how the North gods and all that came to be, right? And
Isn't the cold side Niflheim? Isn't that
yes,
where,
yes,
like,
Niflheim, yeah, exactly.
Niflheim
I explained
and
that way.
Helheim.
Yeah. I explained that way better in my video. But basically, Punk Hazard is a miniature version of that. We have a side of fire, we have a side of ice, and on Punk Hazard, giants are created, right? Caesar is making children and trying to make them giants. So and that's I explained it way better in my video. I'm too excited right now, but yeah, I really think ice giants exist. I think they are standing there in Thriller or in the Florian Triangle. This is why there's so much fog around the whole region. That's basically it, and it's like a little foreshadowing because Oda loves mirroring and all that, right? And it's foreshadowing for like either Elbaf or the whole creation theory for the whole One Piece world itself.
So you hit my trap card, but then you went way above where I was gonna go. But
Okay, sorry.
the trap card was Thriller Bark, and you went the giant shadow side. I like the the Punk Hazard connection. Now that could just be like a thematic, like narrative, like Oda tied the thematics of their story to this island, and it worked out because Kuzan was there. But because we have regular giants, we got the Yeti Cool Brother type of giants, which could be mink giants. There are hybrid giants, but what about the ancient
Buccaneers.
giants? What about are they? Are we gonna like learn about ancient giants on Elbaf, or are they completely different? Are they
They're
just
different.
Oni? Is it just Kaido in a giant? You know,
They're
like
basically like the pre-diluted giants,
Yeah.
like
The
before
original
there were
giant when he
Buccaneers,
was-
before there were the Yeti Cool Brothers, like they were the original.
Yes.
Yeah,
Because
real quick,
because
guys.
believe that.
Real
Oh, yeah,
quick,
sorry.
guys. I have to shout it out to we got King Recon, the coach himself, with the $2 super chat. And all love to the squad in the chat. Hashtag I love Parvision. Make it trend, guys. Make it trend. But
We all love Parvision.
Coach, if you can hear me, like I already DM'd you the link to the Discord. It's also in the description. You are more than welcome to come in and spit with us if you want. I know you just had a long day at work, but yeah, we'd love to have you, brother. But thank you so much for the super chat. You really did not have to do that. But no, yeah, like as far as like the ancient giant thing, like I was thinking that yeah, they have a direct tie to Oni specifically. I don't know where that is, but I think that there's a lot more to like the whole hybrid side of things, and I don't know. It's interesting to think about, but yeah, like I think Ghost who said it was like a pre-diluted. That might be a thing as well. I also had a crazy theory that like, what if giants are just normal sized and the rest of the world is like Lilliputian, like or like Alice in Wonderland, like shrunken down and stuff like that, and that's why like the One Piece world seems so massive. Is that those dudes are actually normal sized and everything else is tiny.
I love that.
Yeah, what do y'all think about that?
That's cool.
I love it.
I like
You
that
know,
idea.
I do like the idea of the process giant because I have this headcanon, at least most of the mythical zone, you can connect back to the races. And I always felt like Yamato being a dog slash wolf controlling ice is such, compared to what we see with the races. And this actually could explain it. Especially that she's, Kaido's son slash daughter, the Oni stuff. So it's like interesting. Even her fruit.
Yeah. There's
With the
also
ice.
so like another on that note of like Yamato, the ice, and then but the mythical zone and being a guardian of Wano, right? We know that Elbaf they have the sun, like the festival thing, right? Do you guys see a world where Nika is their guardian, guardian spirit, whatever?
I mean, we already know that they pray to the sun god.
They have the solstice, yeah, where like they believe that Pandora was the embodiment of the sun god's will or something like that, right? And they fast like literally every year whenever that comes around. So
Yeah, the winter solstice, which is different to the summer solstice for sure.
So like
Yeah.
there's a scenario, there's a world where Luffy gets into an altercation on Elbaf, as he does, and if someone takes a stick of meat and Luffy wants it, it gets heated.
Or they punch one of his friends or something, and
yeah. However, they take Nami because Nami always gets taken, and then or Robin. And Saul's there. Oh my God, and Saul, another
Yeah.
angle, which I had a separate thing with the video, but back on topic with the Luffy goes into Gear 5 for whatever reason, just a dumb reason, right? And then do you think they just start bowing and like praying, like, "Oh my God, it's Nika"? Yeah. Do you think they do that?
I would love
bowing,
that.
but bend the knee.
It'd be like a Raizo is safe moment, kind of like when the entire country just bows all at once and like our minds get blown. Like I'd be so down for that. Like let's go. Like I really love that.
And I do like this idea. At least I've heard it, and I really like this headcanon of Loki's biggest opponent won't be Luffy, but Usopp. The god of mischief. Usopp, the known liar that somehow makes believer, and every lie he says it becomes reality. So I do like this idea of like Loki's biggest obstacle will be Usopp for some reason.
No, I fully agree. I think Luffy's foe will be somebody else, and Usopp. He's been so intrinsically linked
to the Giants. I think he needs that sort of win. With or without, we could get into like all the stuff he could do, all the Mjolnir stuff. I loved the Sogeking mask stuff that you guys were spitting on earlier, but
Oh yeah, I'll share the video in the chat if y'all want to check that out.
yeah, that
So
was
good.
fire. Like that
One of my
was blowing my mind when we were talking about that. But all of that together, I feel like this is his perfect time to really like. This was a long time ago. I forget who all was there. Maybe like Ragnar. It was on one of Blump's streams, and we were talking about like, what if, Usopp gets this hammer that he's been pretending to wield for forever. He has this big come around moment. Come to then, eventually think about Loki and all of the implications of him and the world government, and this being the last stronghold sort of against their forces in this final war. It really opens up for Usopp to become that brave warrior of the sea that he's been striving for, which, we all kind of have our place, I think, where he really became that. But this will be the moment where the world can look on him and say, wow, that is a brave warrior of the sea, like unequivocally.
On top of that, I was in Blum's stream and I had made this video about Usopp getting like a real Giant's hammer. I keep thinking that the Giant's hammer is actually going to be a hammer that ate a squirrel fruit, because in Norse mythology you have Ratatoskr, and he's a bit of a troublemaker because he starts stuff between the snake at the bottom of the world tree and the hawk the eagle, I think, at the top of the world tree. So he kind of reflects Usopp's personality. So it'd be really funny that Usopp gets a big Giant's hammer, but then it shrinks down to become a squirrel, and he can wield the hammer, but it has the same weight as a squirrel. And to back that up, we've seen the reverse of that, because Spandam is weak, right? He's weaker than an average Marine, yet he can wield Funk Free when Funk Free is in its hybrid state, and Funk Free is like a proper giant elephant.
Wait,
so
Quantum's not weaker than an average Marine. I think his Doriki level is weaker
lower.
than an average human.
Yeah,
Literally,
they
just-
showed
wow.
it. They said his Doriki level. Yeah, it's really low.
Yeah, he's worse than base boy.
Sorry, you were cooking. I just had to be like, no. He's weaker than like the fodderest of fodder, which is really funny. But no, you're cooking there. Yeah.
I just want to say I really like that squirrel idea. And I can't tell you exactly why, because I have a video coming out. I forget. I think Adam made me the thumbnail for it actually. So but that squirrel thing, I want to hear more of that. Is there a video for this?
Yes, I put it in chat. It's
Okay.
Usopp's hammer
Yeah.
lie.
Okay.
I like the idea that Usopp has this giant hammer that looks like it weighs 10 tons, but it doesn't, and then he will get a small hammer that weighs 10 tons, even though it doesn't look like it.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Real quick, guys, I want to say shout out to Ghost Train. I think he said he's got a dip, but
Later, bro.
yeah, we were so happy to have you. Thank you so much for spending like 4 hours on stream with us today.
Yeah.
It's been
It was a
real.
good way to
It's been
spend the
real
afternoon.
fun. Yeah, and then we got Desnus back in the chat. I know he wants to spend him worth a little bit, but
Yeah, I just want to say hi to my beloved vampire here.
No, you're a Viking now.
The vampire guy.
Vampire Viking.
If you
But
guys
yeah,
have not,
Vivi.
go ahead and plug your stuff, Ghost.
Yeah, no, just thanks for having me on. It was really fun being here. The last thing I want to say is relative to what you guys are saying about Mjolnir and possibly Usopp getting it. What if, just like Hyruden's Gungnir being a fist weapon, what if Mjolnir is a slingshot or a ranged weapon?
Ooh.
I'm here for it. Oh man.
Yeah,
It's probably
it
a
could be a
play on-
slingshot. Yeah.
Probably a play on words.
Yeah, sounds good.
that
Oh,
Oda
can I
went for.
answer
Well,
that?
I think in the video I shared, I talk about how Usopp is gonna use Luffy as the rubber band because Luffy is rubber, and that'll be
Hell
like
yeah.
a crazy
His rubber band of doom.
Yeah, an ultimate rubber band of doom.
That's crazy.
But yeah, cheers, guys. Have a good rest of the stream. Good talking
Yeah.
to everyone that I haven't really seen since like the summer. Good to see Par,
Yeah.
Poly P, Cube, all everybody.
Bye bye.
Pleasure as always.
Have a great day.
Good cooking.
You too.
I also really quick wanted to shout out to Baby Pluton in the chat. Said drink every time you hear I have a video coming out. That's hilarious.
Oh,
That is
be
hilarious.
drunk.
I don't know who that's for or about. So
yeah,
But,
who knows?
I
gotta
think
add-
I know.
I gotta add though, if that Mjolnir exists, like if this actually a thing in the series, it's gonna be a thing, then I think it's gonna be in a high place that will like crumble as soon as you remove it. Don't will not say more to this. That's what I say.
It's coming out in a future video.
No.
Everybody drink.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
What do you mean? No, wait. I already had made all these videos, okay?
I mean, I have a video coming up.
And they're all fire.
Am I the only one that thinks
No,
that it's
they're
not going
not.
to be Usopp that gets the hammer or the battle axe, but it's actually going to be Nami because Usopp's actually
original
been
design,
the well, Usopp's always been the technician or the craftsman for Nami's weapons, right? So the next upgrade that Nami is going to get is it's going to incorporate Zeus and lightning attack, and it's going to be that she's going to be She-Thor, right? And it's more that Loki and Usopp has parallels, so I feel like Usopp might get a Fenrir, you know, like maybe like a Pokeball type of deal, where he shoots a Fenrir, which is in like a, I don't know, it's like a beast that's in a Pokeball type of thing.
He has that.
Yeah,
the
doesn't he
impact
have the
wolf.
puff?
Yeah, he already has the
Yeah,
impact,
yeah,
the
impact
wolf.
wolf, exactly. But like an actual living devil fruit.
Okay.
Well, you know,
I like it.
Also, like Nami's original design, she was swinging an axe.
that's
So,
exactly
yeah,
it.
totally
She had a
agree.
mechanical arm too, right? Also. I think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We all saying
That is
she's losing
wild.
her arm, or
Oh man.
Yeah, get
So
rid
the
of
thing
that
is-
tattoo finally, yeah.
The thing is that like don't give Chestnut more fuel for the fire. She already thinks that Nami is the top one straw hat in
So-
power scaling. So
You
like, I
think
don't know if she needs it.
Nami will lose the arm she has the tattoo on. She already stabbed it a bunch of times. Like,
hey, you're cooking.
Oh no.
Get another Luffy Nami scene, but instead of giving like stopping her, he gives her an axe or something.
No.
Here's
All
another.
right, so just me
question
then.
On
I mean, I
Elbaf.
could see it, but I don't know. Go ahead, Paul. Sorry.
Axe
No.
arm Nami better than axe hand Morgan.
X arm.
On Elbaf, there's another like pattern. Surprisingly, I'm maybe you guys talked about it earlier in the stream. I don't know, but yeah. Actually, let's start off with this question: is Egghead the island and like the structure that Vegapunk has? Is that coming out unscathed or is it being destroyed?
Nah.
Destroyed.
Destroyed.
Yeah.
It's gonna go down.
Yeah, I say destroyed.
All right, so we got these giant structures that need to be protected. We have O'Hara, we have Egghead. Do you think that the giant tree on Elbaf is the we gotta watch out?
We already saw
It's gonna
Giant
be
Jack, like,
exactly.
get-
It'll be a parallel to that.
Like I don't know, maybe.
It'll be crazy if I don't know how well versed Oda is in American folklore. If there's a Paul Bunyan on Elbaf,
With the big blue
Bruh.
that'd be cool. And he chops
Yo.
down the tree for some reason. I'm not sure.
What if
the-
all of it get Karibut and they just swamp it and take it with them?
What if
That
he has
tree is
the...
massive.
Oh yeah.
I
But
don't
what
care.
if what
Yeah,
if the what
exactly.
if the Paul Bunyan character has like a mythical blue ox devil fruit? Like,
Oh yeah, yeah, baby.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Like
Oh
that
my
tree
goodness.
is so massive that you could I don't know how many people are familiar with like Hunter x Hunter, but like
Oh,
I
for
guess
sure.
the notion is like you think the world is big and then you you hit a certain line, you're like, oh
So-
shit, we ain't see anything yet. And that tree is low because if we don't we're seeing the island and we can't even like, but it's that big and then it must be that tall. And if it's like the giants are big, but like on the island they're not like, you know, they're normal size on their island. So that means that the tree is like there's multiple continent worths of like space inside this tree, up and down.
So you say that the tree is actually so big that the world of One Piece looks like a pop cycle from.
Popsicle.
Honestly, I don't know. Oda could draw this world very weird. Like we could find out that like if the Sky Island, Skypiea came over, the tree would just be peeping out. You know what I mean? Who knows? If Giant Jack could be on top of Skypiea, then who knows about this tree? You know?
Yeah, people said before that I had theories that the other way to get to the Sky Islands is from the Elbaf tree.
Yeah.
That
Which
makes
is like
sense.
a very weird thing for Gonfall to be like, oh, you didn't come up the normal way? You mean the way from the giants? Like, I don't think many people are coming that way.
If the tree does come down, is it going to become a bridge that kind of connects Elbaf to another island?
At that point, it's connecting us to the moon. Or it might be a way to the moon. Maybe I know a lot of people, even in my stream, which I brought over before, they were like, Enel's coming down from the on that tree. I'm like, yo, why?
Why?
Yeah.
What's the point?
It's just sure. I was just like, yeah, sure. But that tree, on top of everything else we talked about Elbaf, like now at least I came in, I was uncertain about Elbaf. Now I'm like, yeah, there's no way. All I have to do now is just show anybody this stream, this section of it especially. Like, you think we're skipping all of this? For
No
what?
way.
What are we skipping? I don't get how people can like reasonably look me in the face and be like, yeah, we're leaving. We're not going to Elbaf ever. I was like, damn.
Maybe
And also,
sorry.
Go, Marv. I'll go after you. No, go. I'll
All
go
right.
after you.
Like one of the another reason why we probably still go to Elbaf is that we will have to get like a redemption arc of Useless Captain Mid, right? So like the guy will probably come to his senses and like overthink his life and all that, and if we want or not, they will clash with the Straw Hats again in a way. So I think that might happen on Elbaf as well.
You should become
We
a
need
apprentice on Shanks's crew.
We need some Joy Boy lore as well.
Kid will be the new captain of Shanks's.
Yeah, real quick to bring up Kid, Mr. Bushido with a €2 super chat said, what is it? He said Captain John was defeated by Shanks, like Eustace John, and then Andy put in the chat that they both have Captain in their name, so that maybe there's something there. I don't know quite about that though. He also did another super chat for €2 more. Said Carrot will have an arc on Elbaf. My brother, your determination is so admirable, I gotta say. But she's over on Zoe, bro. Like if Zunisha comes to Elbaf, I'm down. But other than that, I don't see any way of it happening, brother.
To be fair,
saying of Mr. Bushido is that it's no longer the year of the rabbit. So
to be fair, I will defend Bushido on this. The anime isn't definitive. We never saw her actually get on the elephant. She could be a stowaway how she was introduced. I don't know.
I don't know either. That's the
I
thing,
don't
though, is
know.
that we just don't know. But
That'd be
I don't know.
abuse. I'd call PETA if she was thrown away for this long.
Bro.
I thought from the time we saw the Mary funeral, that the other that are at the funeral are assigned for the future Straw Hats. So with the little child and the bunny next to it, I assumed that it would be Carrot, but it's long out of the way, I guess.
Yeah, the little child is Bonnie and the bunny is Carrot, right? Like no, I'm sorry. But
yeah, I assumed the frog is Jinbei, of course.
So
I
had a
laugh
short on
at
that.
that.
Oh,
I do
Kube,
have
you
to
want to say
go
something?
in a little bit,
Oh,
but
sorry.
I wanted to ask one last like topic on Elbaf because I like that I came in on Elbaf. Well, I came in on vampires, and now we're on giants. But yeah, we had that dream that there's gonna be a vampire magician, or I had that dream, vampire magician giant. But back on topic. What was it? What was I gonna say? Oh. Egghead ending soon? Question mark.
we were talking about this
year
earlier,
for
and
sure.
I think most people think it's ending within the next like 15 to 20 chapters or something.
That's
like
a
that.
year, bro. We
Yeah.
had 30 chapters last year. You just said another year.
Well, we might get another cut to like another part of the story, like in the world or something for a while again. Well, sorry,
Okay.
I'm done.
So
I
then,
hope we have a lot more of Egghead. Like I really hope we're not even halfway through. But that's just me.
because I was gonna
swear.
say,
Yeah.
the more of Egghead we get, the less of Elbaf because like the amount that we talked about it, Egghead was we didn't even know we were going to go to Egghead, right? Vegapunk is the main pull as to why, and then we added Kuma and stuff, and like Kuma and Vegapunk have now, if you guys are saying that, like expanded this out to a year and plus, right? And that's significant considering we didn't even know we were coming here. Yes, there's a lot of plot that came into this, but it was like Oda stretched out with like the Rev stuff, which worked with Kuma stuff. But Elbaf, we talked about so many things that's like I can't see it being shorter than Egghead, right? So then if that long, then what? If you guys say like 15 chapters minimum, that's half a year. Then we go to Elbaf, and it's what, like 2 years, 3 years? Then we're already past what Otis. And then when's the actual, like, when's Void Century stuff, right?
Come on,
Like,
isn't that nice?
no, I'm
I'm
saying,
cool.
I'm just saying, like, at the same time, we earlier talked about, it's like, when is the time to introduce these characters, right? If we're spending this much time, and we talked about Holy Knights, talked about Revs captains, we didn't talk about any of that within Elbaf. We didn't talk about Revs or Holy Knights in Elbaf, and now you're saying Egghead's gonna last another, unless Dragon comes, sure, and Holy Knights, sure, right? But then Elbaf is a whole separate dimension compared to everything else we said. So it's like, it's so confusing. And I guess like my other question is like, I almost get why people think that we don't go, and some people say that like the Straw Hats are going to be split up. Do you guys feel like either the Straw Hats split up, or Elbaf isn't after Egghead? Is there like a something else first?
I think Sphinx is after Egghead.
Sphinx.
I agree. Sphinx for sure. It's been creeping out across this entire arc. If you think about it, they mentioned it 3 or 4 times.
Isn't that where we thought Luffy was gonna go, but they ended up in Egghead? Like he was heading towards that direction. Yeah.
Well, they only ended up in Egghead because of the swirling eddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, we need to
is
figure out
Bonnie.
what happened to Bonnie. Like when she got on that ship from the Reverie, she went to, I forgot the name of the island, but she went to some island. And I want to know what happens from there to how she got to the whirlpool. We still don't know. Like what happened.
And also there's something very interesting. If you think ever since Dressrosa, we've been getting a lot of Rocks and Mads reveals. And what did we just get a reveal of Stussy, who was in both? And where's the original Stussy? Right now in Sphinx. And then Marco, Shanks wants him to join, and he says, no, I'll stay at Sphinx. So like Oda is hinting something about Sphinx.
So
there's something about Sphinx.
So then we go to Sphinx. Oh, sorry, what were you saying?
I see Sphinx as an epilogue. I don't know if we're gonna go there right now, but like maybe like some of the Straw Hats, like Luffy's gotta go and see the gravesite like at some point. I don't know if it needs to happen now though. Right? Go ahead.
No, I don't think so either.
Is there anybody we know that for the Straw Hats are important in Impel Down? Because if we go to Sphinx first, then maybe, and Marco Stussy was saying, or Buckingham. Miss Bockins, God, I'm not calling her Stussy. Miss Bockins was like, oh, like save Weevil or something, right? Like I think to like make a truce, Google whatever, and is asking for his help. I feel like that was something that happened. So the Strahds go to Sphinx Island, but there's no plot there, but it's a stepping stone towards more plot, right? Because it's like
yeah. So sure, like if Impel Down would be crazy. Down. Yeah. So for one, I mean Bon Clay, but the biggest player,
Bon Clay.
No, the biggest player in Impel Down is obviously Doflamingo.
Yeah, but the Straw Hats aren't going to be like, you know who we need to free? Our boy Dofi. You know, they're not doing that. Bon Clay,
I'm not arguing with that. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
But on the same token, Blackbeard got in the first time with Luffy when he entered into Impel Down. So someone else could possibly break. Or I was saying Blackbeard got in at the same time that Luffy did during all his confusion into Impel Down. He used his warlord status to go in there and cause mayhem to find prisoners.
Is there a possibility that Leo and Sai are in Impel Down?
Oh, wow, that's crazy. I didn't even
because then fleet member captains are very important.
Mealscored specifically said he would take on all of the responsibility for that, and that's why Homie got crucified, right?
Yeah, but he got crucified.
He can't do it anymore.
I don't know if they would care about that. They'd probably still punish him.
So
Yeah,
is
well-
there a world where we see go to Sphinx, right? Some Straw Hats go to Impel Down because they have a responsibility to free some of these Grand Fleet members. Some go to Elbath, but then also some of Cross Guild goes to because I want Dofi to go to Cross Guild, but like then you'd have the Buggy Luffy-esque reunion over into Impel Down, and then maybe
That's
we pick
what
up
I
that
think.
poneglyph that's in there, you know, because there is that poneglyph.
Also,
Is this how Bon Clay becomes a Straw Hat?
Yes. What's good, Prince? Welcome.
What's
brother.
good? Sorry, I came by so late. OPU just ended, but I'm here now.
No, we're
What's up,
glad to
bro?
have you, brother. Yeah, but no, I think that's a perfect thing because when you mention like important people in Impel Down, like that's the first two things that came to mind is like Doffy has to become relevant again in a story. It's like too big of a looming thing for it not to come up, but also specifically Bon Clay. There's
And the
no
poneglyph.
way. Yeah, and the poneglyph, sure.
And also,
But-
and also, and also, there's an advantage. There's an advantage if you release Doffy because think about that. You release Doffy, he knows enough of Impedalba saying, just handcuff Pika and we're free. Because the entire prison is made of stone. Pika is assimilated to stone. And the only thing that's not made of stone is the cages and the Karuseki handcuffs.
The
Like
only-
90% of the
only
90% of
problem
the
with that
whole thing is made of stone.
is
So-
that
I thought
it's
the outside
also
was-
in water.
Yeah.
real quick.
I thought the outside of it was, which was why the Sea Kings avoided it.
Yeah, real quick, guys. I want to give Kusoland his props and his flowers and his platform to spit real quick. You have been here for such a long period of time, and you said you got to head out, right?
Yeah, for sure, man. Appreciate you having me. It's been wonderful. Thank you so much to all the goats that are on the channel. Love you all. Peace.
Peace, bro.
Later.
A link in the
Peace,
description.
Thank you, Kuso.
Yeah.
Check out his amazing Christmas theory.
Oh yeah, happy birthday to Parvision's son as well recently.
Oh,
Christmas,
yeah.
baby.
Oh, happy birthday.
Happy
birthday. Belated, yeah.
Really appreciate it. Wow, that was.
Good.
Thanks for remembering. That means a lot to me, actually. That
No
actually
worries,
is why I
man.
have to go in a little bit, but you know, shout outs to you. I'll check. Wait, you said Christmas theory? Is this?
Oh
linked?
yeah, One
You guys
Piece
got
is
linked?
a Christmas series. One Piece is yeah.
I'll send you
Parvision, this
everything
is
by the end.
he's
I'll
on
send
your
everything by
level,
the end
but
now.
he just started. He will
Yeah.
overcome you.
No, it's
So
a fire
there's a-
theory. It's
Yeah, there's a
100%.
My
I'll
haki
be
is strong.
on Lodestar.
There's
No,
a link in the
seriously, do check it
description.
out if you do have time. It is an hour and a half long, so.
Damn.
Oh, damn.
Yeah,
good, it's
yeah.
good.
And
You need
it's
some
his first
popcorn for an hour.
video, you know.
My first video. It's got 3K views, but you know.
No, it's solid for an hour and a half.
I was about to say, it's in his description. His
Yeah,
Appreciate
link
it,
in,
guys.
link
Someone
in
can
this
just-
description right now. If you want to go and like follow Kusoland, highly recommend it. Definitely check
Yeah,
out
yeah.
all. It's in the shout outs of this very video, this live that y'all are watching right now. It's absolutely goated. It's blown my mind like 4 times over. There's so much greatness
Thank you
there.
so much, Vex. I really appreciate you, bro.
Yeah.
You are
No, we
the
appreciate you
absolute
coming
goat.
in.
Excellent.
Yes, and
All right.
some of the stuff Kuso was cooking on was from his video. So yeah, it's really good. Really good.
Super good.
Oh,
Yeah.
thanks, Sandy, man.
Yeah,
You guys are fire. All right. Have a wonderful time, guys. Have a good one.
Bye,
Bye.
Kuso.
See you later,
Peace,
Kuso.
bro.
You too. See you later, man.
Yeah, that is absolutely crazy stream so far.
One more
guys.
reason why we can't end Egghead yet is because Frankie, like it has to be Frankie's arc. That there still
Yeah.
has stuff has to happen. Frankie has to do something. Like I will not accept Egghead ending without Frankie getting a major upgrade or anything like that.
He's gonna get Kuma's devil fruit. They're both next to each other. There's a pile of food next to Luffy. Kuma's gonna die. Frank is gonna eat the fruit. He was supposed to get the meta, and then he's gonna become the ship. And we talked about that. He's gonna be the ship of the Straw Hats with the devil fruit.
I have an alternative, but I don't know how well it will be received. Should I still say it?
Yeah, go.
Let's hear it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go for it.
Okay.
No,
Let's
stop
hear
saying
it.
it.
No, we don't talk about theories here.
No, yeah, what's a theory?
Never.
Okay, so I did make a video about this. Okay, and it's stronger now because of what we know now. So in Kuma's flashback, he is associated with 2 other young people besides Bonnie, those being Sabo and Kuma. So Sabo and Koala, excuse me. So you could say that the second daughter that he has would be Koala. Koala, like Kuma is named after a bear, even though koalas aren't bears, they're often called bears. So if ever there was a time for, let's say, Nami's Mikan tree to inherit a devil fruit, it would be this time because Kuma has so much involvement with the crew, with the ship specifically. So his essence would go to the Mikan tree, and one of the Mikans on Nami's tree. It turns to the pawpaw fruit. Then Bonnie finds this, the crew keeps it as a keepsake for a long time. Somehow, some way, I think the Revolutionary Army will dissolve at one point because they're bad. That's my only explanation. I'll talk about it later. But Koala ends up with the Straw Hats at one point, and Bonnie has a Mara fruit moment with Koala because now she knows the importance that Kuma had in her life as she did in her own. She gives Koala the pawpaw fruit. Koala gets the bear ear hairstyle, and we come full circle. I'll post the video I made in chat, but yeah, that's about it.
So she goes from koala to drop bear, essentially, right?
Exactly.
Wait, guys, sorry to interject, but I just saw Akuma Aaron like put a very good. I don't know if somebody's already mentioned it or like there's any theory out there, but I would love. It would be crazy. It would help a lot with the end game of One Piece and make things much quicker if somehow the 1,000 Sunny can eat Kuma's fruit, if that's even possible.
We were
because
talking about this earlier.
yeah, because if that's the case, then quite literally Luffy could pop in and go to any place he wants to help out. Like all of a sudden he wants to go to Alabasta, he's there. He wants to go to Elbaf, he's there. He wants to go to Fish Mountain Island, he's there. Like he can go to all these different places that people need him to be at, and he can just be there.
Or the ship abandons him.
Oh, that's true.
That would be tough. We haven't necessarily seen that paramecias are able to be put into items. We've only seen that Zoans are.
Zoans can.
Yeah, so the thing that we were proposing earlier is if Frankie gets the fruit, which I know JJ is not happy to hear about. I'm sorry, brother. But if Frankie gets the fruit and then Megazord's up with like the Sunny as his armor, and like that's how Sunny is able to use those types of abilities. And yeah, Akumu Aaron was asking like what would happen if a ship ate a devil fruit. I'm pretty sure Par made a video on that like over a year ago, right? Yeah, so definitely go check it out on his channel.
See, that's what I'm saying. But see, that's why Par is king, man. Because like I just thought about this now. He thought about it a year ago. That's how crazy it is. But like still dope. Like imagine if that was the case. That'd be
so like the Calabaterman would eat the devil fruit of the sun.
Oh, whoa! Now you're cooking. Now you're cooking.
Now that would make sense.
Lines. I mean, the other thing too is like with Vegapunk's existence, and it's not even just one directional, but also just heads up, I'm gonna head out after this part. But
yes,
the but it was a great stream. I'm glad you guys did this at the when you guys did it, beginning of the year. Dope thing. I saw a lot of creators earlier on. So I just want to say thank you guys for having me, inviting me. Definitely will be trying to make more time. You guys always invite me and I'm always busy, but I try my best to come here today. And but as far as the pawpaw fruit and like the dissemination, I feel like especially now, a lot of people are focusing on like these few characters and like where they are and how these powers disseminate, but we also like there's now 2 people on Egghead who have now shown us like not that devil fruits are garbage, but more so like Vegapunk has the pawpaw fruit in Greenblood, does he not? Like he has it with the S bear, no? Like he has so that means he can mass manufacture. But then also on Saturn's side, he gave Bonnie like successfully, whatever you want, like the extract of a fruit. So it's like from multiple directions now, and not even with my theories like the elemental hockey, whatever, all that stuff. From 2 aspects stemming from Egghead, we have a place where multiple fruits can exist in the same timeline, and it doesn't even need to be from Kuma. It's I'm almost wondering, does Frankie become the most cracked character? He just, instead of cola, he puts green blood. Like I think Hidden Island had that video a while ago, or a few people talked about that on my stream or something. But like I'm almost wondering, does like it's weird because like do devil fruits even matter now? Because now we know that multiple people can have all these powers and they don't even need to eat a devil fruit. And the most cracked ones Vegapunk has, like he has some of these, like he has some insane, he has boas and he has kumas, like those alone. Oh, and the swim fruit, giving it to a fishman, that's wild. But like boas and the one that Blackbeard's going after, and then the pawpaw fruit, it's like like instead of like the Thousand Sunny idea, we fuel it up with cola to do the Kube burst. Why not just put the green blood in there? Could that do something? Like, I don't even know. We still don't even know how Vegapunk put the fruits into the things, the Funk Freed and the other. Well, we don't know the other one, but Kobe told us afterwards, like he's even figured out how to put object or fruits into objects. So it's like Vegapunk still hasn't shown us that or told us that. So it's like, how are we this far in Egghead? We don't know that. And
That's why
feeling like that's the next part, right? Like it's not, we're stuck on like Kuma dying, we get the fruit. It's like, yo, everybody could have a fruit if they wanted to, technically, it's weird.
And like he even mentioned with Logias, it's not necessarily a closed door. It's just that like with green blood for Logias, he said that it's like it takes too many resources.
Like,
So,
and then Nami could just be like resources, and he pulls out her vault that she's been saving up all this time, and Vegapunk's like, I'm now the Straw Hat sign. Like, I don't even know. Like, does that, and then she becomes Logia, Big Mom, Maybe.
Bro, that would be nuts.
I do agree. I do agree because I think he did give a hint on how he did it, but it didn't go well enough. Like the way he described Kuma's food when he explains it to him, you can make intangible stuff tangible. So we know that Kuma's food has a role in it, but we don't know how he did it. But we know that Kuma's food is an element to that, because that could explain some of the stuff.
But you made me think of something, Power. Like the Saturn said that they experimented with the child, right? And when they like made them eat the devil fruit, the actual devil fruit became useless. So how is it that Vegapunk can actually give several people the same ability? Isn't that weird?
Yeah. I mean, I've always been saying this. Saturn's a sucky scientist, my guy. Like,
yeah, he is.
He threw out Bonnie and was just like, damn, I didn't even think that. Like, cause again, like, and this will get me talking for hours, but I don't have time for that. But like, the fact that he said his experiment was to confer to see if a baby could get the devil fruit powers from the extract without feeding them because they can't eat or whatever. I don't even know if he knows how babies work, but like that's aside. He said that, and then he threw Ginny out when he saw the sapphire. So it's like you didn't even test the baby, and it's like that just blows. Like Oda needs to explain that to me, because Saturn just the stocks in tier list of scientists. So we did that a few years ago. We were adding scientists, Saturn to that list. He's F tier immediately. I would not hire his ass.
So even at being an evil scientist, he's still a shit evil scientist.
Horrible.
That's honestly hilarious, considering they even like they're just shit in every aspect.
No, but okay. The last thing I'll say.
Because
he's like the Doofenshmirtz of the scientists.
like okay, like again, this will get me talking. I said this with Sai on our calls, but
Can I real quick? Can you hold that thought?
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you. There's even more proof why he's a shitty scientist, because when Vegapunk said that he has invented a switch that can give Kuma back like his memories on demand, he was like, "Yo, don't you do that? If you do it, I'll find out." I think instead of the self-destruction thing that he was supposed to build in, he built in that switch. And the moment when Kuma was at Kamabaka Island together with Drake, they actually wanted to destroy Kuma because he fled from Marie Duras, right? They were like, okay, so the guy escaped, activate the self-destruct button. But what he did instead was activate that switch that gave him back the memories. That was when he snapped.
That's good. That's good.
And he was like, oh shit, I have to get to my daughter. And that's what happened. And now that's the reason why he's at Egghead. Like
his will reawakened instead of his will being completely erased.
They wanted to get rid of him, but instead they activated his memories again, and that's how he got there.
And what's funny is
Also,
that in tandem, like it kind of like made no difference to Vegapunk because even if he did it, he's still getting killed anyways. What's the Gorsei gonna do? Kill them even like faster now? Like
yeah.
it doesn't matter. So
And
No,
Saturn,
it
yeah,
doesn't.
and Saturn didn't even
No,
find
but
out.
there's
Like
even more to that.
Vegapunk
What was the
was.
first? Oh yeah,
Sorry.
I was gonna say the first
Yeah,
thing that they show with Kuma when it happened, he was running, and we recently found out that he has a run similar to the Nika dance. So it's very also symbolism of Kuma returning. You know, his mind.
makes so much sense. Yo, this is
Yeah.
actually really, really
And
good.
that's
like I
why.
think
Yeah,
also
that's
in
really
tandem,
fire.
I might have missed it, but also like in tandem, I heard a similar theory from a different aspect, which was like the Vegapunk gave. Oh no, did you say this? Like the Vegapunk gave Bonnie the crystal, and so like so someone did the timeline of it. I forget who, but they brought it up on stream, I believe, that when we see the flashback, Vegapunk gives Bonnie that crystal. That would have been at the same time when Kuma gets up. And so like they were saying like, oh, that crystal might have been like the authority chip thing, the switch, either the kill switch or what you're saying, the personality switch. So it might have been like Bonnie triggered it essentially, and so then Kuma got up and started running towards Bonnie. So like there's multiple angles to justify what you just said, but even as far as where you started with like Saturn being a goofball scientist, you didn't even have to go that far. The Viz translations made it worse for him, in my opinion, where they were like, so he goes, years later, I performed a chemical experiment on your mother, who is the 8th wife of a fellow in the Holy Land. It was a failure. Those blue blemishes showed up again. So the Viz didn't even say that he said sapphire. So he doesn't even know what the blue stuff is. That's how garbage it was. Like some quack doctor on Sorbet Kingdom was like, oh, well, that's the sapphire crystal thing. We haven't seen that in a long time. And then Saturn's all like, oh man, those blue blemishes. We don't even know. Toss them out. So that's one demerit, right? So, but then also he tossed her out because the blue blemishes, and it seems like he keeps on running to this issue, sure. And then Vegapunk sees it, instantly goes, oh, I could solve it. So not only does Vegapunk have the solution to his problem that he's been dealing with, that he doesn't even know what it is, but the third thing is the scientist has been under him the entire time, and like no part of the discussion made it seem like Vegapunk was helping him with that. So it's like maybe he has, maybe he hasn't, but like Saturn is such
a clown.
Yeah, he is.
No,
I mean, obviously,
what's even worse?
If Saturn was so smart, why wouldn't they like employ Vegapunk in the first place if he could do all that stuff to himself, right?
Yeah.
So
And also-
I
and
think
also-
that's why. Sorry, I stop after this as well. But
No,
that's
no,
why
sorry, no.
Vegapunk was like, I'm gonna build in that switch anyway because that clown won't figure out if that's the self-destruction thing or if it's that thing that reactivates Kuma's memories. Okay, I shut up.
And he's the reason why we think what Blackbeard did with Whitebeard is so unique because even he made that statement. Well, it's impossible for two people to have Delphos, and he does have an abnormal body. Like even that is taken into question. Maybe Blackbeard is just the first one to have done it in years, and Saturn just thinks it's impossible. Like it's not even scientifically. It could just be his, his close-minded about it.
Yeah.
He's actually a real manager.
Yeah. Yeah.
We were just joined by real quick sorry. We were just joined by Smokey Choppa, aka Dr. Vega Smokes, aka the emergency food of the last arc himself. Grand line bound, baby. Smokey, let's go.
Hey, what's up, guys?
I
I was here earlier, guys.
It's funny over there.
What?
You can go ahead, Par. Sorry about that.
Oh, I was just gonna say I gotta head out. The duty is calling. Maybe quite literally. So I'm gonna take my piece. Thank you guys for the conversations, and happy New Year to everyone. And
yes, happy New Year.
Yeah,
Happy
to
New
your
Year.
community. Thank you guys for keeping it strong. Doing this. This is like, I don't know. When I started my channel, this is something that I wish would come into existence. Just like a bunch of creators talking on like a channel like this ship. I remember when you guys started the last arc, I was like, this is like a dream come true. So
Dude, I think you were on the second ever stream of the last arc. It was with Blumph God. We did one of the cross guild streams with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was forever ago. But yeah, we really
Bart,
appreciate you coming out today, my man.
Yeah, you're always welcome. We love cooking with you. Thank you so much for hanging out as long as you did and for spitting with us. It's been just such a great time. But yeah, thank you so much. Happy New Year. Tell your little one happy birthday, happy late birthday from all of us as well.
Yes. Thank you guys.
Yes,
Take it
happy
easy.
birthday.
Have a good one.
Peace, Paul.
Have a good night, bro.
And then, guys, before we get cooking any further and stray from the topic, I am gonna be able to do I think this is like the first time and maybe one of the last times I'll ever be able to do this. But we got a super chat from Terrible TJ who is in the call right now. So I'm gonna make you I'm gonna make you read your own super chat if that's cool. Go ahead.
That's why TJ the GOAT.
Exactly.
Oh, what a go.
So the super chat says, Marth, Kuma also showed up and looks like he's using hockey with his punch. Free will. Like D-Stream. Hashtag Dragon be lagging.
Guys, I just want y'all to understand. Do you know how much of a Chad you have to be to donate to your own stream? That's actually nuts. It's actually insane.
No, Vex for like 8 to 10 streams in a row would donate fucking memberships, and it's like, bro, you're just putting money back into your own pocket, but less money.
Hold on, guys. I've literally donated 30 fucking memberships to this.
Yeah,
this
no, I've
show.
seen Vex do that hundreds. Like, it's crazy. Goats, man, insane.
Oh my God.
Like, if you guys haven't liked the stream, like the donation is suggesting, you might as well do it now because
I mean,
relay is different with it. Like, come on.
I mean, you unlock emotes and such, so why not?
We are also at 98 likes right now, so
Yeah.
we're just 2 away from hitting the triple-digit marker. This is fantastic. This is what it's all about. We love you guys all so much, the whole community. This is what 2024 is going to be all about. The last arc has taken off. We new world bound, baby. Like it's going to be.
Let's go.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. But this has been such a surreal, almost 8 hours of cooking with all of you guys, and I'm just so happy that Lucas and Smokey are finally here because
Dude, no, because okay, I've been at work since fucking 10:45 in the morning. I've been in this call since it started, and I've heard you guys cook on so many amazing things that I've been like, oh, I want to talk about this, I want to talk about that, I want to talk about this. It was insane.
Hey, Lucas, I think you should give the viewers a teaser of your Faustian theory.
Oh.
I think you should give the hold on. I think you should give the viewers a teaser for the bikini strip. No, I'm kidding.
Oh my God. Literal teaser. Oh.
Oh my God.
So I mean, Dill, I think you're actually one of the. I was about to ask you. So Vex, you've read the script of my Faustian Dill. What should I talk about then?
Yes, sir. We have talked a lot about
Very real quick before we get cooking again. I just want to say I got to peace out, but thank you guys so much for having me.
Thank you, brother.
Really incredible stream. But I cooked a little bit.
Crazy enough, I also got a dip too. But for the short while that I was here, thank you so much, you guys. Everyone in chat, please like the stream. Please support as much as you can. Subscribe to TLA. They're amazing people, amazing creators.
Yes.
So please support as much as you can because they really, really deserve it. Thank you so much.
Before you go, brother, real quick, if I could, but before you go, Prince, TLA challenges OPU to a Davy back fight. Let's set a date and time. I'll just end it off with this. I'll let the boys know. All right. I've been waiting to do that for 2 months.
I'm joining OPU. I'm being the real chopper, and I'm joining the OPU.
Oh my God.
So guys,
if we guys want to make me emergency food supply, I'm coming.
Hold on. Can you all
Hey,
imagine if
don't you want some cotton?
Excuse me, everyone. I must go. Rose Skull Podcast was the Huntress of Light. That's also me. That's my secondary channel. Thank you all for a wonderful stream. Thanks you to Den Kushi for the invite. Thank you, vexyz. You are an excellent host.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, thank you all so much. It's been a wonderful time. Sorry I've been busy so much, but I will try to accept all invitations when you feel the need to invite me. So, God bless, Happy New Year, and I'll see you all on the flip side.
Take it
Hold
easy,
on,
Polly.
before you
Polly
get,
B.
I just want to say,
Bye.
you say you've been busy and you've been ignoring everything. No, you've been grinding. You've been putting out
Yes, sir.
videos
Yes, sir.
so much, bro. That is nothing to apologize for. You are chasing that bag, bro.
Thank you.
Oh,
I
Peace
try my
out.
best. I really do.
Peace
And
out to the
everyone
guys,
in the
now-
chat
now-
better go follow Polypede on TikTok because we need to get that
Better.
man's numbers up on TikTok, guys. He is pushing out some of the best TikTok content in the One Piece community.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been such
So-
a pleasure cooking with you. I'm super glad that we had you on and that I finally got to be on stream with you. I'm definitely looking forward to coordinating some more with you in the future. And you're always welcome, brother. But yeah, it's been great. Links to all of these goats in the description. So make sure you guys check it out.
And vexyz, can
And
I
so-
pass you that the Roscoe podcast link as well? You mind?
Yeah.
If I pass it to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
I'm about to say, I will
guys,
grab that if you
I'm
need.
gonna have to hop off. Sorry.
Who
but
else
I-
is leaving?
Man,
Who else
everybody's
is leaving?
going.
Okay, I
Yeah,
put it in
me and
chat.
Smokey gave
Let
everyone
everybody, I put it in
dip.
chat, Vexyz. See you later.
Yeah, bro.
Got you.
No,
Who else is leaving?
it's all good. We're
Mark, you
going for
leaving?
5 more hours, 50 more seasons, until we get
100 more
Rick and
seasons.
Morty forever.
Rick and Morty forever. Let's go.
I
Pickle
want
punk.
to thank everyone who hopped on stream today. Honestly, it's a great way to start a year for TLA, and for
Dude, you
everyone
can't
in the
leave.
chat. Everyone, you guys are goats. Honestly, appreciate it.
Cube, you can't leave. You're contractually obligated to stay.
Yeah.
It's true. You really are.
So,
No,
in
thank
other
you.
news, since we're starting Egghead in the anime, I just want to point out a fact I was told the other day. Rick from the Japanese version of Rick and Morty is going to be playing Dr. Vegapunk in the anime.
Oh, that is
Vegapunk!
Oh. I'm so excited for that.
300 years in the future, Bonnie!
I am so
300
excited
years,
for that.
such a pickle!
Yeah, guys, let's go ahead
Don't mess
and
with
give
pickles.
Cube. Let's give Cube the proper send off, brother. You've been here for a whole lot of the stream as well. We love you. That's the historian of the last arc. Thank you so much for spending all the time that you did. And is this SSJ8 Cody?
Is that my boy Cody? Is that my boy Cody?
Right as Cube's about to leave.
The stream just started, guys.
When me, Cody, and Lucas are in the same vicinity, things are about to get crazy.
They get to get spicy, boys. So we wanted to hear before everyone bounced. Cube, by the way, I love you. I hope you have a wonderful night for the rest of your night.
Yeah.
Man,
See you guys.
Yep,
Peace,
take it
Cube.
easy. Everyone was wanting to know about this Emu and the Faustian deal, I believe.
Yeah.
Brother.
Give us the
So-
spice.
So
Spice it up.
allow me to paint a picture for you then. So 800 years ago, right? Void Century. You're Nerona Emu, right? Your kingdom has been overthrown by a pirate by the name of Joy Boy. You are at your wits' end. You have no idea what to do. You cannot defeat this guy no matter what you try. What do? You turn to the devil himself and you make a
No
deal.
flamingo.
Yeah, exactly. Just like No Flamingo. You make a deal with the devil, and he gives you these amazing powers, right? Gives you a 100-year reign. Guys, there's so much to go over in this theory. I'm not going to do all of it. But nonetheless, so the basis of the theory is this. There are way too many cleansings and other things that could be considered sacrificial throughout all of One Piece. And I said some of this a little bit earlier to be a coincidence. Because besides the Great Cleansings, you have Buster Calls, which could also be seen as a sacrificial rite. You have the slavery that goes down at Marie's Wall, which could be a microcosm of sacrificial rites. And you also have, oh my goodness, I just spaced. The Great Cleansings, like I'd said, which we've, Buster Calls, I mentioned that, which the Great Cleansings are the main thing. So, oh, I remember what it was. So God Valley, right? There's a hunting game at God Valley. That could also be a sacrificial rite. And I
The
think
trees at Drum
yeah.
Island could have been a cleansing.
Yeah, could have been. We don't know. See, 'cause there's
Sealing
many.
the whale forest
Yeah.
in stone could have been a cleansing or whatever.
Could have
They
been a
probably
cleansing.
cleansed-
Oh, if I could add something, Lucas,
Yes,
I
of course.
remember in Skypia there was that where the ship where the Straws were like on the clouds,
Mhm.
they went through a sacrificial thing. There was like I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. There was
The
like an
ordeal.
altar.
The ordeal.
that-
Oh no, yeah. Where like
Yeah, it was
Nico
like right
Robin,
before.
where they take
Yeah.
Nico Robin, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was right before the ordeals happened. If I
Yeah,
remember.
they're
yeah.
on the altar, and Chopper stays with the ship and everything. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Well, and also in Skypia, we learn of Mont Blanc Nolan's tales, and when he arrived at Jaya in the city of Shandora with the Shandians, who also performed sacrifices. Now, they believe souls went into the trees, but just like Vex was saying earlier with devil fruits, what if they were just mistaken? The souls don't go into the trees, but the fruits they bear.
You still got to burn those trees down, though.
Yeah, you still got to burn those trees down, or else you're gonna get sick as fuck.
But still, yeah.
But nonetheless, so I think that these sacrifices are actually tied to the creation of devil fruits. Like, say Emu made this deal with the devil, right? And they have to make a certain amount of devil fruit every 10 years. Let's say like 3 devil fruits every 10 years. Then having those cleansing rituals, those hunting games, right? 3 a year, or 1 every 3 years. That's 3 chances of making a devil fruit every time you have one of those hunting games.
I love
And
this.
then if they cannot make a devil fruit from those 3 games, that is what calls for a great cleansing. That's what calls for making a buster call. Because you have to satisfy that deal. And we can even tie the bridge to Tequila Wolf into it, which I didn't really get to do this in my video because I just didn't have the evidence to add it up. But that could also be a stipulation of the deal. Maybe the original deal was, 100 rain rule for Emu, and they have to complete a bridge from Tequila Wolf to Marie Joie in that 100-year span. And the reason they cannot finish the bridge is because Emu is altering the deal and making it span out longer, which would give us a nice tied up bow for the bridge on Tequila Wolf.
Nice. You are spitting, Lucas. Spitter Magoo.
Like there's honestly so much more.
Sounds
to it.
great.
Yeah, I don't want to give out too much more, or else you guys will basically just have the whole video already.
Yeah, that script is fire though. I read it. It's pretty fire.
I do want to shout out Kusaland, actually. Kusalando, my man, for drawing an amazing thumbnail for the video. I cannot wait for the audience.
Oh, he drew it?
Yeah, I'll send it to you right now.
Oh,
It's fire. It's absolute fire.
I'm gonna ask him to do the Jaya. I'm gonna ask him to do the Jaya when I do the Jaya art. I'm gonna ask him to do the thumbnail for that.
I'll wait till you see this, baby.
Cody wilding right now.
Cody stays wilding.
Apparently, my microphone doesn't work with my right earbud, but with the left one, it worked. Hi, everyone. It's
me. Your channel.
I wanted
Cody camera vibes.
I'm a time traveler. I went back an hour by traveling, so that's pretty cool.
Cody, if I could design fashion, I would make Napoleon, but I would make him like a Santa Clara beanie, and I would send it to you because you deserve it. Because you deserve that.
I wanted to ask Parvision something, but I just ask you now. Do you think there are 3 straw hats or 2 straw hats? Because we know Luffy has one, right? Then we have one in Mary Joa, and then we saw one in Kaido's flashback on someone's head. So is that the same one in Mary Joa, or is there the 3rd one? And why?
No, there's a 4th one in Mont Blanc Lowlands flashback. There's a kid with a straw hat on his back.
Okay, yeah.
And there might be one
Significant straw hats, okay?
There might be one at Laugh-Tale too. Like, who knows? There might be one at Laugh-Tale. That's
Are we all? Hold on. Are we calling Little Oars Jr. insignificant? Come on.
Wow.
Oh, he did have a straw hat. Yeah.
That's a Casa. It's a little different. It's a traditional straw hat.
I mean, it looks like the straw hat from Luffy. I mean, so it's the straw hat, but it's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, does anyone have a picture of that straw hat the kid is wearing in the Mont Blanc Nolan flashback? Because if they could send that to me, I would forever be grateful.
It's on his back, just like how Luffy is whenever he's wearing the strap around his neck.
Yeah.
Maybe that was Luffy time traveling.
Just gonna have to.
But the question for me is, where is the straw hat from the guy from Kaido's flashback?
I'm gonna send it to you or in the chat, or I'm just gonna chat it.
Yeah.
Chat it.
Is this the straw hat that Emu has, or you know what I mean?
Well, the straw hat that Emu has is definitely Buccaneer size.
I think it's bigger. I think it's.
Yeah, I mean the door.
Yeah, I think he was
In
small.
every room, Kaido is. Okay, when he wants to enter a room, the door must be big enough so he can enter. So he was
Okay.
in a room watching out of a room. So the door must be bigger than a normal door, so the person could be bigger, so the head could be bigger. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Mm,
Logic.
Oh dang! Look at that.
I mean, look at Odin's
Look at
sword,
that.
for example.
Yeah. Yikes.
I love a Minish link in the chat said Laugh Tale is just a vendor for straw hats.
I think the
That's
Nolan
amazing.
flashback takes place, I think, 400 years in the past. Ancient Kingdom was 800, so yeah.
That could be a failed Joy Boy, though, realistically.
Yeah.
I mean, we already thought Nolan was a failed Joy Boy.
I definitely
just
think he
failed
was.
to return. He just failed to
I think
return to Sky Pizza.
I think it's so funny because like it was a friend of the channel who's here in the server spitting with us constantly. Over on Whole Grain Coltrane's TikTok, he posted like a clip of Freerin, where there's a kid with a straw hat, and Freerin's like, I remember that straw hat, and he just goes, "Hey yo, is this Luffy?" And
Yeah.
it's so funny 'cause the brain rot is so real every time we see a straw hat now, and like all of us are just like, oh my god, what's like, and it's crazy too because like in Fairy Tale they legitimately added a kid with the straw hat, and like Colleen Clickenbeard in the English dub is the voice of Luffy and of Ursa Scarlet.
Right.
And so they literally like got Colleen Clickenbeard to voice this kid with the straw
Hilarious.
hat. And in the credits of that episode, it literally lists her twice, once as Ursa Scarlet and once as Luffy, which is so Luffy
That's
is
insane.
canon. He's
It's
canon in
crossed
the
over. He's crossed over, dude.
which
That's
is like
hilarious.
it's like Shueisha and then Kodansha, I think, right? Like so it's like two completely different like publishers, but Luffy's canon across multiple like manga verses. Just wanted you guys to know
So
that.
is Sanji. Sanji too, right? Didn't he cross
Yeah.
over to
He was in Food Wars.
Food Wars? Yeah. So legit.
Andy
dude.
Lex, you have blown my mind, man. I'm convinced this kid is a failed Joy Boy now. Look at that smile, man. And the way he said land of midgets. Wow. Crazy.
Land of Tatata.
Yeah, land of Tantata. Maybe I shouldn't have said that on the stream. Whoops.
We're like 8 hours deep right now, brother.
Yeah,
think
I just Google searched it for like Straw Hat, Nolan flashback. I don't remember the exact chapter name. Yeah.
Cody is deceased right now.
Cody's face. But no, yeah, like it's insane. Like in that small
bad word.
I'm just reading the scan, bro. You can't get mad at me. I didn't write it. I didn't write it.
Said so.
I wanna take a ride.
Oh my goodness.
Danger Zone.
But no, like it's his whole vibe to him in this one panel is so Luffy, it's insane. Fell Joyber confirmed. Got the sandals on and everything.
But yeah, this has been such a wild stream. I think we're at a perfect like around the 8-hour mark, and I know Fritz is dying. As
He's gone. He's gone.
But
He looks
I
like
would
Brooke
love,
right
I would love for us to do like a full 12 hours and whatnot. But
No, you're wild.
I know me
I think we
myself.
should cook for another few hours.
Oh
Yeah,
my
let's
God.
go.
This is the longest I've ever been, bro. This is the longest I've ever been on, bro.
Me personally, I have to go and eat, like, because I ate before this stream, and that was 8 hours ago. So now I'm freaking starving. I'm skin and bones. So, I mean, if y'all want to keep cooking, that's up to Fritz. But I'm gonna have to dip for a bit. But I think that like, because we did plan on this ending over an hour ago now.
Yes.
So, and I do actually also want to catch the Chibi Girls stream, which is gonna happen pretty shortly. So
Let's do our send off.
already live.
Send it off.
Yeah, let's send it off, baby.
Let's
It's
raid
so-
them.
yeah, like,
Y'all in here
I
talking
know-
smack?
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
Always.
Yes.
I want to
We're
give them.
saying
know
that you're
me.
dying.
You
Yeah,
know
hold
me.
on. Everybody's gonna get their chance to spit their platform, but I have to give a massive shout out to like Fritz has been here, but he's been airing up his ladies' tires and going and eating and stuff like that. But like Josh, Vythor, has been the only, I think, the only other person in the entire stream to have been here start to finish, while only dipping like really quickly. Like, I mean, I dipped as well. I had to go like take my dog out and stuff like that. So like, but Josh has been holding it down the entire time. I know Lucas was too, but he was at work. But I have to give you a massive shout out, Josh. Tell the people how you're feeling after 8 hours of straight cooking. Like,
Yeah, it's 3 in the morning right now.
Yeah.
Damn.
We
You're
love you,
wide
Josh.
open.
Crazy.
Wow.
He's got some spice coming. You know, I know you've been working on getting your video editing down, and I know you had a crazy theory.
Yeah, I
Is
gave
there
up on that. I have got help from Den.
Let's go. But if you want to tell the people what you got, what's coming out, maybe, or like any big plans for 2024, or how, just tell them how you're feeling, man. Like
Yeah, I've got a video series planned, trying to find out which devil fruit are potentially god fruits, like Luffy's. And first video is the Chopper's fruit that tries to explain also every race in One Piece. That's fun. And also, if you want to talk anything else other than One Piece, you can join my server. Probably it's in the description or something like that. In rest, that's it.
Nice. Yeah,
Nice.
so definitely definitely a legend. Absolutely goated. Thank you so much for hanging out the entire time, hold it down with me and Freddy here and Lucas while he was at work. And yeah, it's been crazy. I'm just gonna go in the order of the way that we are in the VC. So next up, it's gonna be Tainted Marth. Tainted Marth, friend of the channel. We've had you on a stream that kind of got a little loosey because I had shitty internet. Sorry, bro. But but how like crazy cooking session. You've been here for a fat minute. I know you were lurking in the chat and wanting to cook with us like for a lot longer as well. But tell the people what you got going on, where they can find you, how you've been, and yeah.
All right. So yeah, my channel is Tainted Marth. That's Marth with an 4 instead of an A. I don't know. It's complicated. Just type it. Okay? You'll find it. Don't ask me why it's there. It's like that. Okay. Like, it's bad decision. Anyway, what I'm cooking right now, I'm still working on the videos of my visit to Japan. Not really
Fire.
One Piece related, just a bit, because I actually went to the places where the golden One Piece statues are in Kumamoto. So whoever's interested in that. Anyway, also I just dropped a video this week about the guy who everyone thinks is Wang Ji. Listen, everyone who says that's Wang Ji, they are wrong. It's not Wang Ji. You know who it is? I won't tell you. You have to watch my video. Just go to
Watch
my
it.
channel, please.
Watch it. It's so good. It's so good. I'm gonna hype him up for 1 second and let you continue. Marth's new video, y'all. You all got to go see it because oh my goodness, he has me 100% convinced of what he's talking about. I'm not gonna spoil it. Go
Professional
check it
hype
out.
man.
Yeah, he knows what he's talking about.
No. He knows what he's
my heart
talking
and
about.
soul into this. Okay, yeah, that's basically it's me. Okay, like I know I'm a troll sometimes, but look up.
all the
I have
time.
so many. I have so many videos that like I wish more people would watch, because like I have lots of videos which are totally troll. Okay, yeah, but I have many of them that I'm so convinced on, and they don't have any views. So please, someone subscribe to my channel and watch these videos. I thank you. I do it with done, okay?
we love Marth here at TLA, and absolutely link in the description for his channel. Check out his most recent video, like Lucas said, fire. I gotta say real quick,
Thank you for having me.
Dill has me dead in the chat right now, saying that Smokey turned his camera back on just so he'd be the next to plug, and then Dill does the same thing. So, Dill, respectfully, Dill, I'm gonna have you go last.
You
So
skipped
Smokey,
me, Dill. I don't like that,
Smokey,
bro.
Smokey, go ahead and tell the people what's going on. Tell the people where you're at. Tell the people what you're working on.
Oh yeah, man. Just a regular guy, Grand Line Bound. You guys, I got nothing going on. Just chilling right now. Yeah, thank you. Good.
Yo, that's Cap. Tell the people about this this fantastic part 2 that you're cooking up.
Oh yeah, just a small little arc review with pretty much 90% of of everybody that's here on this call right now. Pretty much.
That's wild.
Pretty much. I think Ellison, Dill, Desmus. That's pretty much it that are not on this arc review. But I got all of you goats on there. I can't wait for all you guys, man. It's gonna be a vibe. Lucas, you already know what we got cooked up. I do want to say, you guys, listen, this is no cap. I promise you, okay, there is a surprise at the end of this video that if you, okay, I'm just going to say it like this. It involves 3-day. You do not want to miss it. That's all I got to say. That's all I got to say.
Let's
I
go.
hear,
That's all I got to
I
say.
hear
It's the greatest,
unrelated.
it's the
Yeah,
greatest damn
unrelated
thing
to
you'll ever
that.
see.
Unrelated to that, I also hear that there's like a rap battle, but we
Yeah,
gotta
what's
wait
up
for the
with that?
video. We gotta wait for the
Oh.
video to come out to figure out more about all that, guys.
Man.
Definitely subscribe to Grand Line Bound and hit him up on his TikTok as well. We got like links for that in the description. That is our emergency food supply, and we love him.
Stop mentioning that.
Yo, if that video gets 1,000 clicks at least when he drops it, I'll do a rap too in his next one.
Yes, let's go.
You heard it here. And then we've got the helmsman himself, another guy who's been here pretty much the entire time, although he was working. And like the dedication is so real. The two-piece is real. Straw Hat Lucas, like
Yes,
a brother
sir.
to me. Tell the people what's up.
So yes, you can find me, Straw Hat Lucas, right here on the TLA channel. I also have a theory video with Den Kushi dropping on the Den Kushi channel as we prepare for Volume 2 and posting a lot more of TLA's theory videos over there. It's about Frankie, and I'm going to prove to all of you that he has the will of D. Ooh, you got to check it out Monday. But you can find me on TikTok where I am only 120 followers away. I think it is. Actually, I will pull it up right now. Where I am
So real-time updates, y'all.
117 followers or 107 followers away from doing a bikini stream where I read not safe for work One Piece fan fiction to the audience.
Oh my
So if
god.
you want to see that,
Everybody
I
go
just got a
follow now.
follower. I just got a follower when I said that.
Literally just now. It's Marth. It's literally
Get
Marth.
this man, dude. Get this man there, please.
P.
The world
Steve D,
needs
if
that.
you're in the chat, thank you. But yes, I am Straw Hat Lucas. It has been a wonderful, wonderful time hearing all of these goats cook. I'm sorry I could not jump in as much as I would like to. I did get some good bits in there, though, and I'm proud of that. And I'm glad I got to be here for the last hour and a half or so, or half hour or so. It has been an amazing stream, and I cannot thank our guests that are here now and that were here before enough. It has just been phenomenal. This is exactly how we wanted to start the new year. We've been planning this for a few weeks now, and it has just turned out better than I ever could have expected. So thank you all.
Yeah, major shout outs.
Glad to be
Also, catch Straw Hat Lucas on Cody 8 ATE every Saturday night, except for tonight because Cody's moving, which is a One Piece D&D, one of the many that we've got going on here across the TLA brand. Absolutely hype. I gotta make sure we shout that out for you.
Of course.
And then somehow Brother Dill has swapped around. I'm gonna skip you real quick, and no, I'm kidding. Dill, NoChillDill, how are you, brother? Tell the people where you're at. Tell the people what's going on and how you been.
Chilling, everybody. It's been a great stream. Thank you to everyone who did show up. Notice that we did have a lot of people that couldn't make it, but they did still come out to the chat and still dropped in some spice whenever they could. If you're watching this in the future, drop a like, go into the description and sub to all these wonderful people. Also, check out Group 2. They solo, by the way, over on vexyz channel.
Yeah, I think
He was the host for today, and his channel links in the description as well. Yeah, join us for the Scarlet Pirates as we journey to make Captain Scarlet the Pirate Queen.
Also, tomorrow
They are pretty
One Piece
fire.
Marines is starting again.
And
Hype.
Pop into the Discord, into the D&D pit, because I'm not sure if we're going to be recording or streaming that. But yes, One Piece D&D Marines, also a TLA group, is tomorrow at 3 p.m. EST.
Hype for that. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. You didn't have to plug my shit, but thank you for that. That's the first mate of the Scarlet Pirates right there. NoChillDill.
For
And
now.
the frontline combatant of the
Hold on. So
No.
since I'm channeling my character.
Oh, he just server mutes you or something? No, but we gotta give a mad shout out to Elson, who I don't think is gonna give us the voice reveal right now. But you've been cooking in the chat for a fat minute. You are a huge entity within the Discord. It's always fun to cook with you, and we appreciate you, Elson, so much. Stay wonderful. I know it's probably like the middle of the day for you right now or something, but so glad that you could join us for the time that you did. And that brings us over to Fritz the Ditz.
How we
The guy in the chair. The guy in the chair, the shipwright for the last arc himself. Thank you so much for pulling,
I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you guys right now. The Stockholm piece is real. I got into this because my bros were like, "Nah, bro, it's worth it." I've been held captive much longer than this, and it is exactly what I live for. You guys have been cooking all night. I want to tell you guys, as you may not know, this is actually an election year in the One Piece world, and there are multiple candidates for a Grand Fleet Admiral this year. All right. We have Kube of the Red Sea Republic Party. We got Freddie D. Ditz going to make Marines great again. And there is another third secret member, a candidate running for Grand Fleet Admiral this year. Stick around and maybe you'll figure that all out.
Is it Andy
Are they part of the Green Tea Party?
Probably.
It's probably Andy Lex. He just doesn't know it yet.
You guys may not realize this, but you don't realize this, but it will eventually be canon. I swear to God.
Oh my goodness. But speaking of Andy Lex, we got the Star Knight Andy Lex next up himself.
All right, let me turn this camera on. Hold on.
Let's go. Let's go.
Yo, all right.
Let's go.
Yeah, I cut my hair. It was down to here. It's all gone now.
Only
Right.
tipping the camera at the end. Oh my god.
But yeah, the name Star Knight Andy Lex. It's all together. I have a YouTube channel. I upload live reactions. I do theories. My most recent theory is the Kings of Comedy. And I would love it if all of y'all check it out. It means so much. Throw a sub to my channel. Throw a like on all the videos. And I have a future video of what I'm working on right now. I've been putting a lot of work into it. Hopefully it's out sometime this month. And yeah, I really hope y'all see it. It's a secret, but y'all gonna be mind blown, like if you watch it. But yeah, and thank y'all last arc for having me on. It was a blast. I woke up at 12 in the afternoon, hopped on since 12, and I've been on here since then.
We are so glad to have you. Thank you so much, Andy.
Yeah, but we gotta plug your Twitch as well because you have some of the most interesting like playthroughs. Like I vibe on your Twitch in the chat.
Oh yeah, I love playing RPGs. I like playing old school stuff. Yeah, a lot of.
It's been a minute, but yeah, if you're into like old school RPGs and some of the new stuff as well, like definitely go hit him up. Yeah, Andy's. You know, it's been a fat minute. I've been chilling with you in VCs for like a year now,
Yeah,
right? Like
it's a blast. Yeah.
When does a phone truly die? You know?
When it's forgotten.
But yeah, we love Andy here. And then we've got next up is the Tontara, the myth, the legend himself. We have Desnes the dwarf, who has popped it back in, but you were with us for like several hours as soon as we started, and then you had to go live your life, and then you're back with us. So go and tell the people what's going on with you, man.
Yeah, so I'm tainted dwarf. I'm a little bit old, but I'm old and grumpy, but
oh my god!
But I'm sweet nonetheless. And please subscribe to Tainted Marth, of course. But other than that,
Did you just say tainted dwarf? Oh
yeah.
my god.
Jokes
I thought you
aside,
said taint lover, Martha. I was like, whoa.
Okay, whoa. Oh, demonetized.
Hey. Jokes aside, it was a pleasure to being here. If you want to subscribe to anything, check out Opla Archive, a new channel of mine with all the One Piece live action stuff that I can't put on my channel this year, but this stuff will go on this channel in the future. And yeah, thank you for being here. It's an amazing thing to be here with so many amazing creators talking about stuff. And even if Marth is here, but we enjoy this nonetheless. It's really amazing. Thank you.
My goodness. Savage.
Yo, how are you
You
not
take
plugging junk records, you nice
Yeah,
boy?
for real.
Half of the members are on right now.
We
He
put the
muted
link.
up.
Yeah, we put the
And now a
link
word
for
from our
junk records.
sponsor.
Yeah, why not? I can
But
give
no, we-
every link you want, but Chunk Records is already in the description if you want to check
Yeah,
it out.
I already put that there. But yeah, definitely so much greatness from Desness. We love to have you in the community and here in the call and in our Discord. And you go way back with TLA, like even like further back than I do. And I know Lucas.
He's the reason I'm part of TLA. He
Yeah,
brought
I
me
know.
into TLA.
It's his
Yeah, I
fault
know
I'm
Lucas
here.
Oh my goodness! But for real, we're so happy that you have cooked with us as much as you have all day today, and for all of the success that has come your way. It's well deserved. Then we got our guy, our goat, one of my other besties, who was one of the first people I was chilling in VCs with. We got Terrible DJ, aka the Little Garden himself. Tell the people what's up.
What up? What up? First, I want to say thanks for having me on here. I was listening like pretty much the whole time while I was working. Yeah, I want to shout out my TikToks. I got the Little Garden where I post basically One Piece content, little details I like in the story. Then I have another account called Terrible TJ where I just kind of post whatever, clips, AMVs, just anything I really want to. What am I working on? I got this little script I'm working on, trying to connect Usopp to a character in Avatar. Think you guys might like that.
Oh, I think I know
What
who you're
does
talking
And
about.
I think you guys
I
might
think I
know
know.
which
I'll
character
say.
it
I
is.
think I know who you're talking about.
I think we all know. Yeah, but that's crazy. Hype. Looking forward to that. Also wanted to shout out Prototype Virgo real quick in the chat. What's good, brother?
All I just want to say is, never mind, carry on.
No, you're good. You're good. You go.
No, I'm talking to Vex. Vex, carry on.
I was just saying what's good to Virgo, and then I was gonna spit it back to TJ so you can finish up.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. That's all I really wanted to say. Thanks everybody for showing up and chatting in the chat and doing what you do.
I want to shout out vexyz, the lurking legend, being a just dominating host, constantly keeping everybody in line, up to check, up to freaking. He's dotting the I's, he's crossing the T's, he's getting it done.
Yeah.
I can't wait for him to start posting more videos on his TikTok because I think that he's gonna blow the fuck up.
Hey, I agree.
Act like he don't know nobody.
Jody High Roller.
Oh my goodness, it is from my city, dog. But no, yeah, I've been vexyz, the lurking legend. Y'all can just call me Vex. It has been one of the craziest, like 8.5 hours of my life, and I loved every single second of it. I love all of you from who are in the chat, everyone who couldn't be here, everybody who was in the call with us. Marth, you're creeping me out, man. You look like a statue right now. But you guys can check out my channel, link in the description, where I do like One Piece D&D, and you can.
When does Group 2 play?
Group 2 play is every single Tuesday, except for this last Tuesday, because I was saving all my energy for this massive unit of a stream that we just pulled off. Congratulations to the whole TLA squad. Thank you so much to all of the guests that we've had, and I wish you all nothing but success in 2024. It's going to be hard to beat 2023, but we could all do it together, and that's what this whole community is about. We love all of the vibes that came through today in the chat and in the call, and every single one of you. We literally couldn't do it without you. This is like the perfect way to ring in the new year, and for real, I'm in the sky right now, just like on cloud 9, and I'm like, honestly, like, I know I'm talking a lot, but part of me is also at a loss for words because this has been so beautiful. I do have a lot of big plans for my own channel in 2024, so yeah, leave a sub if you want to be on board for that and get the front row. But yeah, this has been like literally the realest. I'm super hyped, but with all of that, we're gonna go ahead and call it a night. And yeah, lots of more spice coming from the TLA crew in 2024, and all of the goats in the descriptions.
Can I
But
get some
y'all
hype
take
up
it
in
easy.
here?
But actually, it's like almost 3 a.m. No hype. Sorry.
Crazy.
I think half the people peaked their mics just then.